Creak, creak. Wind threaded through bare branches on a bitter night. In the pale moonlight, a black crow glided down and settled on a withered limb. The unpleasant groaning of wood fell silent. Beneath the tree, a small, thin boy hugged his knees and shivered. He glanced up at the bird, then lowered his head again and curled tighter. Inside the mud house, a woman said, "Husband, go see if that little bastard is dead yet." A man in padded clothes stepped out, drew a long breath of cold air, and walked to the tree. He kicked the boy. When the child twitched, he spat. Stubborn mutt. He turned back in. After a few curses traded in the dim room, the lamp went out. The boy tucked himself smaller. On the branch, the crow's bead-like eyes shifted with a strange light. "Child, how old are you?" A hoarse voice came from nowhere, close as a whisper in the ear. The boy looked around and saw no one. Honest by habit, he answered, 12. 12, yet so small and thin. You have suffered. The voice was rough, but not unkind. What is your name? Hanyu. He looked up again. The crow tilted its head, studying him in the moonlight. Are you speaking to me, Black Crow? A dry chuckle. Little Hanyu, why are you freezing in the yard instead of sleeping inside? Are those your parents in there? They're not my parents. My father died hunting. My mother remarried in another village. Hanyu's voice was steady. This is my home. They will not let me inside anymore. Who are they? The village head's son and his wife. Why? The hoarse voice asked. I do not know. Hanyu stared at the unusually large crow. They drove me out. They said it would be easier when I died in the yard. Another rasping laugh. So they want your house, without staining their hands. Hanyu said nothing. The crow lifted its wings. Its span was nearly half the size of the boy. Child, give me your treasure, and I will help you kill the ones who stole your home. My family is poor. We have no treasure. Oh, but you do. The voice softened, then turned raw. After we 3 friends of Quanlin parted, your grandparents hid from this ugly monster. Ha ha. 50 years later, look at me now. The ugly one lived longest and finally set foot on the immortal path. The words broke from hoarse into a beastly growl, then sank toward a sob. Some odd pity stirred in Hanyu, but cold and hunger shoved it away. He might not live till dawn. I truly do not know of any treasure, he said. Whether you know or not, I will help you once, the voice replied. Give me the treasure, and no one will trouble you again. Fair, is it not? Agree, and I will wipe out the village head's family. If I give you my treasure, will you promise me something? Hanyu asked. The bird kept its wings spread, as if ready to take flight. I will promise only what I can do. One thing. If I give you my treasure, will you teach me your skills? Silence, then surprise and the rasp. You want to learn from me? Yes. A dry, rolling laugh. If you truly wish to learn, I can teach you. Fail, and do not blame me. The treasure stays with me regardless. Yes. You still want to learn? Yes. Stubborn stump, the voice muttered, amused. Very well. Give me the treasure, and I will teach you. Whether you learn is up to you. Hanyu nodded, then faltered. I do not know where the treasure is. Think. You must bring it out and give it to me. He shut his eyes and focused. If he had a treasure, he would trade it to learn. The trunk behind him vanished. He tipped backward into emptiness, caught himself with both hands, and felt something icy under his right palm. He looked down. A small, heavy disc lay half-sunk in the mud. It was neither bronze nor iron. A living tree was carved on its face, clear under the moon. Heat bloomed in his right hand, like holding a coal. He remembered a winter day gathering firewood, finding a warm round stone that melted into his palm without a trace. Was it also a treasure? Which one did the voice want? He picked up the disc and looked to the crow beating slow wings above him. If I give you this, you will teach me? The crow opened its beak and croaked. Hanyu stared. Hadn't the crow been speaking? Foolish child, the hoarse voice said, closer than before. Would you learn to fly from my bird? What should I? Hanyu trailed off, lost. The crow gave a mocking caw, dropped, and raked him. Its claws tore cloth and pinched his shoulders. It heaved, lifted him, and carried him over the low wall. The pain burned. Hanyu clenched his teeth. In the bright cold light, he cast one quick look back at the yard where he had spent 12 years. Then he hit the mud outside as the crow let go. A white-haired Taoist in a black robe stood before him. His voice was hoarse. "Child, do you still have a treasure?" "Yes." "Come." Hanyu stared. The crow now perched on the man's shoulder, watching him with the same hard glint. So the voice had not been the bird at all. "What are you waiting for?" the Taoist said, already turning away. Hanyu gathered himself and followed, hungry, freezing, and aching. Man, boy, and bird left the mountain village and walked down the silver road until the night swallowed them. Behind them the village murmured, then settled. "Where's that little bastard?" "Gone. Good riddance." From black to white, from night into dawn. Heat burned in Hanyu's chest. His legs felt like boiled noodles, moving only because his body refused to stop. Ahead, the black-robed old Taoist never slowed. Overhead, the big crow rose and dipped, vanishing and reappearing against the paling sky. At daybreak, they reached a small town. The Taoist took one look at Hanyu's sallow face and unsteady steps and steered him to a noodle stall. Hanyu ate a full bowl in silence, head down, slurping fast. It was the best food he'd had in half a year. When he looked up, a donkey stood there. The Taoist paid, said nothing, and led the newly bought animal out of town. On the road, the Taoist rode the donkey. Hanyu walked behind. The crow drifted above them like a rag of night. Perhaps bored, the Taoist began to rasp out a story. The three friends of Quanlin. One surnamed Han, one Li, and one Wanner. We met in our 20s. Trained together. Fought our way across Nanli. By our late 30s, we were names people knew. He paused, then went on. The Han fellow claimed his family had a treasure linked to the immortal path. We chased its secrets. That's when the cracks started. In the end, Han ran off with Wanner and the thing. They hid in a mountain village as husband and wife. He fell quiet. With food in his belly, Hanyu's thoughts were clearer. 50 years had passed. His grandparents had died ordinary deaths. His father had died hunting. This old Taoist, then, must be Li, now touched by some kind of cultivation, come to take the Han family's treasure back. "Grandfather Taoist, is your surname Li?" Hanyu asked. "Call me Taoist Master," the old man said without turning. "Taoist Master, have you truly learned immortal cultivation?" "Learned? Hardly. Petty tricks." He reached forward, pressed the donkey's head, and the animal settled at once. Then he held out a hand to Hanyu. "Give me the treasure." Hanyu passed him the small disc carved with a lush tree. The moment it left his hand, a strange certainty pricked him. This was useful, worth study. At the same time, heat flared in his right palm, the old warmth of a stone that had once vanished into his skin. He reached to his pocket in surprise. Another disc, identical, rested there as if it had always been. The Taoist turned the disc over and over. His hands began to shake. "This, Wangu Valley," he whispered. "So it's true. Your line descends from a Wangu disciple." The blood thinned, the road cut off, and only this token remained. A ragged laugh tore out of him. "Mine, at last. The true path, at last." He clutched the disc to his chest, face alight. Hanyu tucked the duplicate quietly away. When the Taoist finally looked at him, his gaunt, ugly face, like an old horse near the end, held a tangle of emotions. "That Han bastard ran with Wanner without a word," he said. "For his sake, I should break my promise and feed you to my bird." The crow thumped onto Hanyu's shoulder, nearly knocking him over, eyes bright with hunger. "But your eyes," the Taoist exhaled. "They're like Wanner's." He waved the bird off. "You're her grandson, and you gave me the token. I won't betray her memory." The crow took off with a disgusted caw and dropped a parting insult in front of the donkey. The animal brayed. The Taoist swore under his breath. "We're going to Wangu Valley," he said, scowling at Hanyu. 1,000 li. I'll teach you something along the way. Whether you learn is your problem." He patted the token, more to himself than to the boy. "At Wangu, I'll trade this for the true path. Old debt's clean. Old ties cut. Remember that." Hanyu nodded. The ugly face cracked into a brief, satisfied smile. They covered dozens of li that day and stopped at an inn. Han Yu ate until the ache in his belly faded. He was still in rags, but some strength returned. Only his worn shoes warned him tomorrow would be cruel. He didn't understand the second disc. How had handing over one left him with another? There had been only one. Hadn't there? Boy, the Taoist called from his room. Time to learn. Han Yu hid the token and went in. The Taoist drew a bright knife and held it out. Bleed yourself. Han Yu froze. I'm not hurting you, the old man said. My method isn't orthodox. You condense blood to form a false qi, good enough to mimic the start of cultivation. His mouth twisted. Immortal sects call it monkey tricks. Mortals call it cultivation. Understanding dawned. Reluctant, Han Yu cut himself. The old man's tongue flicked over his lips before he caught himself and murmured water. He pressed fingers to the wound and spoke quietly. Guide your blood. Follow my lead. Cold spread from Han Yu's forearm. Then came a hollow drought inside, a dry ache as if every part of him were thirsty. When the circuit closed, the thirst crashed over him. The Taoist let go. Practice on your own. If you forget, ask. Han Yu stumbled out, throat burning. A waiter passed him, carrying 2 live chickens into the Taoist room. Soon after, loud gulping came from within. Han Yu wondered whether it was the bird or the man. In the morning, they were on the road again. That night, the Taoist checked Han Yu's progress, found it acceptable, and left him be. 2 more days passed. Even with full meals, the thirst and hunger hardly eased. What? Han Yu asked at last. Your blood energy's too thin, the Taoist said, amused. I've done my part. I won't be buying blood for you. He squinted at the fading light, then nodded. Today I'll teach you 2 spells. After that, you walk on your own.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Here are 2 techniques. Go practice them in your room. That same day, the old Taoist handed Han Yu 2 techniques before impatiently shooing him out. True to his word, the old man wouldn't provide further guidance or purchase blood nourishment to replenish Han Yu's vitality. How much he could learn depended entirely on his own aptitude. Were it not for Han Yu being Wanner's grandson, the old Taoist would have long fed him to the giant crow. The first technique was called blood droplets, condensing one's vital blood into droplets that could be expelled from the body and launched at targets. Though each droplet was only the size of a raindrop, they could pierce through wood and stone, lethal enough to kill ordinary people who stood no chance against them. The second technique was spirit nurturing, the method the old Taoist used to feed his own vitality to crows, allowing them to grow into 3-foot-long giant ravens. Once an animal accepted its master's vitality through this technique, it would naturally become obedient like a domesticated dog, following its master's commands. Returning to his room, Han Yu attempted to condense his vital blood to test the blood droplets technique. Immediately, he felt something was wrong, as the blood gathered into raindrop-sized spheres and left his body. His limbs turned icy while his ears rang violently. It felt just like that night, when he'd nearly frozen and starved to death. The discomfort and weakness were overwhelming. Was this how it felt to lose vital blood? If this technique missed its target, he wouldn't even have strength left to flee, leaving him completely at his enemy's mercy. If only he had a bit more vital blood. As this thought crossed Han Yu's mind, that familiar warm sensation, hot as charcoal, yet pleasantly cool to touch, reappeared in his palm. Another drop of translucent crimson vital blood materialized before him. Battling his weakness, Han Yu blinked in confusion. Just like with Wangu Valley's token, his vital blood had duplicated from 1 portion into 2. Examining the extra droplet, Han Yu realized, does this mean each blood droplet's attack could be fired twice now? Could the vital blood be retrieved? The thought proved irresistible. His body's weakness and thirst for blood nourishment made him feel like a parched man seeing a bowl of clean water after days without drink. As the blood touched his skin, his blood refinement technique instinctively activated, absorbing it back. Warmth flooded his body, bringing immense relief. When Hanyu regained his senses, the extra portion had been fully refined, restoring about 70% of his condition, no longer critically weakened. Suddenly, he understood. Even when retrieved promptly, some vital blood would inevitably be lost, like water poured on a field that could never be fully recovered. Refining the second portion, Hanyu felt another wave of heat coursing through his limbs, soothing his muscles and clearing his mind. His dry throat vanished. His limbs grew stronger than before. The aches from walking all day disappeared completely, and his vitality surged beyond its original level. Now, I won't need to buy blood nourishment. Not that I could afford it anyway, Hanyu thought cheerfully. The next morning, hearing movement next door, Hanyu hurriedly got up. The old Taoist was slowly mounting his donkey to depart, and Hanyu followed. The old man glanced back. "Little brat, I've taught you everything. Why still following?" Hanyu frowned. "Aren't you going to Wangu Valley, Elder Taoist?" "My trip to Wangu Valley has nothing to do with you," the old man said, lifting his long, ugly face. "I've fulfilled my promise, taught you techniques, and gotten what I wanted. I won't drag a burden like you along." Finally understanding the old man considered their agreement complete, Hanyu insisted, "Elder Taoist, I want to go to Wangu Valley too." The old Taoist scoffed. "Wangu Valley? With your skills?" Without another word, he urged his donkey forward. Hanyu silently trailed behind the donkey for several miles until the old man finally turned. "You're really set on following me, brat?" "Elder Taoist, I want to go to Wangu Valley." "Really that determined?" "Yes." "Given your Han family." The old man's cold gaze lingered on Hanyu's eyes and brows before relenting. "Fine. If you insist on following, I'll give you one chance. Use your vitality to feed my crow." With a wave, a 3-foot-long black raven descended from the sky. "This brat." The old man pointed at Hanyu, and immediately the raven's beady eyes locked onto him with undisguised hunger, wings spreading as if to swoop down and peck at him. "Stupid bird, always thinking with your stomach," the old Taoist scolded. "This boy isn't food. He'll give you daily vitality rations from now on. No more from me." "Caw!" The raven tilted its head. "Quiet," the old man rasped. "Keep squawking, and you'll get nothing from him either." Angrily flapping its wings, the raven let out a series of indignant caws, clearly unhappy about the arrangement. Moments later, it abruptly landed on Hanyu's shoulder with surprising weight. "Caw!" Hanyu smiled. The big black bird reminded him of a child storming off after parental scolding, but having nowhere else to go. He'd never experienced parental care himself, but had seen village children run off in anger after beatings only to return tearfully later. "I'll feed you from now on." "Caw!" The raven eyed him before flying off again. Another day's eastward travel brought them to a small inn at dusk. The old Taoist ordered 2 live chickens to his room as blood nourishment. The raven tried sneaking in, but got thrown out. "None for you today. Go bother the boy." Forced to Hanyu's room, the raven opened its beak expectantly. Hanyu channeled his vitality through spirit-nurturing technique to feed it. The raven calmed immediately, closing its eyes in contentment. After a short while, Hanyu stopped. He'd lost some vitality, but didn't feel overly weakened. The raven opened its eyes and withdrew on its own with a final caw, marking the end of that day's feeding. Relieved the cost wasn't too high, Hanyu waited until the raven left before condensing another drop of vital blood, duplicating it, then refining both portions. Soon after, he felt reassured. Not only had feeding the raven not weakened him, but his total vitality had actually increased again. Next morning, the old Taoist didn't wait for Hanyu, simply riding his donkey eastward. Hanyu hurried after him, repeating the evening feeding and blood refinement routine. Through these 2 days of experimentation, Hanyu gradually understood his duplication ability's limits. He could only duplicate vital blood once per day, while replicating precious items like Wangu Valley's token required accumulating energy over multiple days. After another day, the old Taoist grew suspicious. Why was his raven increasingly circling around Hanyu? Had the boy been overfeeding it? Moreover, without blood nourishment, how was Hanyu not showing signs of depletion, but instead looking more vigorous than ever? Come here, boy. Let me examine you. Old Taoist. Hanyu stood nervously before the elderly Taoist, his heart pounding. The old Taoist had an ugly, elongated, donkey-like face and eyed Hanyu suspiciously. I didn't give you any blood offerings, yet I had you feed my raven. How come your vital energy remains so abundant? Hanyu remained silent, simply staring at the old Taoist. The old man placed a hand on Hanyu's pulse point to sense his vital energy. Then his eyebrows shot up in surprise. How could this child's vital energy be as robust as a grown man's? Boy, show me how you've been cultivating. Upon hearing this, Hanyu sat cross-legged on the ground and demonstrated his cultivation method. The old Taoist observed carefully but couldn't discern anything unusual, stroking his short goat-like beard in puzzlement. The blood refinement technique was a pseudo-immortal cultivation method he'd painstakingly obtained from an escaped blood slave of a demonic sect. The three accompanying techniques, blood droplets, spirit nurturing, and bloodthirsty art, were immortal arts that surpassed ordinary martial skills. There was no reason why an experienced cultivator like himself needed daily blood supplements while this boy thrived without them. What is going on here? Was I cultivating incorrectly, or was the boy doing it wrong? The old Taoist tugged at his beard, but couldn't find an answer. After all, he'd never formally studied immortal cultivation. Being able to follow the method step by step was already fortunate. Analyzing the finer details of the technique was beyond his capability. Forget it. The old Taoist finally decided to give up. In just a few more days, he would enter Wangu Valley and begin proper immortal cultivation. This pseudo-immortal blood refinement technique wasn't worth worrying about. Who knows whether your cultivation state is good or bad? You're on your own now. If you die from cultivation mishaps, even Wanner's spirit in heaven couldn't blame me. With that, the old Taoist said no more. Hanyu sighed inwardly with relief. Returning to his room, he fed the large raven, then extracted and duplicated his essence blood to continue cultivating, further increasing his vital energy reserves. The next day, the old Taoist urged his donkey eastward again, with Hanyu and the large raven following behind. The raven, receiving ample blood energy from Hanyu daily, had grown noticeably closer to him. It now circled above Hanyu more frequently throughout the day, no longer showing that eager to make a meal of him expression. 2 more days passed, and the road grew crowded. Ornate sedan chairs, horse-drawn carriages often followed by maids, servants, and guards appeared frequently. There were also martial artists, burly men wielding weapons, traveling alone or in small groups, all heading east toward a common destination. Old Taoist, are they all going to Wangu Valley too? Yes, they're all heading to Wangu Valley, the old Taoist replied hoarsely, his cracked lips curling in slight smugness. They all seek immortality and longevity. But whether noble or powerful before the immortal gates, they're all equal. Whether one can cultivate immortality isn't for them to decide. Before reaching Wangu Valley that day, they first arrived at a bustling small town about half a day's journey away. This town, called Immortal Seeking Town, served as a stopping point for those annually seeking entry into Wangu Valley's proper immortal path, as well as a resting place for many visitors to the valley. The streets teemed with people. Martial arts masters and wealthy nobles rarely seen in other cities or villages were as common as mushrooms in the forest here, clusters visible every few steps. Some wore luxurious furs and hats. Others carried precious swords or jade pendants, presenting a novel spectacle to the shabbily dressed Hanyu. Boy, seeing Hanyu's awestruck expression, the old Taoist couldn't help stroking his beard and shaking his head, his voice still grating. If you cultivate the skills I taught you for a few years, you could become an honored guest of these nobles and officials, enjoying a lifetime of wealth and luxury. When the time comes, being known as a descendant of the 3 friends of Quan Lin will bring glory to your grandmother and me. Hanyu thought to himself, I'm the descendant of my grandmother and grandfather. How could I be considered the descendant of you and my grandmother? Stopping the donkey, the old Taoist randomly selected an inn and instructed the waiter, 2 rooms, 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish per meal. You can keep this donkey as payment. Also, bring 4 live chickens. The waiter glanced at the donkey and beamed. How many nights will you be staying, Taoist master? Just tonight, the old Taoist replied hoarsely but firmly. A day's lodging and 3 meals in exchange for a donkey? The waiter hurried to inform the manager, who was overjoyed. Quickly, prepare our best rooms and private dining area. The waiter escorted the old Taoist and young Han Yu to their premium rooms, then obsequiously invited them to the second-floor private dining area. The large raven descended from the sky, perched on Han Yu's shoulder, and followed them upstairs under the waiter's astonished gaze. In the private dining area by the street-facing window, a richly dressed young master was embracing a maid, the 2 feeding each other wine mouth to mouth, with 2 attendants standing behind them. Hearing the newcomers, the young master turned his displeased face toward the ugly old Taoist and ragged Han Yu, pushing the maid away. Who gave you permission to disturb my? The maid whispered. Young master, look at that bird. The young master immediately became interested. Indeed, is that large black bird a hawk? Quite majestic. Wang San, fetch that bird for me. At his command, one of the burly attendants stepped forward without greeting the old Taoist or Han Yu, reaching directly for the raven. Han Yu looked to the old Taoist. The old Taoist gave a hoarse, strange laugh. Why look at me? Haven't I already taught you skills? Han Yu then looked at the raven. Should he let them take the bird? As the attendant Wang San approached, the raven took flight from Han Yu's shoulder, its sharp talons slashing deep wounds into Wang San's reaching arm. Wang San cried out in pain and fear, cursing damned beast, as he reached for his waist sword. At that moment, Han Yu had already condensed a drop of essence blood before him, aiming at the man as he warned, Don't you? But Wang San had already drawn his blade. Without hesitation, Han Yu launched the essence blood. With a puff, it pierced through Wang San's shoulder, continued unimpeded through the wooden table, leaving a clean hole. The sword clattered to the floor as Wang San stared in terror at the ragged child before him. Imagine, he trembled. The entire second floor fell silent, all eyes on Han Yu. The young master shakily rose to his feet, then knelt with a thud. So, it's an immortal child before us. This lowly one is Wei Baoyu, 4th son of the Southernly Kingdom's Prime Minister. Please forgive this offense, immortal masters. The maid and attendants also knelt. We beg the immortal child and master's forgiveness. Seeing this, Han Yu turned uncertainly to the old Taoist. Old Taoist. The old Taoist also looked at Han Yu with some surprise. The boy could still stand after releasing essence blood without showing signs of exhaustion. His vital energy was indeed strangely abundant. Since you handled this, it's none of my concern. Deal with it as you wish. Han Yu hesitated, then said, Then all of you can get up now. Just don't try to take our things again. Hearing this, Wei Baoyu and Wang San thought he was being sarcastic, pointing out their crime of attempted theft. How dare they rise? They kept their heads bowed, crying, Immortal child, forgive us! Immortal child, forgive us! We'd never dare be so blind as to covet the immortal child's divine bird. Wei Baoyu added, I wish to offer my humble resources to make amends to the immortal child. Though Han Yu told them to rise, they refused, insisting on making amends. After some thought and receiving no guidance from the old Taoist, Han Yu finally had an idea when he noticed the raven. Might as well ask for some blood offerings. Do you have many live animals with you? Many thanks for the immortal child's mercy. This great kindness will forever be remembered in this humble one's heart. Wei Baoyu, the 4th son of Southernly Kingdom's Prime Minister, cautiously raised his eyes before hurriedly leading his men away, leaving only the old Taoist, Han Yu, the large crow, and 8 fine horses before the inn stable. Because of Han Yu's words, Wei Baoyu left behind the 8 horses they had brought, the only living creatures in their possession. After they departed, Hanyu looked at the old Taoist. Taoist master, can these serve as blood nourishment? The old Taoist grinned. They can, absolutely, but with your puny physique, how will you enjoy this blood nourishment? Aren't you afraid these horses might kick you to death with a single hoof? Also, we're not far from Wangu Valley's immortal sect. What if a true immortal master comes out to exterminate demons? Could you explain yourself then? Taoist master, I'll give you half, Hanyu blurted out without much thought. That's more like it. The old Taoist chuckled in satisfaction. Go back inside and feed the crow. You needn't worry about what comes next. Tomorrow I'll enter Wangu Valley's immortal sect. The old Taoist left the inn with the 8 horses. After returning to feed the crow and practicing cultivation, Hanyu also rested. Early the next morning, the old Taoist returned to the inn and tossed Hanyu a small lidded clay jar about palm-sized. This is your portion of refined blood. 1 jar contains enough blood nourishment for 3 months. If you're careful and frugal, it might even last a year. Before Hanyu could say more, the old Taoist had already turned and left in a hurry. Hanyu quickly followed. Taoist master, are we going to Wangu Valley? Without turning his head, the old Taoist's hoarse voice couldn't conceal his excitement. Indeed, I'm about to embark on the proper immortal path. Hanyu fell silent and quietly followed behind. The large crow cawed twice mid-air and also followed the odd pair as they left the bustling, immortal-seeking town, heading east toward Wangu Valley. At first, there were still people on the road, but the closer they got to Wangu Valley, the fewer people became. Hanyu felt strange. Why were there fewer people near Wangu Valley when immortal-seeking town was so crowded? When he voiced his question, the old Taoist laughed heartily. The world has many pretend immortal seekers, but few genuine ones. There's still over a year until Wangu Valley's immortal fate ceremony for new disciples. Who would dare disturb the immortal sect without reason? If an immortal master kills such a person, they'd only have themselves to blame. Then he stared at Hanyu. Little brat, still dare to follow me? I have a token, but you have nothing. Be careful, lest Wangu Valley's immortal masters kill you. Hanyu nodded. The old Taoist said no more and simply pressed forward. After walking for half a day, they reached rolling mountains shrouded in mist where the air suddenly became fresh and invigorating. In the distance stood an enormous emerald green tree towering into the clouds, with white cranes dancing around it and drifting clouds obscuring what lay beyond. Array with grave newbies. This immortal sect's grandeur further energized the old Taoist, who unconsciously quickened his pace. Hanyu hurried to keep up while the large black crow landed on his shoulder. 100 jong away from the giant tree, the area was deserted except for a massive boulder bearing glaring crimson characters. Those who disturb cultivation without cause, all may be slain. The murderous intent in these words was impossible to ignore. Approaching the boulder, the old Taoist carefully produced Wangu Valley's disc-shaped, token-bearing tree patterns and raised it high above his head. This humble one brings Wangu Valley's token, seeking entry to learn immortal cultivation methods. Silence followed his declaration. Suppressing his anxiety, the old Taoist continued holding up the token. After another pause, he spoke again. This humble. Understood. Wait. A voice came from the direction of the giant tree. Then a figure flew out from the tree, riding a flying sword that carried him diagonally across 100 jong to land atop the boulder. It was a square-faced man in blue robes who looked down at the old Taoist, Hanyu, and the crow without any intention of descending. Seeing this dashing, sword-riding figure, the old Taoist's eyes burned with fanaticism, unconcerned about the man's rudeness. Indeed, he felt such aloofness was only proper for immortal sect members. Lack of arrogance would have seemed strange. This humble, hand over the token. The blue-robed man extended his hand before the old Taoist could finish introducing himself. Startled, the old Taoist stomped the ground and used martial arts to leap onto the boulder, climbing a few steps to deliver the disc-shaped token before returning below to wait respectfully. The blue-robed man carefully examined it, tracing the tree patterns with his finger. It's genuine. This token grants entry to one person. You or the child? Me. The old Taoist answered immediately. You, the blue-robed man sneered. You look 70 or 80 with that white hair. Still dare hope for immortality? Better let a younger relative try instead. They might have moldable roots. This humble one is alone with no descendants, only seeking the immortal path before death, the old Taoist said resolutely. Why come so late in life? Immortal sect knowledge is scarce and hidden in the mortal world. I once devoted myself to martial arts before finally learning this was an immortal sect token after years of searching, the old Taoist replied. The blue-robed man raised his chin. Since you've brought a token, we cannot deny entry. Making hand seals to retract his flying sword, he stepped down. Come, I'll take you in. Without a token, someone as aged as you would never have this chance. Overjoyed, the old Taoist exclaimed, Many thanks, immortal master. Many thanks for guiding me in. He hurried after, forgetting both Han Yu and the crow. Then Han Yu spoke. Immortal master, let me enter too. The blue-robed man ignored him and kept walking. The old Taoist followed silently without looking back. Han Yu produced his own token and raised it. Immortal master, I also have a token. The blue-robed man stopped and turned. The old Taoist whirled around in shock. When both saw Han Yu indeed holding a token, their expressions changed. What's today? Normally we get none for years, yet two arrive at once. The blue-robed man returned, snatched Han Yu's token for inspection, then said, also genuine. Follow me. The old Taoist's gaze gradually transformed from shock to smoldering anger. Damn you, Han. Can't even rest peacefully in death. So you had two tokens. No wonder you could abduct Wanner back then. And this little bastard, so obedient all along, yet hiding this trick up his sleeve. All you Hans are scoundrels, glaring hatefully at Han Yu. Even his excitement about entering the immortal sect diminished somewhat. Following the blue-robed man past the giant tree, they were warned to stay close due to protective formations ahead. After winding left 3 steps, right 5 steps in repeated zigzags, they emerged before a bridge. Crossing it brought Wangu Valley's immortal sect into view. Towering peaks circled by clouds, bamboo groves and pines, exotic flowers and vibrant grass. Every plant brimmed with life. Countless structures dotted the landscape while blue and gray-robed disciples moved among them, with flying swords occasionally streaking overhead. The square-faced blue-robed man led them to an office labeled Administrative Affairs and reported to an officer there. Officer Fong, while patrolling the mountain gate, these two presented tokens seeking entry, requesting Officer Fong's verification. Officer Fong had narrow eyes and a pale face. After careful inspection, he said, Chun Pei. The blue-robed guide immediately bowed. Your subordinate is present. 2 minor merits recorded. Resume patrol. Officer Fong declared. The blue-robed man rejoiced. Gratitude, Officer Fong. Producing a square object from his waist, 2 crystalline lights emerged from a stone tablet behind Officer Fong and merged into it before the guide hastily departed. Then Officer Fong scrutinized the old Taoist and Han Yu through slit-like eyes. Names? Ages? Reporting to Elder Fong. This disciple is Li Quan, 93 years old. The white-haired Taoist spoke cautiously. Elder Fong slightly furrowed his brows. At your age, you still wish to cultivate immortality? Please show mercy, Elder. This is my life's only obsession, the old Taoist pleaded quietly. Very well. Since you brought our Wangu Valley token, you must be admitted regardless of your cultivation potential. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in disciples passing tokens to descendants. Elder Fong pointed to the stone tablet behind him, the same one used for distributing minor merits. Go place your hand on it for name registration and root revelation. If your name isn't recorded, you cannot learn immortal techniques. You'll remain a servant for life after joining. Old Taoist, Li nervously swallowed and stepped forward, placing his hand on the tablet. Characters slowly appeared on the stone. Li Quan, 93 years old, lowly servant disciple, 5 spiritual roots. The old Taoist looked hopefully at Elder Fong. Does this mean I have spiritual roots? I won't be a servant. Merely the worst spiritual roots. Elder Fong didn't even lift his eyelids, keeping his narrow eyes half closed. Next, Hanyu, 12 years old this year. After Hanyu reported to Elder Fong and received no response, he approached the tablet and placed his hand on it. A slight warmth spread through his palm before characters appeared. Hanyu, 12 years old, lowly servant disciple for spiritual roots. Elder Fong showed mild surprise. Not bad. With 4 spiritual roots, you might qualify for the outer sect. Old Taoist cautiously inquired. Elder Fong, with my 5 spiritual roots, might I also qualify for the outer sect? Elder Fong scoffed. Entering the outer sect requires reaching the 4th level of Qi refining. With his 4 spiritual roots, it'll take at least 10 years of cultivation to have hope. If he can cultivate for 10 years to reach the 4th level, how many years can you cultivate at your age with worse roots? Being a lowly servant disciple instead of a servant is already good enough for this lifetime. The old Taoist immediately became dejected, tightly closing his mouth. Elder Fong continued, Li Quan, Hanyu, you two will work as lowly servant disciples in the spirit fields, cultivating while tending the sect's spiritual crops. You may keep 20% of the harvest. Every half-year's harvest earns 5 minor merits for the sect. After speaking, he waved his hand over his waist, producing 2 sets of gray servant disciple robes and 2 pale gray jade slips on a nearby table. Old Taoist Li and Hanyu collected their robes and jade slips. Elder Fong then called over a green-robed outer sect disciple. Jin Qi, take them to assigned spirit fields. Reino Thailand body yes. Jin Qi nodded agreeably, cheerfully leading them out. Junior brothers, follow me. He produced an enormous green banana leaf, 1 zhang long, 6 qi wide, and only 2 cun thick, gesturing for Hanyu and old Taoist Li to board. Seeing their hesitation, Jin Qi smiled. Don't worry. This spirit leaf is naturally sturdy and has been refined by our Wangu Valley's artifact smiths. There's no chance of breaking it. Only then did Hanyu and the old Taoist step onto the giant leaf. Jin Qi formed hand seals, making the spirit leaf float away from the sect's center over 2 mountain ranges before upon landing, a rotund green-robed man came smiling toward them. What brings you here, junior brother? Senior brother Wong. I'm delivering these 2 servant disciples. Jin Qi then introduced to Hanyu and old Taoist Li. This senior brother Wong is 1 step from entering the inner sect and oversees these spirit fields. You must follow his orders diligently, focusing on cultivation and farming to hopefully reach Qi refining level 4 and enter the outer sect. Senior brother Wong looked surprised. The immortal fates ceremony isn't for another year. How did these 2 come? They entered with tokens. Senior brother Wong suddenly understood. Leave them to me then. Jin Qi nodded and turned to leave on his spirit leaf, then remembered something and returned. Since you're newcomers without backing, life will be difficult. Here's some basic sect knowledge. He specially disembarked to hand a jade slip to Hanyu. Warmth filled Hanyu's heart as he quickly expressed gratitude. No need for thanks. Perhaps we'll meet again in the outer sect. Jin Qi laughed and floated away on his spirit leaf. Hanyu and old Taoist Li watched his departing figure, thinking what a good senior he was. Hey, what are you 2 staring at? Names? Come register. Senior brother Wong impatiently shouted. Senior brother Wong, this humble one is called Li Quan. Before old Taoist Li could finish, senior brother Wong's face darkened. You dare call me senior brother? A worthless old servant with no future. You're lucky you weren't assigned as a common servant. His attitude had completely changed. Old Taoist Li's expression soured as he clenched his teeth and lowered his head. Senior brother Wong spat. Disgusting. Just because you entered with tokens, you think you're real disciples? You're merely servants. Hurry up and register. Under his scolding, old Taoist Li and Han Yu register their names, spiritual roots, and ages before being led to 2 fields, each several mu in size, with stone houses at the ends. Start farming tomorrow. Ask others if you don't understand anything. With that, senior brother Wang turned and left. Old Taoist Li and Han Yu stood in the fields, exchanging bewildered looks. Compared to Jin Shi, senior brother Wang's attitude was utterly vile. Truly, distant superiors can't compare to immediate managers. Old Taoist Li muttered. Even immortal sects aren't exempt from this. Han Yu nodded in agreement, glancing at the large crow on his shoulder. It had been unusually quiet throughout the journey. The immortal masters of Wangu Valley, being well-traveled, hadn't paid it any mind. Old Taoist, which field will you choose? Which field will I? Old Taoist Li turned sharply, raising his hand. I choose neither field. I just want to smack you. That damn Han family. This brat's grandfather had stolen his beloved Wanner long ago, and now the kid had used one of 2 tokens to make him lead the way into the immortal sect. How do you Hans always manage to take advantage of me? If I were you, I wouldn't openly fight like this, a voice interrupted. Old Taoist Li immediately stopped and turned. Han Yu also quickly retreated to a safe distance. From nearby fields, 3 people emerged from their stone houses. A man around 30 with a mustache who had spoken approached and explained to old Taoist Li, private fights are strictly forbidden outside designated dueling platforms or the annual disciple tournament. Getting caught means severe punishment. He introduced himself. I'm Zhang Shan, entered 20 years ago. Call me senior brother Zhang. The other 2 approached, a tall, brawny man with thick eyebrows named Sun Kong, and a lively-looking 16-year-old girl named Lu Lan. After getting acquainted with Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan, old Taoist Li learned that private fights were forbidden and had to temporarily set aside his plans to discipline Han Yu. He then asked the trio about cultivating the spirit fields. Noticing that old Taoist Li and Han Yu were completely clueless, Zhang Shan and the others gave them a brief introduction. Both old Taoist Li and Han Yu observed how the 3 would unconsciously glance toward Manager Wang's residence while speaking. Clearly, this manager treated servant disciples harshly, something the earlier arrivals understood all too well. After this brief acquaintance, Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan returned to their stone houses. Old Taoist Li shot Han Yu a cold glance and snorted, Tomorrow you'll show me that jade slip senior brother Jean gave you. Han Yu nodded silently before asking, Old Taoist, what about this raven? Keep it if you want. I'm walking the proper immortal path now. No more blood refining. With that, old Taoist Li turned and left. Han Yu watched the old man enter his stone house before gathering his clothes and the jade slip to enter his own dwelling, the large crow following him inside. The sparse interior held only a bed, table, and chair, with a small stove and water vat by the entrance. No bedding or utensils. Removing his tattered clothes, Han Yu meticulously washed and groomed himself before peering into the water vat at his reflection. A pair of bright eyes stared back. Smiling at his reflection, he changed into the gray robes of a servant disciple. Finding no food in the room, he sat on the bed and pressed the jade slip to his forehead. At first, he only felt coldness, but as he concentrated, the jade slip's contents became clear. Qi grows like green sprouts in fertile soil. Deep roots yield lush leaves. This is Wangu Valley's foundational Qi refining method, also called the green sprout Qi cultivation technique. Han Yu focused intently, grasping the cultivation method before eagerly attempting it. Yet after half an hour with no results, he reluctantly gave up and turned to the daily life information senior brother Jean had provided. After reading this and combining it with Zhang Shan's explanations, Han Yu better understood that Wangu Valley's immortal sect wasn't some carefree paradise. Strict rules governed everything: patrols, artifact forging, pill refining, talisman making, demon slaying missions, and disciple competitions, all with detailed regulations. Following rules earned major merits or minor merits, exchangeable for techniques, artifacts, pills, and more. Breaking rules meant punishment, with severe cases facing cultivation, crippling, or imprisonment. Even managing medicine gardens and spirit fields had rules, as did managers and stewards. Hanyu skimmed other sections but carefully memorized the regulations for tending spirit fields. As he finished, a caw-caw interrupted him. The raven was hungry again. Hanyu opened the small jar containing horse blood essence, and the large crow happily approached to drink with its beak. Only after it finished did Hanyu reseal the jar and gesture for it to leave. The satisfied bird cawed its way to the doorway. Closing the door, Hanyu condensed his essence blood, duplicated it, and began practicing the blood refining method. Since he hadn't yet mastered Wangu Valley's basic qi refining method, the blood refining technique remained his only means of self-protection, especially since his blood duplication ability let him cultivate without needing external blood sources. Another half-hour passed before faint color flushed Han Yu's face as his blood energy grew denser, a 20% improvement. Early next morning, old Taoist Li arrived outside Han Yu's stone house looking grim. "Eaten yet, boy?" Han Yu handed over Jin Shi's jade slip. "Not yet. This says new disciples can request managers for food and housing." Old Taoist Li snorted. "That won't be easy." Having witnessed Manager Wang's attitude and how Zhang Shan's group feared him, he anticipated difficulties obtaining supplies. Noticing the crow perched on Han Yu's roof, ignoring him, he snorted again. "Feathery pest, think I want to keep you?" Without access to fresh blood sources in Wangu Valley and abandoning his fake cultivation methods, he couldn't sustain the crow anyway. Better Han Yu took responsibility. As they spoke, other servant disciples passed by on paths between spirit fields. Dressed in identical gray robes, they drew little attention until Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan came to greet them. Finding the trio approachable, old Taoist Li inquired about bedding and food. Sun Kong said sympathetically, "If you're truly desperate, I can spare some mortal rice first. As for bedding, once you reach Shi Refinement's first layer, you won't need it much. Our spirit fields never get too cold." Just as old Taoist Li and Han Yu began thanking him, Zhang Shan suddenly coughed sharply. Ahem. They turned to see Manager Wang already at Han Yu's field boundary, belly protruding and hands clasped behind his back, his expression thunderous. Alpha and Beta, gathering instead of tending fields first thing in the morning. His scolding sent Zhang Shan's group scattering like frightened mice. Manager Wang approached Han Yu and old Taoist Li, scrutinizing them. "Good, you're both here. These are green sprout rice seeds, specially treated spirit seeds, not for eating. The sect would know instantly if any went missing. Plant every last one. Tend your fields properly. Harvest every 6 months with 50 gene per mu yield. Meet this, keep 10% with 1 minor merit per mu. 30 to 50 gene means no penalty, but no kept rice or merits. Below 30 gene brings punishment." After tossing 2 seed bags, Manager Wang turned to leave when old Taoist Li called, "Manager Wang, one question please." "Spit it out." Wang stopped impatiently. "Steward Fong said we could keep 20% of harvests." Old Taoist Li murmured meekly, "Did I miss here?" Wang exploded. "You do keep 20, but your first year's yields won't cover your consumption. That 10% covers your food. Think I enjoy babysitting you, old fool. Then, could we handle our own provisions without troubling you?" Old Taoist Li ventured. Before he finished, Manager Wang's fingers snapped together as he shouted go. A white light flashed. The former martial arts master went flying as if hammer-struck, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. "Old fool, think you can bargain with me?" Manager Wang sneered. "Next time won't be so light." He stormed off, sleeves flaring. Stunned, Han Yu, remembering how the village chief's family had seized his home, went to help old Taoist Li up. "Old Taoist, are you all right? Kid, do I look fine to you?" Old Taoist Li scoffed with a sideways glance, his bony fingers gripping Han Yu's wrist painfully tight. "So this is what immortal masters are like. and I thought they were something special. In my eagerness to learn from them, I even stopped practicing the blood refinement technique. Seems I didn't need to stop after all. It makes no difference, cough. At this point, the ugly hollows of old Taoist Li's face twisted into a bitter smile of shattered illusions. The emotional outburst even made him cough up blood. Hanyu helped him back to his stone house and carried over his seeds. Watching the boy bustle about, old Taoist Li's gaze gradually softened. This kid was nothing like his grandfather. His kind-hearted nature reminded him more of Wanner. Boy, why are you helping me? I tried to hit you just yesterday, remember? Hanyu thought for a moment before answering. Elder Taoist, you kept threatening me along the way, but never actually harmed me. If you truly wanted to rob me, like village chief or Steward Wong would, you wouldn't have wasted so many words on me. Old Taoist Li relaxed into a smile, his cloudy eyes glowing gently, though his voice remained hoarse. Not stupid after all. In the afternoon, Steward Wong returned, tossing 100-pound sacks of coarse rice at Hanyu and old Taoist Li each before leaving without explanation. Neither needed him to spell out. This was clearly the paltry compensation for 10% of their biannual harvest. Given Steward Wong's tyrannical nature, expecting a second food delivery was utterly hopeless. That evening, Sun Kong brought 50 pounds of regular rice each to old Taoist Li and Hanyu. Hearing about the beating old Taoist Li suffered for angering Steward Wong, he sighed. Steward Wong has always been absolute ruler over our spirit fields. He treats potential outer disciples like Sun Lan somewhat better, but those without prospects face brutal exploitation. A single pound of green sprout spirit rice exchanges for 200 pounds of mortal rice within Wangu Valley. Outside, among mortal nobility, hundreds, even thousands of pounds wouldn't be enough, let alone coarse rice. For Steward Wong to demand 10% of your harvest for this measly 100 pounds of coarse rice is truly. Sun Kong suddenly feared eavesdroppers and trailed off, impressed by Sun Kang's genuine kindness in delivering food. More trustworthy than Zhang Shan's empty promises and steadier than young Lu Lan. Old Taoist Li expressed sincere thanks, hoping to build goodwill. Hanyu joined in gratitude before asking, Senior brother Sun, what's special about green sprout rice? How does it differ from regular rice? Of course it's different. Sun Kong laughed. Mortal rice just fills your belly. Green sprout spirit rice contains spiritual energy that aids cultivation. Eat it daily, and your progress would accelerate dramatically. Old Taoist Li lamented. With that Wong bastard around, when will we ever taste spirit rice? Hanyu's mind raced, recalling his replicated token and blood essence. If I can replicate spirit rice. Senior brother Sun, do you have any spirit rice? Could I see what it looks like? It's not the same as the seeds we were given, right? Sun Kong scratched his head awkwardly. Mature spirit rice and processed sect seeds are indeed different. I do have a little, but I need it for cultivation. Can't lend it out. As a 4 spiritual roots cultivator entering his 5th year, currently attempting to break through to Qi refining 3rd layer, every cultivation resource was precious. He could spare regular rice, but spirit rice? Absolutely not. Senior brother Sun, I don't want to borrow. Just see what it looks like. Eventually, Sun Kang's soft heart prevailed. Wait in your house. I'll show you shortly. Hanyu nodded eagerly. Back in his stone house, Hanyu didn't wait long before Sun Kong arrived, carrying 2 cloth bundles. Unwrapping the first revealed a fist-sized rice ball. This is cooked green sprout spirit rice. The second bundle held a small handful of faintly glowing milky white grains. And this is raw green sprout rice. Both rice and rice ball carried an indescribable quality Hanyu had never seen in mortal rice. Perhaps the touch of spiritual energy? Senior brother Sun, may I touch it? Sun Kong nodded, handing over the rice ball. Noticing he didn't offer the raw grains, Hanyu didn't press further. Sun Kong was already being extraordinarily generous, and spilled spirit rice would be disastrous. As Hanyu held the rice ball through the cloth, his right palm suddenly burned hot, as when replicating the Wangu Valley token and his blood essence. Something heavy materialized inside his robe. Success. Suppressing his joy, Han Yu returned the rice ball with sincere thanks. Senior brother Sun, I'm so grateful. Without you, I'd never have known what spirit rice looks like. Sun Kong rewrapped both bundles with a kind smile. No need. You'd have learned eventually. I just showed you sooner. Little did he know what this encounter meant for Han Yu, who thanked him with such heartfelt sincerity it actually made Sun Kong blush. After Sun Kong left, Han Yu retrieved a cloth bundle from his robe. Unwrapping it revealed a small green sprout rice ball. With this, his cultivation would advance much smoother. That night, Han Yu skipped blood refinement, merely feeding the raven with his horse blood essence before sleeping early. Next day, old Taoist Li remained recuperating while Han Yu waited. Come evening, Han Yu took out his soul rice ball and replicated it. In a blink, one became two. Overjoyed, Han Yu stored one and ate the other. After a day's fasting, the warm satisfaction flooding his body was divine. He immediately began practicing the green sprout qi cultivation technique, attempting to gather internal energy flow for eventual full circulation. For qi refining first layer cultivators, the hallmark wasn't spell casting, but completing one energy cycle. Beginners like Han Yu and old Taoist Li could only absorb wisps of spiritual energy, slowly accumulating enough for that first cycle. Thanks to the spirit rice, Han Yu cultivated late into the night without hunger or fatigue, even sensing faint energy strands forming. Still far from first layer, but no longer hopelessly distant. At dawn, Han Yu tended his 5 spirit fields. After half an hour, Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lulan each stopped by with planting tips, proper spacing and methods for green sprout rice. Han Yu mused, not all Wangu Valley immortals are as vile as Steward Wang. The gate guard was haughty, but not evil. Jin Shi and Sun Kong were genuinely helpful seniors. He, an old Taoist, Li just had the misfortune of landing under Steward Wang's thumb. When old Taoist Li emerged to work his fields, his vigorous demeanor suggested he'd use horse blood essence to heal. Spirit soil proved tougher than ordinary earth, like untamed wilderness. After a full day's labor, they'd barely planted 2 acres. Finally decided to start farming. Otherwise, you'd have been punished according to sect rules. In the afternoon, Steward Wang walked past their spirit fields with his hands behind his back and belly protruding, sneering as he delivered this remark. Han Yu and old Taoist Li were initially puzzled by his meaning, but after asking Zhang Shan, they learned that failing to begin planting within 3 days of receiving spirit rice seeds would result in punishment. Normally, stewards would simply remind and urge the disciples, but a tyrant like Steward Wang might actually severely punish servant disciples like them. Upon hearing this, old Taoist Li couldn't help but mutter a few more curses under his breath. That night, Han Yu fed the giant raven, replicated more spirit rice, then sat cross-legged to gather energy currents. The next day, he finished planting the remaining spirit fields. On the 3rd day, he began carrying mountain spring water in buckets to irrigate the fields. The distance was considerable, allowing him to barely water 1 acre per day. After about 7 or 8 days, Han Yu finally completed all tasks for planting green sprout spirit rice, sowing, watering, and more. According to Sun Kong, Zhang Shan, and Lu Lan, from now on, aside from monitoring the field for pests and watering twice monthly, most of his time could be devoted to cultivation. With daily nourishment from spirit rice balls, the energy currents within Han Yu grew rapidly, reaching roughly 1/5 of a complete energy cycle. At this rate, another month or so of cultivation should allow him to complete his first full energy cycle, reaching the first layer of qi refinement. Compared to senior servant disciples, this progress was remarkably fast. Zhang Shan, with his 5 spiritual roots, took over a year to reach the first layer, while Sun Kong, with 4 spiritual roots, required 6 to 7 months. Clearly, ample spirit rice as sustenance greatly accelerated initial cultivation progress. During this period, old Taoist Li also worked by day and cultivated at night, even resuming his blood refinement art using stallion essence blood. One day, old Taoist Li rushed excitedly into Han Yu's room, his face flushed. "I've sensed qi." "Kid, have you sensed it yet? Let me tell you how it feels." Han Yu was taken aback. Qi sensation? Hadn't he experienced that since starting to eat spirit rice balls? Only then did Han Yu understand why Steward Fong had given him an extra glance initially while dismissing old Taoist Li. At his advanced age and with 5 spiritual roots, old Taoist Li enthusiastically described his qi sensation for hours, repeatedly exclaiming that his path to immortality was indeed hopeful. Seeing him like this, Han Yu couldn't bring himself to say anything, silently listening instead. Finally satisfied, old Taoist Li left. The next day, he asked Sun Kong if sensing qi meant he was just one step away from the first layer. Qi sensation? That's just the very beginning of gathering energy currents for the cycle, Sun Kong replied, surprised. Old Taoist Li's lips trembled, his ugly face turning crimson with shame as he retreated into his room for 3 full days. Time passed unnoticed, and over another month, Han Yu and old Taoist Li adapted to life tending spirit fields, inspecting them 2 or 3 times daily, spending remaining time studying cultivation techniques and learning Wangu Valley's rules and customs. A withering above Noob Yepsilon section. Apart from occasionally seeing Steward Wang, that green-robed outer sect disciple, they had no contact with other outer sect disciples. Even other servant disciples remained largely unfamiliar, maintaining closer ties only with nearby Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lulan. Seeing these 3 and other servant disciples, all at 2nd or 3rd layer of qi refinement capable of using 1 or 2 spells, old Taoist Li watched with envy in his eyes. One evening while eating his spirit rice ball, Han Yu felt certain. Daily spirit rice balls were a luxury even 3rd-layer servant disciples who'd farmed for years couldn't afford, let alone Han Yu using them solely to reach the 1st layer and complete his first energy cycle. With energy currents nearly fully gathered, today would mark his official entry into the 1st layer of qi refinement. Guided by the spirit rice ball's effects, new energy currents emerged and circulated within him. At a certain profound moment, Han Yu instinctively assumed a solemn expression as he crossed the threshold. In that instant, the currents connected seamlessly, flowing from bubbling spring to jade pillow, passing central mansion toward shining sea, stimulating a series of acupoints throughout his body in a complete cycle before converging at his dantian, condensing into a spiritual energy sea that continuously absorbed and released qi. This was the spiritual breath within. The 1st layer of qi refinement was achieved. With spiritual breath completing its cycle, it naturally began slowly transforming his mortal body, extending his lifespan by about a decade. Opening his eyes, Han Yu felt lighthearted with joy. He'd finally stepped onto the proper immortal cultivation path. Beyond the spiritual breath cycle, his entire musculature had also significantly strengthened. Focusing inward, Han Yu activated the blood qi technique old Taoist Li had taught him, confirming his enhanced vitality. He could now produce 2 essence blood portions without exhaustion. This meant he could potentially use the blood droplets technique twice consecutively, or even 3 times if pushing limits. Combined with his replication ability, that became 4 blood droplet uses. As he opened his eyes, "Ka, ka," sounded at his door. In high spirits, Han Yu rose and opened it to find the giant raven impatiently flying in to perch on his shoulder, scolding him for forgetting today's blood qi feeding. Han Yu laughed. "Got distracted by good news today, but here you go." The raven eagerly eyed the small jar of stallion essence blood in the corner. Picking it up, Han Yu felt its lightness. Only dregs remained. He turned accusingly. "You greedy black-feathered thief. That stallion blood was supposed to last me 2 years, yet you finished it in under 2 months. No wonder your feathers gleam so brightly now." Unrepentant, the raven stretched its neck to peck the last remnants clean before trying to escape. Han Yu grabbed its wing. Not so fast after eating all my supplies. Caw. The raven looked back, puzzled. Smiling, Han Yu tossed it 2 freshly condensed blood portions. Take these, and from now on, you're officially my raven. Though confused, the raven happily swallowed the offerings when it confirmed they were edible. Seizing the moment, Han Yu activated the spirit nurturing technique from his blood refinement art, fully binding the raven as his familiar. As the technique took effect, the raven's gaze grew increasingly affectionate, no longer merely seeing Han Yu as a food provider, but truly acknowledging him as master. Exhaling deeply, Han Yu concluded the ritual. He extended his arm, and the raven joyfully flew up to perch, its dozens of pounds weight substantial. Stroking its feathers, Han Yu found them bamboo hard, producing metallic rustling sounds when flicked with edges sharp enough to prick skin. Its jet-black eyes shone brilliantly, clearly no ordinary raven. Good bird. Henceforth, help me find cultivation resources to aid my immortal path. Caw, caw, caw. The raven happily agreed to serve its new master in the night. The large raven acknowledged Han Yu's words with a croak before preparing to fly away again. Han Yu suddenly remembered his low cultivation level and the sect's numerous rules. So he added more instructions. Only look for wild spirit herbs and fruits. Don't cause trouble by trespassing in other people's fields or the sect's medicine gardens. Also, when you come at night, try not to let others see you. Now that the raven recognized Han Yu as its master and had established a basic mental connection with him, understanding these words wasn't difficult. Its dark golden pupils reflected the young man's slender face as it tilted its head, let out another caw, and flew away. Watching the large black raven disappear into the darkness, Han Yu felt a surge of excitement. Steward Fong had said that someone like Han Yu, with 4 spiritual roots, might need 10 years to reach the 4th level of qi refining and enter the outer sect. Yet after just over a month of cultivation, Han Yu had already reached the 1st level of qi refining. It seemed unlikely he would need that much time to reach the 4th level. Moreover, as his cultivation improved, his body's vitality increased, making it easier to practice the refined blood technique and condense essence blood. According to the old Taoist words, reaching the 1st level of qi refining meant Han Yu had officially stepped onto the proper path of immortal cultivation. It was time to start learning spells. The green sprout qi cultivation technique contained 2 spells, wind riding and water control. Wind riding allowed one to run swiftly with wind at their feet or strike enemies by directing wind from their hands. The same basic technique Steward Wong had used to send the old Taoist flying and spitting blood. From what Han Yu had witnessed personally, the offensive power of wind riding seemed minimal. It would probably be more effective for running or escaping. The other spell, water control, allowed small amounts of water to be moved to desired locations after mastery. Han Yu thought for a moment, then looked at the water vat and buckets. These 2 spells would actually be perfect for watering the spirit fields. Wind riding would make carrying water faster, while water control would allow direct watering without the tedious scooping and pouring. Though eager to try after breaking through to the 1st level of qi refining, Han Yu had to restrain himself. The green sprout qi cultivation technique specified that he needed several days to stabilize his energy circulation before practicing spells. For the next 2 days, Han Yu didn't leave his dwelling. Each day, he ate a spirit rice ball to smoothly transition his newly breakthrough cultivation, gradually stabilizing his energy circulation. Once properly settled, he began practicing wind riding and water control. As predicted, his initial attempts at wind riding, forming hand seals, channeling energy, and shouting go, only created a small gust of wind indoors. Applied to his legs, though, it did make movement more effortless. Similarly, his first attempt at water control could only move a bucket of water about 3 meters. Hardly impressive. Ultimately, a spell's power depended on both mastery and the cultivator's own strength. For these spells to become truly useful, Han Yu needed more practice and higher cultivation. This realization made Han Yu unconsciously compare them to the refined blood technique, a pseudo-immortal method. While not part of proper immortal cultivation and lacking benefits like longevity or bodily harmony, its blood droplets and spirit-nurturing techniques were immediately practical and powerful even for beginners. Despite its drawbacks, its utility meant Hanyu saw no reason to abandon it completely. After reaching the first level of qi refining, Hanyu continued cultivating with spirit rice balls. Though still unimaginably luxurious for most servant disciples, his progress noticeably slowed compared to before. Hanyu wasn't anxious, though. After stabilizing his breakthrough, he focused on his daily spirit field work. With Steward Wang's bullying behavior toward servant disciples, Hanyu knew better than to reveal his true cultivation speed before having self-protection abilities. Several days later, the old Taoist arrived carrying a rabbit. "Kid, eaten yet?" "Not yet, Taoist uncle," Hanyu answered, coming outside. "Here, cook this and we'll eat together," the old Taoist said, tossing the rabbit to Hanyu. Hanyu hesitated. "Taoist uncle, I only know how to cook rice. I can't prepare dishes." The old Taoist looked surprised. "You've been eating plain rice for 2 months since joining?" When Hanyu nodded, the old Taoist grumbled. "I'm already bringing you food. Now I have to cook it too?" Rolling up the sleeves of his gray servant robe, he complained the whole time, but still prepared a stir-fried rabbit dish and a pot of rice. As they sat down to eat, the old Taoist eyed the crude wooden bowl and chopsticks Hanyu had carved himself with disapproval. The boy's craftsmanship was truly rough. "Arby's, kid, how's your cultivation progressing since we joined together?" the old Taoist asked between bites of rabbit. Hanyu glanced at him. "What about you, Taoist uncle?" "I sent Shi a month ago. Now I can feel a few strands obeying my guidance. Just need to persist until completing an energy cycle to reach the first level of qi refining," the old Taoist said. Hanyu nodded. "Same here." The old Taoist gave him a skeptical look. "You too?" "Yeah." The old Taoist suddenly looked relieved. "You too. That's good. Actually, there's no need to rush. The proper immortal path is supposed to be this difficult. Reaching the first level in about a year would already be good progress. By the way, kid, are you still practicing that blood energy technique?" Hanyu shook his head. "What about that raven I gave you?" the old Taoist pressed. "Don't know. Probably flew away," Hanyu replied. Following Hanyu's instructions, the raven now hid during daytime and avoided being seen, not cawing recklessly. Hanyu also didn't feed it blood energy every night, so outsiders wouldn't normally notice a pure black raven occasionally visiting after dark. Flying away is probably for the best. The old Taoist's eyes showed faint blood vessels as he hesitated. "Kid, what if we can't succeed on the proper cultivation path?" Before he could finish, footsteps approached from outside. The old Taoist immediately stopped talking and looked warily toward the door. Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lulan arrived at the doorway, all smiles. That aroma traveled far. "Junior brother Hanyu, you're quite the cook." Zhang Shan's voice arrived before he did. Hanyu and the old Taoist both stood to greet the trio. "Senior brother Zhang Shan, I didn't cook this. Taoist uncle prepared it," Hanyu said. More socially adept, the old Taoist explained with a smile. "Hanyu and I joined around the same time. Call it fate. I caught a rabbit today and came to share a meal. What brings you 3 here? Join us." No need, no need," Zhang Shan said cheerfully. "We came with good news. Lulan has broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Tomorrow, a few close friends are gathering to celebrate for her. We'd like you two to join us." "A celebration?" The old Taoist looked slightly embarrassed. "Hanyu and I just joined the sect. We're penniless and have no proper gifts to offer. Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Lulan laughed. "No problem. Your presence is gift enough. We don't care about presents." Only then did the old Taoist relax, though he couldn't hide his astonishment. "Lulan, you're only 16 and already at the 3rd level?" "Of course," Zhang Shan interjected. "With her triple spiritual roots, she's far more talented than us. In a few years, she'll be an outer sect senior sister." Hearing this, the old Taoist thought of his own age and spiritual roots. The envy in his eyes burned like a flickering flame, impossible to conceal. After Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan left with smiles on their faces, the old Taoist, Li's expression gradually darkened. He sighed and sat down at the table, having no appetite for the food. Young man, do you think a person's fate is predetermined by heaven? That girl Lu Lan has 3 spiritual roots, such excellent talent. She cultivates quickly and might even have hope of reaching foundation establishment someday. Even Steward Wang doesn't withhold her spirit rice harvest. At my age, with 5 spiritual roots, Steward Fong was absolutely right back then. If I follow the conventional path, I'll probably never enter the outer sect in this lifetime. At first, old Taoist Li was just complaining, but by the end, he suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his voice hoarse, his ugly face twisted with bloodshot eyes, clearly overcome with emotion. Han Yu tried to console him. Elderly, although we're only servant disciples, at least we have the chance to cultivate. That's much better than those servants without spiritual roots who have no hope at all. The rules of Wangu Valley had always been thus. Only geniuses with dual spiritual roots, or better, might be directly accepted as inner or outer sect disciples by elders. Those with 3, 4, or 5 spiritual roots, being of poorer aptitude, had to start as servant disciples. Disciples with 3 spiritual roots, being among the more talented servant disciples who cultivated quickly, were generally not bullied and would eventually become outer sect disciples. As for those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, that was harder to say. Easier said than done. Old Taoist Li clenched his fists and walked outside. I once rode horses freely, carefree in the martial world, seeking immortality my whole life. Was it all for this powerless existence? Having said this, he didn't speak further with Han Yu, striding away resolutely. Han Yu stared blankly at his retreating figure for a moment before lowering his head to continue eating. The rabbit meat Elderly had prepared was truly delicious. He wondered if he'd ever get to eat rabbit that had been properly bled like this again. The next day, Han Yu and old Taoist Li arrived outside Lu Lan's stone house. Beside Zhang Shan and Sun Kong, 2 other male disciples and a rather pretty female disciple had also come to celebrate with Lu Lan. Junior sister, Lu truly lives up to her 3 spiritual roots. She's undoubtedly a genius among us servant disciples. Indeed, it won't be long before we have to call her senior sister Lu. They congratulated Lu Lan, even bordering on flattery. Lu Lan was also quite happy, not being particularly serious or arrogant by nature, and cheerfully invited everyone to sit. Zhang Shan stepped forward and took out a spirit stone containing spiritual energy. Junior sister Lu, congratulations on reaching Qi Refinement 3rd layer. Just 1 step away from entering the outer sect. A small gift. Please accept it. A with grave. Lu Lan was pleasantly surprised. A spirit stone? Thank you so much, senior brother Zhang. Following Zhang Shan's lead, Sun Kong and the other 3 also presented gifts. Sun Kong gave 2 wind riding talismans, while the 2 other male servant disciples, having likely coordinated, each gave 2 jin of green sprout spirit rice. The pretty girl took out a jade hairpin. Junior sister Lu, I don't have anything particularly valuable, but this hairpin has 2 protective charm effects. I got it from Wangu Valley's green sprout market. Please take it. Lu Lan quickly stood up. Senior sister Wei, this is too precious. How could I accept something so valuable from you? We've been like sisters all this time. Why stand on ceremony? Just take it. Senior sister Wei stuffed the hairpin into Lu Lan's arms. Though Lu Lan kept saying she couldn't possibly accept it. Once she took it, she couldn't help but beam with joy as she examined it carefully, forgetting to attend to others. Senior sister Wei looked questioningly at old Taoist Li and Han Yu. This old young pair hadn't brought gifts? Zhang Shan explained with a smile. Li Quan and Han Yu have been here less than 2 months. They just came to offer congratulations. Senior sister Wei suddenly understood. Oh, the ones who entered with tokens. 1 with 4 spiritual roots, 1 with 5? Right, I've heard about them. Old Taoist Li and Han Yu nodded. Senior sister Wei didn't speak further with them, clearly considering them unpromising. As Lulan began hosting her guests, old Taoist Li, after some thought, excused himself, claiming other business. Since the others had brought nice gifts while they'd come empty-handed, it would be inappropriate to stay and freeload off Lulan's hospitality. Lulan and Zhongshan offered perfunctory farewells without moving, while Sun Kong, ever the honest one, escorted them outside Lulan's spirit fields. Senior brother Sun, Han Yu asked, "Can you draw talismans?" "Not at all." Those 2 wind-riding talismans were also exchanged at Green Sprout Market. They're the simplest, cheapest kind. Before Han Yu could ask further, old Taoist Li's eyes lit up eagerly. "Where is this Green Sprout Market? How do transactions work there?" Sun Kong smiled. "Go back and wait a while. After I finish celebrating with junior sister Lu, I'll come by and tell you about Green Sprout Market." Old Taoist Li and Han Yu returned to Han Yu's stone house to wait. Half a day later, a slightly tipsy Sun Kong indeed came and explained about the market. Wangu Valley had 100 to 200 inner sect disciples, nearly 1,000 outer sect disciples, 2,000 to 3,000 servant disciples, and about 1,000 non-cultivating servants scattered around the valley, not particularly crowded for cultivation purposes. But daily life needs and cultivation resource exchanges couldn't rely entirely on the sect's major and minor merit systems. While inner and outer sect disciples had better access, servant disciples and servants had few opportunities to exchange items within the sect. The market facilitated their survival. Moreover, since Wangu Valley assigned stewards to manage it, the market was orderly with abundant variety. Outer and inner sect disciples sometimes shopped there too, and even some external cultivators, unaffiliated row cultivators, would visit. The market is about 10 li east of Wangu Valley, generally considered under the valley's protection. It has all kinds of goods, talismans, pills, magical implements, formations, spirit herbs and fruits, etc. Some trade goods directly, while others use spirit stones or spirit rice. Prices in spirit rice or stones vary. At Wangu Valley's official Wangu Hall, prices are stable. Trading with others, you might score a bargain or get badly cheated. After Sun Kang's explanation, Han Yu and Old Taoist Li had a basic understanding of Green Sprout Market. Do those servants who can't cultivate also go to the market? Old Taoist Li asked. Sun Kong nodded. Yes, they're there too. Occasionally they acquire spiritual items or spirit rice to exchange for what they need. For them, it's like striking it rich overnight. Sometimes they sell themselves, their children, or mundane foods in game. Old Taoist Li seemed enlightened and smiled thoughtfully. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother Sun. Han Yu also expressed gratitude. Sun Kong laughed. We're fellow disciples. No need for such formality. In 4 months after your green sprout spirit rice harvest, I'll take you to the market to see what you can buy. Old Taoist Li sighed. After handing over 90% of our harvest and using some for cultivation, what would we have left to buy? Hearing this, Sun Kong sympathized but could offer no solution. This was precisely how Steward Wang exploited ordinary servant disciples. Being low status and under others' senior brother Sun, you must be close to breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, right? Han Yu asked as Sun Kong was about to leave. Mentioning this, Sun Kang's face lit up with anticipation. With enough spirit rice, I should break through in about 6 months. Oh, and in 1 month, our spirit fields will be ready for harvest. You can observe the harvesting process, then to gain some experience. After Sun Kong left, Han Yu remarked, Senior brother Sun is truly a kind-hearted person. I hope he breaks through smoothly and enters the outer sect soon. The old Taoist Li rasped in agreement. Not bad at all. Then, with a hint of envy, he's about to reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement, before hurriedly returning to his cultivation. Han Yu also inspected the spirit fields before beginning his own practice. He ate the replicated spirit rice ball, feeling the energy circulate through his meridians, bringing slight growth before finally gathering in the tiny spiritual seed within his dantian. Qi circulation began from the dantian and returned to it, flowing throughout the body. The minuscule gains ultimately returned to the Dantian. After one complete cycle, the spiritual energy from the rice ball was completely absorbed. Continuing cultivation relying solely on his 4 spiritual roots to gather scattered energy from the surroundings became significantly slower and less effective. One replicated spirit rice ball per day isn't enough, and my 4 spiritual root aptitude is indeed lacking. As Hanyu pondered this, he heard faint wing beats at the door. Opening it, the large glossy feathered crow flew in, followed by a normal-sized crow. Both birds stared at him silently. Hanyu chuckled. I asked you to find spirit herbs for me, and you went and found yourself a companion. The large crow cawed softly, Caw. You mean having help makes searching easier? Caw. Hanyu smiled. Fair point. No wonder you've had no results these past few days. Caw. The large crow protested indignantly before hopping aside. Hanyu condensed essence blood and used the spirit nurturing technique, transferring it to the new crow's mouth. Red mist slowly emerged from the crow's body before gradually receding. It then affectionately hopped onto Hanyu's shoulder, lightly pecking him in acknowledgement. Freshly converted by the spirit nurturing technique, it wasn't as intelligent as the original crow, instinctively showing only obedience. Hanyu patted the normal-sized crow before sending both out to search for spirit herbs. The next morning, after another field inspection revealed no pests or water issues, Hanyu prepared to return to cultivation. A passing woman called out, You're Hanyu, right? Stopping, Hanyu recognized the attractive senior sister Wei from Lulan's celebration. Yes, senior sister Wei, that's me. Young and with 4 spiritual roots isn't bad. You might enter the outer sects someday. She smiled. Would you like to visit? I can offer you some treats. New yes. Hanyu looked at her in surprise. Was she also kind-hearted? He hadn't noticed yesterday. Don't worry, she explained, seeing his hesitation. My family in the Southernly Kingdom has means. Exchanging worldly goods for cultivation resources is easy for me. I like forming good connections with promising juniors. Understanding his caution, she added, If you ever leave Wangu Valley on missions, showing slight consideration for our Wei family would make this worthwhile. Hanyu suddenly realized her intentions. Your family, the one with the Prime Minister in Southernly? Senior sister Wei brightened. You know. Wonderful. She grabbed his arm. Since we're both from Southernly, no need for formality. Come, let me host you. Feeling overwhelmed, Hanyu suggested. Li Quan, who entered with me, is also from Southernly. Should I invite him too? That 90-year-old with 5 spiritual roots? Senior sister Wei's mouth twitched slightly. But considering it wouldn't hurt to include one more person for good relations, she nodded. Hanyu called at the old Taoist door, but got no response. He seems to be out. Senior sister Wei, secretly pleased at saving one gift, said, What a shame. I'll host you alone today. Hanyu considered. Senior sister Wei, perhaps we could wait for Li Quan and visit together later? Her expression cooled noticeably before giving a terse nod. Fine. Then she quickly excused herself. While genuinely wanting connections, this junior was frustratingly hesitant. Among all the disciples she knew, he was the first to refuse benefits. Must I beg you repeatedly? Old Taoist, Li was unusually absent. Only at night did faint light briefly appear in his stone house. Hanyu called out, and the wary old man peered out. What? Old Taoist, senior sister Wei, invited me today to form connections. As Hanyu spoke, he noticed the old Taoist's unusually cold, deep-set eyes and tightly closed mouth, like a bloodthirsty animal restraining itself. When Hanyu finished, the old Taoist's predatory aura faded as he rasped. Foolish boy, take the free food and gifts. Why wait for me? We're companions from Southernly, and I had conflict with her 4th brother. Hanyu explained. Having you, there would be better. The old Taoist gaze softened slightly before laughing hoarsely. You foolish boy, fine, come in. Inside, Hanyu saw a bowl of thick essence blood emitting bloody vapor on the table. I went to Green Sprout Market today. The old Taoist made no attempt to hide it. Traded martial skills for money to buy blood nourishment. Old Taoist, you're practicing the blood refinement technique again? and my slow cultivation speed, I have no choice. His ugly face turned solemn. Practicing only the green sprout chi cultivation technique, I might die without progress. I must try alternatives. Though the blood refinement technique is pseudo-immortal cultivation, it's still a demonic path. Better than dying with regret from lack of progress. Little one, you still have a long life ahead, so you wouldn't understand this old Taoist worries. I'm over 90 years old now, barely clinging to life by consuming blood nourishment through the false immortal method of blood refinement technique. How many more years I have left, even I don't know. After living this long, I refuse to accept ending up with nothing. Inside the stone house, old Taoist shared his thoughts with Han Yu before raising a bowl of refined blood to his lips and gulping it down. His white hair and beard-framed lips stained a terrifying crimson. Though the sight was ghastly, Han Yu showed no fear, only caution. Old Taoist, you must be careful. Wangu Valley forbids practicing unauthorized cultivation methods, especially those related to demonic sects like this one. If discovered, it could cost your life. Old Taoist chuckled hoarsely. You have a kind heart, just like your grandmother. But if I don't practice the blood refinement technique, I might die even sooner. So I'll keep practicing. He continued, since you waited for me and refused that senior sister Wei's offer, I owe you compensation. I'll teach you the last of my skills. My martial arts are worthless to cultivators, just ordinary fighting techniques between mortals. But the blood refinement technique includes another spell called bloodthirsty art. It temporarily boosts strength by consuming blood essence, though you must prepare enough refined blood beforehand or replenish immediately after. Like blood droplets, only use this to save your life in emergencies. If any orthodox cultivation sect, like Wangu Valley, sees you using it, they'll hunt you down without mercy. Today, I'll teach you this technique. Han Yu was surprised. Old Taoist, you've been holding out on me. Old Taoist scoffed. How was I to know your character earlier? That I didn't kill you for your insolence, and still taught you anything was already for your grandmother's sake. Han Yu had no reply. He'd never met his grandmother since gaining consciousness, never expecting her memory would earn him such special treatment. After learning the bloodthirsty art, Han Yu returned to his stone house. Perhaps angered by his refusal, senior sister Wei stopped greeting him or inviting him over afterward. Han Yu found this a welcome relief. He would remember kind help like senior brother Sun Kang's and repay it someday. But favors like senior sister Wei's transactional goodwill just felt like debts owed. The difference was night and day. Accepting gifts without cause made him deeply uncomfortable. Han Yu spent his days alternating between patrolling the spirit fields and cultivating. One spirit rice ball daily helped his Dantian's spiritual energy seed grow slightly, though reaching the second layer of chi refining still seemed distant. Occasionally replicating refined blood for cultivation also strengthened his vitality. He could now easily condense 3 drops with energy to spare. After several feedings, the ravens grew more intelligent and vigorous. The fledgling's feathers smoothed, its flight speed increased, its body slightly enlarged. Perhaps because Wangu Valley had too many knowledgeable cultivators, the ravens searched for days without finding any unclaimed spirit herbs or fruits. Old Taoist visited the market every few days in secret, purchasing blood nourishment from non-cultivating servants to progress his blood refinement technique. Though his health improved, he became reclusive, avoiding even Zhang Shan, Sun Kang, and Lu Lan. Whenever Han Yu saw him, he noticed a bloodthirsty glint in the old man's eyes. This technique truly felt sinister. And this was just the false, immortal method practiced by blood slaves of demonic sects, not even proper demonic cultivation. Unlike old Taoist Li, Han Yu had never consumed external blood nourishment, only replicating his own refined blood, so he'd never experienced such symptoms. One morning, Han Yu was surprised to find many servant disciples meditating in the spirit fields, including Zhang Shan, Lu Lan, Sun Kang, and senior sister Wei. Senior brother Sun, why is everyone cultivating in the fields suddenly? Sun Kong explained, our green sprout spirit rice was planted around the same time, so harvest will begin in about 10 days. At this stage, the rice absorbs more spiritual energy, so meditating here slightly boosts cultivation speed. Moreover, the increased energy attracts more pests and rodents, so we must guard the fields constantly to ensure a successful harvest. Han Yu finally understood another aspect of spirit field cultivation. No wonder servant disciples progressed slowly, constantly distracted by these duties while receiving few cultivation resources naturally hindered their advancement. Though his 4 spiritual roots weren't exceptional, steady spirit rice supplies had let him reach the first layer of qi refining in under 2 months, a rare achievement. Soon Han Yu noticed a troubling trend. While pests attracted by the ripening rice weren't numerous, they threatened his fields. Insects were manageable. Palm-sized bugs could be driven off or killed with wind riding and water control spells. But the spirit-stealing mice were different. These rat-like creatures the size of wildcats had tough hides, burrowed rapidly, and couldn't be killed by basic spells. Only specialized techniques or sharp magical weapons could finish them off. After being driven away by Zhang Shan and Sun Kang's group, some mice left while others lurked nearby. Mouse holes began appearing around Han Yu and old Taoist Li's fields, forcing them to guard their plots. They couldn't afford to ignore this when yields below 50 gene per mu meant no rewards, and below 30 gene brought punishment. For 2 days, shouting scared the mice away. But soon they realized Han Yu, an old Taoist, Li lacked offensive spells and brazenly invaded their fields in broad daylight. With other disciples busy guarding their own plots, and Steward Wang being no help, the two could only chase the pests around helplessly, leaving old Taoist Li stomping in frustration. One late night, old Taoist Li came to Han Yu's door whispering excitedly, "Wake up, boy! A chance to earn spirit stones has come." An opportunity to earn spirit stones. Han Yu was puzzled. Old Li Taoist's ugly face, resembling a mule's, leaned closer as he lowered his voice. "Those beasts dare run wild before us. During daytime, we can't act openly, but at night, when no one's watching, shouldn't we slaughter them?" I inquired at the market district. These spirit-stealing mice aren't ordinary beasts. Each corpse can fetch 2 caddies of spirit rice. If we each kill several using blood droplets, we can exchange them for spirit rice or even spirit stones at the market. This could be our cultivation opportunity. Moreover, we'd be preventing these pests from damaging our spirit fields. Hearing this, Han Yu suddenly understood. This was indeed a solution. They couldn't just let these creatures destroy the green sprout spirit rice and face Steward Wang's punishment afterward. The two quietly entered the spirit fields where the mice were gnawing away. The faint chewing sounds seemed deafening to their ears, especially since it was the rice they'd personally planted that was being destroyed, fueling their rising anger. Under the moonlight, the mice's eyes glowed with a phosphorescent green, clearly visible amidst the fields. Having shown no fear of Han Yu and Old Li during daytime, they were even bolder at night. Old Li made calculations. There are 5 spirit-stealing mice in our fields. Tonight I can use blood droplets 3 times, while you can manage once. With good luck we might kill 4, otherwise 2 or 3. We could finish over 2 nights. Han Yu was surprised. So the old Taoist had consumed so much blood nourishment, yet his condensed essence blood was similar to mine, also at 3 droplets? Had my blood refinement technique progress caught up to his? "Let's try finishing tonight," Han Yu whispered after consideration. "I can barely condense a second blood droplet." Old Li turned his ugly face in surprise. "You brat actually have abundant blood energy. I wonder how you cultivate." But he didn't press further, quietly condensing a blood droplet and aiming at one mouse. The metal-piercing blood droplet followed his will, concealed by darkness as it penetrated a mouse's fur. The creature's glowing eyes extinguished instantly, a faint blood scent dispersing. Old Li rejoiced. 2 caddies of spirit rice. Then, sniffing the blood, he suddenly gulped and muttered, "This blood contains spiritual energy. If used as blood nourishment, wouldn't it surpass ordinary livestock?" Old Lee, let's kill the others before they notice, Hanyu reminded. Snapping out of it, Old Lee suppressed his urges. They stealthily searched for more mice, soon finding and killing a second, then a third. After the third kill, Old Lee said, "These 3 are mine. Kill the remaining 2 yourself, and bring them to me tomorrow. I'll exchange all 5 at the market." I must hurry back to Cultivate now. Unable to contain his drooling, he hastily carried the 3 fresh corpses back to his stone house. Hanyu was slightly surprised by Old Lee's sudden departure, but also relieved. With the old man gone, if his blood droplets missed, he could freely condense more. He could easily produce 3 essence blood droplets, barely manage a 4th, plus replicate once, allowing 5 blood droplet uses total. Such abnormal capability couldn't be revealed even to relatively close Old Lee. After Old Lee left, Hanyu checked both fields and was shocked to find 7 mice total, not 5, with 3 killed for remained, either newcomers or previously hidden ones. The blood droplets proved exceptionally effective. Once condensed, they followed his will precisely. The mice never expected the helpless daytime boy to possess fur-piercing magic. Hanyu's 4 attacks all hit perfectly. Back in his hut, he faced a dilemma. Giving all to Old Lee would expose his secret, but he had no alternative disposal method. Should he visit the market himself? While pondering, Hanyu noticed one mouse had circular patterns on its belly where the fur was unusually clean. Raised by someone? Alarm struck him. Were some spirits stealing mice domesticated? Who would raise them to steal nearly mature spirit rice? The mastermind couldn't be benevolent. Hastily grabbing the marked mouse, he went to Old Lee's house. Before he could speak upon knocking, Old Lee's bloodthirsty glare pinned him. Killed both. Old Lee gripped the doorframe, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot, barely restraining his bloodlust. Old Lee, something's wrong. Hanyu showed the marked mouse. Look, seeing the distinct belly patterns, Old Lee's bloodlust faded into shock and anger. These are raised mice. Someone's deliberately stealing our nearly ripe green sprout spirit rice. AO-base section. He frantically checked his 3 corpses, finding another with identical markings. 2 from the same breeder killed by us. Trouble. We've offended someone unknown. Old Lee gritted his teeth. Who could it be? Will they come for us? Hanyu thought, then advised. Worrying won't help. The spirit field area only has Steward Wong and 2 other outer disciples. If they raise these as outer disciples, they're far stronger than us and will come eventually. Old Lee shook his head. They're already wealthy. They wouldn't bother with such petty theft. Small spirit rice amounts mean little to them. Then we've nothing to fear, Hanyu continued. The highest cultivation among field workers is Qi refining 3rd layer. At 4th layer, they become outer disciples. Such workers have few techniques anyway. Worst case, we report to Steward Wong. He'd gladly catch rice thieves. Old Lee gradually calmed, praising. You remain composed in crisis. I was nearly panicked earlier. Impressive you thought of solutions. But our mouse-killing method can't be exposed. While we needn't worry now, we absolutely mustn't report to Steward Wong ourselves. That'd be suicide. Hanyu nodded, then asked, What about these mice? These 2 raised ones I'll keep for blood refinement practice, not for sale. Old Lee decided firmly. The rest will still exchange. The market's vast with many mice recently. It should be safe. Agreed. Hanyu handed over another mouse corpse. Old Lee nodded. Good. All 5 pests eliminated from our fields. The breeder has only himself to blame. Had his mice not invaded, we wouldn't have killed them. Hanyu returned to his simple stone house and barely had time to catch his breath when 2 crows, one large and one small, darted into the room like black lightning bolts. The larger crow landed steadily before Hanyu, then slightly lowered its glossy black head, gently opening its sharp beak. A green twig slowly slid out, bearing at its tip a dazzling blue fruit resembling a gemstone, about the size of a ripe loquat, so translucent it seemed capable of reflecting one's image. The blue fruit radiated spiritual energy, with wisps of mist-like aura swirling around it, while emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance that lifted one's spirits. At that moment, the smaller crow imitated the larger one, obediently lowering its head and spitting out another twig bearing an identical crystalline blue fruit. A glimmer of delight flashed in Han Yu's eyes as he carefully cradled both spirit fruits in his palms. "You found spirit fruits?" After examining them briefly, but unable to determine their purpose, he asked, "Do they have owners? Are they from the sect's medicinal garden?" In response to Han Yu's questions, both crows gently shook their heads in negation. "Are there more?" Han Yu inquired again. The crows continued shaking their heads, seemingly indicating these were all the treasures they could find. Han Yu wasn't disappointed. These two spirit fruits were already excellent finds. Regardless of their effects, even if unsuitable for his own cultivation, they could likely be exchanged for spirit rice or other resources. "Well done. Today, I'll reward you." As Han Yu spoke and prepared to condense blood energy to feed the crows, he hesitated. Having already used blood droplets 4 times, producing more essence blood was proving difficult. Just then, the larger crow hopped onto a spirit-stealing mouse corpse, looking at Han Yu expectantly while emitting a soft, pleading call. "Ka!" Since Han Yu had instructed them to stop making loud noises, it no longer cawed recklessly. Han Yu was surprised. "You want to eat this spirit-stealing mouse?" "Ka!" The large crow nodded with a light call. Seeing this, the smaller crow hurriedly jumped onto another mouse corpse, fearing it might miss out. Amused by their behavior, Han Yu chuckled. He had no way to handle these 2 spirit-stealing mice anyway, so giving them as rewards worked perfectly. "All right, they're yours. Take them away to eat." The 2 crows became visibly excited. The larger one grabbed a mouse, spread its wings and swayed side to side as if dancing, its talons tapping rhythmically like bamboo clappers. Yenges. The smaller one proved even more mischievous, deliberately tossing its mouse in the air before catching it steadily, then twirling its tail feathers at Han Yu in a circle. Watching this playful pair acting like children, Han Yu couldn't help but laugh. All right, off you go." The crows approached, gently pecking near Han Yu to show affection before each grabbing a mouse and flying away. About 2 hours later, the 2 crows returned swaying unsteadily like drunkards, their beaks stained with blood. After entering the house, they collapsed on the ground in deep sleep. Had eating the spirit-stealing mice caused problems? Though puzzled, Han Yu quickly gathered his tattered clothes from earlier, stuffing them haphazardly under his bed to form a crude nest where he placed the unconscious crows. At dawn the next day, Han Yu checked under his bed to find both crows still lying quietly in the nest, showing no signs of waking. He couldn't tell whether this was good or bad. If they really died from eating the mice, finding new helpers through spirit nurturing would be troublesome. As usual, he went out to inspect his spirit fields. Old Taoist, Li was already gone, likely having left early for Green Sprout Market to exchange the spirit-stealing mice for spirit rice. Having been to the market multiple times, he knew the route well. Han Yu, feeling his cultivation was too low with nothing impressive to offer and focused on training, hadn't visited Green Sprout Market even once. After circling his fields without finding new spirit-stealing mice, Han Yu felt rather pleased. He then headed toward the fields of Zhongshan, Sun Kong, and Lulan. Lulan was meditating in her field while holding the spirit stone Zhongshan had given her to boost cultivation speed. Given her spiritual roots and age, having recently broken through to Qi refining 3rd layer, she was in prime cultivation time, clearly not to be disturbed. Zhongshan wasn't cultivating, but stood in his field frowning at the crops, seemingly deep in thought. "Senior brother Zhang. Junior brother Han, you're up? Those spirit-stealing mice have been rampant lately. Yesterday, I saw you and Li Quan chasing them around." Zhongshan remarked. Han Yu nodded. "Right. Those pests bully us for not knowing spells. They only leave when we drive them away with sticks. Otherwise, they won't budge. Nasty creatures." Zhongshan's gaze held a probing quality. "Same today?" "Not today. I checked around and didn't find any," Zhongshan commented. "Perhaps they cause trouble at night, and aren't active during daytime now. Or maybe they've moved to others' fields. Next time you plant, try coordinating with our schedule better. That way we won't all need to drive away pests and mice twice. Hanyu nodded again. Understood, senior brother Zhang. Whenever green sprout spirit rice neared maturity, it attracted pests and rodents. If planting times kept differing, the infestations would negatively affect neighboring fields. Synchronized planting and harvesting would save everyone effort. Hanyu considered asking Zhang Shan about the spirit fruits. He was knowledgeable and sociable, clearly more so than Sun Kong or Lulan. But remembering old Taoist Li's warning that Zhang Shan promised much but delivered little, Hanyu dismissed the idea. Just then, Zhang Shan suddenly asked, "Junior brother Han, do you know why Li Quan went out early with that basket on his back?" Hanyu glanced at Zhang Shan in surprise. The question seemed abrupt. Worker disciples generally didn't pry into each other's movements or private affairs. Why was he asking about old Taoist Li's whereabouts? Though suspicious, Hanyu feigned ignorance. Taoist Li went out? I thought he was cultivating a home. Zhang Shan smiled knowingly. Right? You wouldn't know. Junior brother Han, we're all fellow disciples. Why do you call Li Quan Taoist Li? Did you know each other before joining Wangu Valley? We met on the way to Wangu Valley, Hanyu replied. Taoist Li taught me many things. As fellow disciples, you shouldn't address him that way. If Steward Wang hears, it might cause trouble. After this remark, Zhang Shan returned to his field and sat down to cultivate, though his slightly furrowed brow suggested lingering dissatisfaction. Suspicious of Zhang Shan's interest in old Taoist Li's affairs, Hanyu abandoned any thought of asking about the spirit fruits and headed towards Sun Kang's field. Sun Kang had just finished cultivating and greeted Hanyu with a smile. Junior brother Han, how's the rodent situation in your fields today? Hearing Sun Kang's words, Hanyu thought to himself that senior brother Sun was indeed warm-hearted and trustworthy. Not necessary for now, senior brother Sunday. When I came today, I didn't find any spirit-stealing mice in the spirit fields. Perhaps they've already left. Let's hope they don't return. Otherwise, with your and Li Quan's situation, dealing with those beasts would be truly difficult, Sun Kang remarked. Hanyu hesitated slightly before asking, Senior brother Sun, I've been feeling my cultivation progress slowing recently and wanted to find something to aid my practice. Do you know where I might look? Sun Kang couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother Han, every worker disciple has thought about this question at some point. When cultivation slows down, when daily hardships yield little progress, and without spirit rice to support us, who hasn't dreamed of obtaining spiritual herbs to boost their cultivation and enter the outer sect in one leap? But those who actually achieve this wish are few and far between. Take me, for example. If I knew where to find spiritual herbs that could help me break through to chi refining third or even fourth layer, wouldn't I be guarding that spot day and night? It's just that our Wangu Valley is already an immortal cultivation sect, and among the 5 sects of the southern region, we place the most emphasis on spiritual herbs and plants. The sect has thoroughly searched the areas around us for all types of spiritual herbs without missing anything. Trying to find spiritual herbs on your own to improve your cultivation is harder than finding hair on a bald man's head. Hearing this, Hanyu suddenly understood. No wonder his crows had only found 2 spirit fruits after days of searching. It turned out Wangu Valley had already conducted specialized searches. For a worker disciple to coincidentally pick spirit fruits by relying solely on their own abilities was nearly impossible. Then, Senior Brother Sun, are there any common spiritual herbs near our Wangu Valley? Hanyu asked again, making Sun Kang chuckle. I knew you wouldn't give up so easily. To be honest, every worker disciple has had this fantasy before, including me. I've embarrassed myself before Senior Brother. Sun Kang waved his hand. No matter. Since I've almost reached my spiritual root absorption limit in today's cultivation, I'll tell you about several common spirit fruits you might encounter. This absorption limit was something Hanyu had gradually come to understand recently. The difference between spiritual roots lay precisely here. A slightly inferior spiritual root didn't just mean slower absorption of spiritual energy and reduced effects when circulating cultivation techniques. Even the effects of consuming spiritual herbs and pills would be noticeably worse. Even with equal spiritual energy and equally abundant resources, better spiritual roots could contain more spiritual energy and cultivate faster, while worse ones could hold less. This was determined by one's innate cultivation aptitude and was nearly impossible to change. Of course, in most cases, worker disciples didn't reach their absorption limit. They were usually short on cultivation resources. For someone like Sun Kong, who had some savings and could take advantage of the spiritual energy before the green sprout spirit rice matured, this rare period of being full and reaching the absorption limit only came once a year. Next, Sun Kong shared his knowledge of spiritual herbs with Han Yu based on his several years of experience in the sect and numerous visits to the market district. For us worker disciples, apart from the green sprout spirit rice we grow, the spiritual herbs we might encounter are mostly at the qi refining level. Things like jade root grass, yellow star fruit, and origin spirit mushroom. They're all quite helpful for improving our cultivation. A with graven beta. Oh, there's also spirit bloodvine. It's not very useful for our cultivation, but extremely beneficial for mortals. Just a small section can make their qi and blood overflow, allowing them to lift hundreds of pounds. Eating a bit more might actually burst them to death. So they call it snake bloodvine and claim it's highly poisonous. Sun Kong cheerfully shared these anecdotes with Han Yu. As Han Yu listened, he memorized all this information while noting there was no mention of the blue spirit fruit he had obtained. Senior brother's son, are there any others? After some thought, Sun Kong recalled 3 more spiritual items. There's also crimson heart bamboo. Its interior is like red iron and quite hard, used as refining material. Then there's the banana leaves commonly used by our outer sect disciples, harvested from the sect's spirit banana trees and refined, then exchanged by disciples using merit points as flying tools. Oh, I once saw a kind of fruit at the market that looked like blue jade, about the size of a finger. I heard it's called mystic heart fruit. It can clear one's mind and is beneficial for practicing spells, alchemy, talisman making, and artifact forging. Its effect on increasing cultivation is similar to the origin spirit mushroom. Hearing this, Han Yu felt a flicker of joy in his heart. The color and size matched. The spirit fruit his crows had brought back was actually called mystic heart fruit. Can these spirit fruits be eaten directly? Eating them directly is a bit wasteful. If we worker disciples really get the chance to obtain spiritual herbs or items, exchanging them for spirit rice at the market district to cultivate gradually is the most valuable method. Han Yu thought to himself, in that case, wouldn't it be even better for me to gradually consume the mystic heart fruits? With this thought, he became eager to try. After chatting a bit more with Sun Kong and asking some additional questions, Han Yu returned to his stone house in the spirit fields. The 2 crows were still sound asleep in their little nest under the bed. Han Yu took out the blue, crystal-clear mystic heart fruit, surrounded by spiritual energy and emitting a fragrant aroma. Just a slight sniff cleared his mind. With 2 mystic heart fruits, Han Yu swallowed 1 whole, immediately feeling the fruit melt in his mouth like a stream of cool water rushing straight to his dantian. At the same time, his mind felt as if placed in a clear spring, becoming unprecedentedly light and agile. It truly was the mystic heart fruit. The cultivation boost from this spirit fruit was many times greater than that from spirit rice balls. Han Yu immediately began cycling his energy. After 3 full cycles, he felt he had reached today's spiritual root absorption limit, with obvious growth in the spiritual seed within his dantian, but the medicinal power from the mystic heart fruit still remained in his body, slowly dissipating. Han Yu could still cultivate for 2 more days using the mystic heart fruit's power. Ned. So, this was how it worked. If Han Yu didn't have more mystic heart fruits, the optimal cultivation effect from 1 fruit would only last 3 days, truly far inferior to exchanging it for spirit rice to progress gradually over time. Fortunately, Han Yu didn't need to consider this problem. Since he still had 1 mystic heart fruit in hand, he He could ensure an endless supply for himself. The only slight flaw was that his four-element spiritual root aptitude was indeed too poor, with daily limits on spiritual energy and medicinal power absorption. Hanyu could only push his cultivation as far as possible while improving himself through other means. The mystic heart fruit had another benefit. It aided in practicing spells, artifact forging, alchemy, and talisman making. Hanyu tried practicing wind riding and water control while his mind was clear. After practicing, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Originally thinking these two spells were just for making work in the spirit fields more convenient, as he gradually mastered them through practice, Hanyu began to appreciate the wonder of spells. Though basic if applied properly, these two spells weren't limited to just farming spirit fields. From morning until afternoon, Hanyu practiced continuously, bringing two fingers together and circulating spiritual breath from his dantian. He commanded, "Go!" A fierce wind arose within the house. Then, waving his fingers like a sword, the wind instantly calmed. Just as he was about to practice his water control technique, once more, footsteps sounded outside. "Kick, old Taoist." Li had returned. Hanyu opened the door and froze in surprise. Old man Li's gray robe was stained with blood, his expression haggard with sunken eyes, looking even more disheveled than usual. "Old Taoist, what happened to you?" "Ran into some penniless bandits," Old man Li said angrily. "The moment I exchanged 3 spirit-stealing mice for 6 pounds of spiritual rice, some unscrupulous fellows tried to rob me." Hanyu grew even more astonished. Who would do such a thing? Worker disciples? No, it was a rogue cultivator from Green Sprout Market without any sect affiliation, accompanied by 2 martial artists. I'd previously bought game hunted by mortals, which probably drew their attention. They must have thought me weak, so when they saw me with spiritual rice this time, they tried to ambush me outside the market. I knew Green Sprout Market wasn't completely safe, but never imagined even a pauper like me could attract robbers. What terrible luck! Grumbling, Old man Li tossed Hanyu a small cloth bag containing 4 pounds of spiritual rice. "Here, 2 spirit-stealing mice for 4 pounds of rice." After accepting it, Hanyu set the rice aside and asked, "Old Taoist, how did you escape? Those 3 people. Killed them all," Old man Li declared with murderous intensity. They didn't expect an old wanderer like me to know both martial arts and spells like blood droplets and bloodthirsty art. It took some effort to finish them off, but all I got was some mortal gold and silver. Nothing valuable. Hanyu thought that was to be expected. A rogue cultivator without sect affiliation who resorted to stealing rice must have been utterly destitute. Didn't even get his cultivation method? Nothing. Old man Li shook his head. Just like how we keep our sect's jade slip transmission method hidden, those rogue cultivators guard their techniques like family heirlooms. He suddenly clicked his tongue regretfully. What a shame it was so close to Green Sprout Market. Hanyu's heart skipped a beat at these words. Could old Taoist actually be considering? Old man Li seemed to realize his slip of tongue. Using beast blood essence for cultivation was one thing, but once human blood entered the equation, their relationship would never be the same. He quickly changed the subject. Did anyone come asking about spirit-stealing mice today? If so, they were likely the ones breeding them. Hanyu replied, "After finding no mice in the spirit fields, I spent half the day cultivating. I truly don't know if anyone visited. Young man, now we'll never find out who's raising those pests." Exhausted, Old man Li hurried back to his stone house to replenish his blood essence. After he left, Hanyu practiced some spells, remembering he hadn't used today's replication ability yet. With his spiritual energy reaching the limit of his 4 spiritual roots capacity, he decided to replicate some blood essence for extra security. Condensing blood essence, he performed the replication. Yet even after finishing cultivation, he remained seated. The mystic heart fruit's mind-clearing effects persisted, allowing him to perceive things with unusual clarity. The replication ability in his right hand undoubtedly came from that scorching round stone he'd found. With sufficient cultivation, he might truly master this miraculous object rather than just mechanically replicating items. Moreover, as his cultivation grew, so did his replication capacity, something previously too subtle to notice, but now apparent thanks to the fruit's effects. He showed some objects, like Wangu Valley tokens, neither aided cultivation nor served much purpose while consuming substantial replication energy, clearly not worth regular use. Among useful items like spiritual rice balls, blood essence, and mystic heart fruits, there were still efficacy differences requiring careful comparison. As these realizations crystallized in his mind, Hanyu gained deeper appreciation for spiritual medicines and fruits. Before consuming the mystic heart fruit, he'd never have considered matters so thoroughly or clearly. This mystic heart fruit truly lives up to its name as spiritual medicine. So many marvelous uses. With nothing else to do, Hanyu patiently continued spell practice. Thanks to the fruit, each practice session showed noticeable progress, creating an almost intoxicating sensation. Night fell unnoticed until strange sounds came from inside the house. Turning, Hanyu saw two crows, one large, one small, crawling out from under the bed, now awake. Their dark golden eyes gleamed with intelligence, feathers tightly packed and black as wrought iron. Most remarkably, they now carried traces of spiritual energy. Hanyu's face lit up. "You've developed spiritual energy?" "Caw, caw, caw." The crows nodded in response. Delighted, Hanyu exclaimed, "Excellent. Just as I began proper cultivation through the false immortal method of blood refinement technique, you've progressed from consuming blood essence to developing spiritual energy, no longer mere mortal birds. You're keeping pace with your master." He then asked, "Now that you have spiritual energy, what changes do you feel? You must be stronger." At this, both crows spread their wings and extended their claws, practically preening with "Look what we can do, master" pride. Hanyu couldn't help but laugh. These two rascals behaved like 6- or 7-year-old children. Kneeling to examine their feathers and claws, Hanyu's eyebrows rose in surprise. Previously transformed by blood essence, their bamboo-hard feathers and human-like intelligence already surpassed ordinary birds. Now, their feathers resembled black iron, claws like tempered steel, so sturdy they rang metallic when flicked. Just visually, these crows had grown significantly stronger. With such feathers and claws, their self-defense capabilities improved dramatically, increasing chances of finding more spiritual fruits. If they consumed more spirit-infused insects or spirit-stealing mice, they'd likely grow even stronger. Testing them with wood planks and stones, Hanyu found they could easily pierce wood but still couldn't break stone, their strikes producing metallic clinks against rock. After some thought, Hanyu sent them to test their skills outside, opening the door for them to hunt mice in the spirit fields. The crows took flight. Soon after, the large crow returned with a captured mouse, while the smaller one came back soiled and empty-handed. The size difference probably accounted for their varying success. Examining the caught mouse, Hanyu's face darkened at the familiar circular patterns on its belly. Another bred mouse? Though the breeder remained unknown, this feud kept escalating. Forget it. There was never any possibility of reconciliation with that rat keeper anyway. Offending more people didn't matter now. Having reached this conclusion, Hanyu didn't hesitate further and spoke to the two crows, one large and one small. "Take these spirit-stealing mice and eat them." The two crows immediately began hopping excitedly in the cramped, crude stone house. The large crow grabbed a mouse and flew out, followed closely by the smaller one, both disappearing into the night sky. Hanyu smiled faintly, thinking that from now on, he only needed to occasionally use essence blood and spirit nurturing to strengthen his bond with the crows. No longer would he need to constantly expend his blood energy. The crows hunting spirit-stealing mice and spirit energy-rich insects would actually be more beneficial for their growth. These two crows might prove even more useful in the future. The next morning, Hanyu saw Old Man Li, who appeared to have returned to normal, yesterday's disheveled state after returning from Green Sprout Market, seeming like just an illusion. The essence blood from the spirit-stealing mice had clearly been very effective, making up for Old Man Li's blood energy loss and temporarily satisfying the bloodthirsty cravings induced by the blood refinement technique. As they inspected the spirit fields and found no new spirit-stealing mice, their moods improved considerably. The crops in these fields represented their harvest, directly related to the cultivation resources they'd have available. Junior brothers, our green sprout spirit rice is ripening recently. Have you had any pest or rodent problems in your fields? Senior Sister Wei walked over with a smile and asked this question. Han Yu and Old Man Li both stiffened internally. Could she be the one raising the spirit-stealing mice? Why else would she come asking like this? As they hesitated over how to respond, Senior Sister Wei continued. You junior brothers may not know this, but whenever green sprout spirit rice matures, it naturally gathers spiritual energy, which makes the rice plump and spiritually enriched. This always attracts pests and rodents, and immature fields inevitably suffer damage. You've been lucky this time. The other junior brothers have thoroughly driven away the pests and rodents. I see your fields have none either. But next time, your luck may not hold. What did that mean? The threat? Old Man Li and Han Yu both wondered. Unexpectedly, Senior Sister Wei changed tack, smiling as she said, So next time, when planting spirit fields, you should plant together with us. It'll be more convenient, with everyone looking out for each other. I know a very experienced worker disciple who can help you catch pests and rodents then. It'll only cost some spirit rice. Very affordable. Han Yu and Old Man Li nodded in agreement. After Senior Sister Wei left, Old Man Li transmitted a hoarse whisper to Han Yu's ear. Seems it might not be her after all. Han Yu nodded without speaking. Then he asked Old Man Li, Elderly, how did you transmit your voice just now? Is that a spell too? Just a minor trick from my wandering days, Old Man Li replied. I can teach you when we have time. As they prepared to leave, Zhang Shan approached with a frown. Junior brothers Han and Li, have you seen any spirit-stealing mice in your fields recently? These past 2 days, I haven't spotted any at all. Han Yu and Old Man Li both froze momentarily. They both shook their heads, claiming ignorance. Zhang Shan clearly hadn't expected them to know anything anyway, having asked casually before frowning and hurrying off again. Nigerian Irabis. After he left, Old Man Li again whispered, I think Brother Zhang is suspicious too. Now that I think about it, that spirit stone he gave Lu Lan was unusually generous. Worker disciples clung desperately to every cultivation resource they could get. Why would Zhongshan willingly give away a spirit stone equivalent to 4 or 5 pounds of spirit rice? Han Yu suddenly understood and grew more vigilant internally. While Wangu Valley represented the proper path of immortal cultivation, that didn't mean there was no conflict here. If even this always warm and polite senior brother Zhongshan harbored ulterior motives, how many among these seemingly peaceful worker disciples who weren't allowed to fight privately could truly be trusted? Returning to his stone house, Han Yu refined the remaining medicinal power of the mystic heart fruit. The spiritual seed in his dantian grew again, reaching today's absorption limit. Next he practiced spells, becoming increasingly proficient until he showed signs of true mastery. Finally, he replicated more essence blood to increase his blood energy and self-defense capabilities. While the blood refinement technique wasn't the proper cultivation path, its ability to release blood droplets as sharp attacks gave him better self-defense than ordinary first or second layer chi refining worker disciples in Wangu Valley. Of course, without his ability to replicate his own essence blood, the bloodthirsty impulses and need for blood nourishment from the blood refinement technique would have made it too dangerous to continue practicing. Only his unique circumstances allowed him to keep cultivating this way. After another day of cultivation, Han Yu began replicating again. Heat surged in his right hand as angular outlines faintly appeared. Following his will, a mystic heart fruit materialized in his embrace. Han Yu took out the fruit, feeling even more excited. This time during replication, he could clearly sense some special treasure stored in his right hand, and distinctly feel he could arrange replicated items anywhere around his body for concealment. More excitingly, Han Yu realized his replication ability could produce one mystic heart fruit per day, confirming his earlier speculation that different items had varying replication difficulties. As his strength increased, so would his ability to use the treasure in his right hand, allowing him to replicate more. It definitely wouldn't remain limited to just a clump of spirit rice or a drop of essence blood. Having verified his theories, Han Yu happily consumed another mystic heart fruit and continued cultivating. With ample mystic heart fruits, he was confident he could master the wind riding and water control spells beyond most worker disciples in the spirit fields within a month. He also believed he could push his cultivation speed to the limit of his 4 spiritual roots potential, quickly reaching Qi refining second layer. 2 days later, Steward Wang arrived with 2 other outer sect disciples to oversee Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, Lu Lan, Senior Sister Wei, and others harvesting the green sprout spirit rice. Under the supervision of these 3 spirit field managers, the workers harvested their rice within a day and submitted it. Based on their harvests, Steward Wang made assignments and publicly announced, Zhang Shan, 52 pounds of green sprout spirit rice per acre. 80% collected, 20% retained. You keep 52 pounds. 5 minor merits recorded. Zhang Shan remained frowning, showing little joy. Sun Kong, 51 pounds per acre. 80% collected, 20% retained. You keep 51 pounds. 5 minor merits recorded. Sun Kong beamed with pleasure. Clearly with this rice, he stood better chances of breaking through to Qi refining third layer. Lu Lan, 47 pounds per acre. Fully submitted, none retained. 2 minor merits recorded. Lu Lan's face immediately fell, tears welling up as she nearly cried on the spot. Wei Kunyi, 60 pounds per acre. 80% collected, 20% retained. 5 minor merits recorded. You keep 60 pounds. Senior Sister Wei stepped forward smiling, giving a slight bow as she said sweetly, Many thanks for Steward Wang's care and support. Without your hard work and effort, how could we enjoy such good fortune? Steward Wang stared at her and smiled inexplicably. Junior Sister Wei, well done. Then his face hardened again as he loudly announced the other worker disciples' harvests. This time, those with better harvests received over 50 pounds of spirit rice, while poorer ones below 50 pounds per acre got 2 minor merits without punishment. No one harvested below 30 pounds to warrant penalties. After finishing the announcements, Steward Wang clasped his hands behind his back and said, There are some other matters I'll take this opportunity to announce. Listen carefully and remember them well. The worker disciples stood silently, listening to Steward Wang's impatient and irritable voice. The first matter concerns clearing the spirit fields. In recent months, 2 more worker disciples have met misfortune in the spirit fields. One was Wang Fuge, with 5 spirit root aptitude, who died of old age and illness. His sect contribution points were exhausted, leaving only his son and daughter behind. Since there was no remaining legacy for his descendants, and neither child possessed spiritual root aptitude, they cannot remain in Wangu Valley. They are to be expelled and the spirit field reclaimed. The other was Ling Hui, also with 5 spirit root aptitude, who privately left the spirit field for 2 months without returning, causing the fields to become barren. The field is reclaimed, and outer sect disciples have accepted the mission to investigate. If she has behaved properly without transmitting cultivation techniques, she will merely have her cultivation crippled and be expelled to live as a mortal. If she has spread the techniques, all involved will be executed. After finishing these announcements, Steward Wang looked satisfied at the silent crowd. Remember this, although Wangu Valley is generous and rarely engages in slaughter, we are not some charity house. You worker disciples must either cultivate to outer sect status or exchange minor merits to learn combat spells precisely, so you can focus on farming and cultivation without wild ambitions. Take that Wang Fugue. With poor innate talent, he wasted his meager spiritual rice earnings on women instead of self-improvement. He never progressed beyond Qi refining second layer in his lifetime, leaving his children to suffer before dying of old age and illness. isn't such a worthless existence. Laughable, though Steward Wong was generally unpleasant, his words contained some truth. Worker disciples who neglected cultivation to pursue pleasures like women were cutting off their own already difficult path to advancement. After more scolding, Steward Wong continued. Another matter, traces of demonic cultivators from the Demon Blood sect have appeared near Green Sprout Market. Intersect disciples have already taken missions to patrol the market area. With your pitiful cultivation levels, encountering Demon Blood sect cultivators would mean certain death. Unless absolutely necessary, do not visit Green Sprout Market. Even if you don't meet demonic cultivators, if our Wangu Valley's intersect disciples detain you during patrols, I won't intervene to bring you back. At that point, whether you live or die depends entirely on your own fortune. Hanyu listened without showing any reaction. Beside him, Oldly tensed slightly, clearly nervous. Only after Steward Wong impatiently concluded and left with two outer sect disciples carrying spiritual rice did Hanyu and Oldly exchange glances. Before they could speak, they were distracted by cries, sobs, and cheerful conversations coming from various directions. Wang Fugui's children, unwilling to be expelled from Wangu Valley, knelt begging desperately, their wails growing fainter as they were taken away. Lu Lan, who had recently broken through to Qi refining third layer, had been overjoyed until discovering this year's spiritual rice harvest fell short. With all rice confiscated, her cultivation resources would become scarce. As soon as Steward Wang left, she began weeping quietly while Zhang Shan and Sun Kong comforted her. If only we'd saved 10 caddies of spiritual rice for emergencies to supplement this year's harvest, Zhang Shan said. You'd have to repay the 10 caddies, but earning minor merits while getting 50 caddies would have been more worthwhile. Lu Lan sniffled. Previous harvests always yielded over 50 caddies. I wasn't lazy this year, either. I just focused more on breaking through to Qi refining third layer, which took some extra time. Who could have predicted this sudden inspection? If I'd been prepared, I wouldn't be in this miserable situation. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth as if making a decision. If there's no other way, junior sister Lu, you can borrow my spiritual rice for cultivation. Lu Lan looked at him in shocked gratitude. But what about your own cultivation? With your superior spiritual root aptitude, you'll surely have a bright future. When you enter the outer sect, just don't forget this senior brother. Lu Lan immediately nodded. I'll never forget senior brother's kindness. Sun Kong stood nearby, opening and closing his mouth without speaking. Hanyu watched calmly without comment. It was telling that the usually generous Sun Kong couldn't bring himself to share precious cultivation rice, while the typically insincere Zhang Shan was supporting Lu Lan so wholeheartedly. Considering Zhang Shan might be the one raising spirit-stealing mice, the situation held subtle complexities. Meanwhile, senior sister Wei couldn't bask in attention from 5 or 6 worker disciples, some congratulating her on her harvest, others humbly seeking farming advice. For now, she enjoyed her moment of glory, which had nothing to do with Hanyu or Oldly. The two returned to their stone houses to cultivate without even discussing the demon blood sect situation, whether real demonic cultivators had appeared, or if traces from Oldly killing that rogue cultivator had been misinterpreted as demonic activity. Their silence spoke volumes. That night, Hanyu cultivated as usual, first refining mystic heart fruit's medicinal properties, then practicing spells, and finally replicating essence blood to enhance his vitality. Feeling progress in cultivation, spells, and blood essence, his mind settled peacefully. The day's events replayed in his mind, especially the cries of Wang Fugui's orphan children serving as a sobering warning. Hanyu's determination to cultivate grew stronger. Immortality through cultivation was the true path, all else mere distractions. A soft sound at the window announced the arrival of his 2 crows. Seeing they'd returned empty-handed, Hanyu wasn't concerned. He simply comforted them and asked if they'd eaten. Both large crow and small crow nodded. With their sharp talons and iron like feathers, plus unrestricted movement, hunting came easily. Pleased by their increasing spiritual energy, Hanyu imagined them eventually evolving from ordinary creatures into ranked magical beasts capable of spell casting, valuable allies for both treasure-seeking and combat. After affectionate moments with their master, the crows flew off again. Hanyu stood at the window, gazing at the night sky, until movement caught his eye, a graceful figure passing his spirit field towards Steward Wang's residence. Senior Sister Wei. Hanyu withdrew his gaze and retired. This scene differed little from Wang Fugui's fate before his decline. At dawn, Hanyu inspected his fields before resuming cultivation. In following days, he focused solely on field maintenance and self-improvement, consuming a mystic heart fruit every 3 days. As the spiritual seed in his dantian grew daily, he mastered both wind riding and water control spells to instinctive levels. Secret nighttime tests revealed his wind riding was more precise and powerful than other worker disciples, faster and stronger, now comparable to when Steward Wang casually bloodied Old Li with a strike. His water control also showed superior precision and range per unit of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Hanyu continued replicating essence blood. As his total blood energy increased, so did the amount he could condense. 4 drops, 5 drops, 6 drops. After about a month, Hanyu could condense 9 drops of essence blood. This abundant blood energy filled his body with vitality. Though outwardly unremarkable, he'd quietly become after refining 9 drops of vital blood essence. Hanyu made a discovery. The blood refinement technique seemed to have reached a dead end. This blood condensing method, which focused on consolidating blood energy, had been repeatedly called a false immortal path rather than proper cultivation by old Taoist Li. Reaching 9 drops of blood essence appeared to confirm this claim. The blood refinement technique didn't even provide the next meridian cycle pathway, making it impossible to break through to the first layer of qi refining and form a complete energy cycle. Hanyu wasn't particularly anxious about this. After all, his cultivation primarily relied on Wangu Valley's green sprout qi cultivation technique. He was still absorbing the mystic heart fruit's medicinal properties daily. In another month or so, when the spiritual seed in his dantian began to sprout, he would reach the second layer of qi refining. Thus, Hanyu made steady progress in his cultivation every day without the urgent desperation that had driven old Taoist Li to take the unorthodox path. Speaking of which, how far had old Taoist Li progressed in his cultivation during their time apart? The next day, after inspecting the spirit fields, Hanyu stopped and waited for old Taoist Li, who was making his rounds. "Little one, are you looking for me?" Old Taoist Li's voice was hoarse and low as he approached slowly. Hanyu noticed his bloodshot eyes with a faint reddish glow, clear signs he was still nourishing the blood refinement technique with blood nourishment. Judging by appearance alone, his blood energy didn't seem abundant, suggesting he was still some distance from achieving 9 drops of vital blood essence. "Elder Taoist, is Green Sprout Market accessible now?" Hanyu asked about another matter. "Yes, it's open again." The demonic cultivators weren't found, and the inner sect disciples withdrew their patrols after a month. Old Taoist Li replied. "Do you want to go to Green Sprout Market too, boy?" Hanyu thought for a moment before nodding. His progress in spell cultivation had plateaued in the short term. The Mystic Heart Fruit's mind-clearing effects had already helped him master wind riding and water control to their current limits. As for the blood refinement technique, there was no path forward. The next step after condensing blood essence should be forming energy cycles, but the corresponding techniques were missing. Therefore, aside from absorbing the Mystic Heart Fruit's properties, Hanyu needed to broaden his knowledge, learn more cultivation fundamentals, and acquire other methods to boost his self-preservation capabilities. "Very well. Come with me tomorrow." Old Taoist Li agreed readily without hesitation. Green Sprout Market was near Wangu Valley, and he had made the trip many times. It was generally quite safe. That evening, after finishing his absorption of the Mystic Heart Fruit's energy, Hanyu didn't practice spells or condense blood essence for the blood refinement technique. He saved up his replication ability for use during tomorrow's market visit. Just as he was preparing to rest, the large and small crows flew in, with the large crow dropping a long, snake-like crimson object. Han Yu was immediately delighted. After a month's wait, the two crows had finally found another ownerless spiritual object. Picking up the 3-foot-long, crimson, serpentine object, he felt his blood energy stirring restlessly. Could this be the spirit blood vine that senior brother Sun Kong had mentioned? Han Yu was momentarily stunned, then speechless. Blood-enhancing items had limited use for him to begin with, and now, with the blood refinement technique at a standstill, it was practically useless. This thing had no value to him currently. Examining the spirit blood vine, Han Yu praised both crows and asked, "Do you want to eat it?" "Caw, caw, caw." Both crows nodded enthusiastically. Han Yu handed them the vine. "Go ahead and eat it. Let's see if it can enhance your abilities." The crows happily pressed close, affectionately pecking at Han Yu's palm before lowering their beaks, harder than refined iron, to peck at the vine. As they ate, crimson liquid slowly flowed within the vine, filling the stone house with a faint medicinal aroma. Soon, all redness disappeared from the vine, leaving only an empty husk like a snakeskin. Han Yu marveled. No wonder it's also called snake blood vine. The resemblance is uncanny. "Caw!" The smaller crow's cry drew Han Yu's attention. A pale green glow formed in its beak before being forcefully expelled, leaving a deep gouge on the stone wall. "A spell? Little crow, have you become a spell-casting spirit beast?" Han Yu asked. The small crow nodded, then immediately lay down, appearing exhausted. "Only usable once in a short time? That's limited indeed. Eat more spirit-rich items, and when you can cast it more frequently, it'll become truly useful." Han Yu smiled as he patted the small crow. The large crow landed on his shoulder with an indignant caw. Han Yu found this even more amusing. "You think I'm favoring it?" "Caw." The large crow pressed its still faintly fragrant, cool beak against Han Yu's cheek. All right, such a willful one." Han Yu stroked its stiff feathers. "What's your ability, then?" The large crow tilted its head back slightly and also expelled a pale green glow, leaving another mark on the wall. "Oh, the same spell? That's good too." Han Yu nodded approvingly. With these two crows, he now had an additional layer of protection beyond his blood droplet spell. "Caw!" The large crow cried again before flying out the window. Han Yu looked outside in surprise. "Huh? Upset I didn't praise it enough." The small crow seized the opportunity to jump onto Han Yu's shoulder, a spot normally forbidden by the large crow, to show affection. "He's gone. Why aren't you leaving? Be careful, or he'll discipline you when he returns." The small crow shook its head, surprising Han Yu further. "Not afraid anymore? Gain some courage." The small crow continued shaking its head. What do you mean?" After a moment, the small crow finally flew out the window, not to leave, but to soar into the sky. Soon, a series of black dots flew across the moonlit sky above the spirit fields. Han Yu's eyes widened as he recognized the crow formation, the large crow leading the small one, followed by a dozen or more crows. So the large crow had another ability, summoning and commanding other crows. Didn't this make it a leader among crows? No wonder it had flown out earlier. It wanted to show off this second ability. After a while, the moonlit crow formation dispersed, and both crows returned to the stone house. Han Yu praised them and instructed them to follow him from the sky tomorrow, waiting outside the market as a precaution. Finally satisfied, the large crow flicked its tail happily, hopping about before leading the small crow away. Early next morning, old Taoist Li's raspy voice called from the doorway. "Little one, time to go." After their routine inspection of the spirit fields, Han Yu and Old Li headed toward the green sprout market. Walking past acre after acre of spirit fields along a winding path, Old Li shared his market experience with Han Yu in his hoarse voice. If visiting shops owned by Wangu Valley, even if not buying anything, as outer disciples of the sect, they could generally feel safe without worrying about malicious intentions. However, Old Lee's cultivation level wasn't high enough to use items meant for true cultivators. His main business involved trading with some mortals and unidentified rogue cultivators in the market. Under such circumstances, Old Lee had to conceal his appearance to prevent others from discerning his true background. This was to avoid repeating past incidents where he'd been ambushed by rogue cultivators over just a few pounds of spirit rice, forcing him to fight desperately for survival. They say one's cultivation should also be concealed. Otherwise, those a full major realm above can see through it. Even interacting with other cultivators might reveal clues. But such matters remain distant concerns for us. Old Lee spoke these words with melancholy in his raspy voice before suddenly asking, "Youngster, after 3 months in the sect, how's your cultivation progressing? Almost reached Qi refining first layer." Han Yu fell silent. "Go on, tell me. About how much longer? I know you have 4 spiritual roots, better aptitude than mine." Seeing his reaction, Old Lee grew curious and pressed further. "About 2 months." Han Yu finally gave time frame. Old Lee immediately showed astonishment and envy. "That's remarkably fast. Truly shows the advantage of better aptitude. If I followed the standard path with diligent cultivation, it'd still take me over a year. The green sprout Qi cultivation technique progresses so slowly." He patted Han Yu's shoulder. "You've been working hard, youngster. Worthy of being Wanner's grandson." Han Yu sighed internally. Old Lee was decent in all aspects except constantly reminiscing about his grandmother from decades past, as if all Han Yu's efforts were naturally expected simply because he was Wanner's grandson. As the market came into distant view, Old Lee retrieved 2 wide-brimmed hats with cloth veils from his bamboo basket, giving one to Han Yu. Their gray outer disciple robes needed no changing. Having rogue cultivators, servants, and mortals show some respect because of them wasn't necessarily bad. They'd started early, arriving as morning mist just cleared, with dew still glistening on the bluestone pavement before the market. At the entrance stood 2 ancient 1,000-year locust trees, their branches cascading with spiritual energy like silk tassels. Between the boughs hung vermilion-lacquered wooden plaques inscribed with green sprout, in calligraphy as sharp as chiseled stone, faintly patterned with intricate designs. Beyond the entrance lay not shops, but first a large area of reed mat stalls, followed by orderly bamboo sheds lining the streets, with actual shops only appearing further in. Naturally, there were hierarchies here. Those brazenly displaying wares on open reed mats lacked all dignity. Few cultivators would stoop so low. Even rogue cultivators avoided sitting exposed under the sun like this. Most were mortals or Wangu Valley servants incapable of cultivation. Their traded goods rarely contained spiritual energy, mostly exchanged for gold/silver or through barter. Following Old Lee past the mortal trading area, they reached the bamboo shed section. Not a single mortal could be seen here, mostly Wangu Valley outer disciples and unaffiliated rogue cultivators, with all passers-by being Qi refining cultivators. Everything here contained spiritual energy, with no mundane items exchanged. To the inexperienced Han Yu, the dazzling variety of goods here seemed overwhelming. A gray-robed outer disciple clutched a cloth bag tightly while whispering negotiations with a veiled stall owner. When the bag opened slightly, snow-white green sprout spirit rice gleamed within, its fragrance mixing with earthy scents. A crimson-clad girl leaned against a bamboo basket, holding spirit herbs with silver-veined leaves, light condensing along their stems. At her feet dozed a white spiritual dog whose snoring breaths sounded rather endearing. A big-bellied man with open robes cheerfully hawked to passing cultivators by the sheds. Spells, secret techniques, pills, talismans, everything available. Anything you need, though few stopped to engage. A green-robed Wangu Valley inner disciple passed by hurriedly, drawing envious looks. Han Yu and Old Lee stood aside watching this inner disciple proceed from shed area to shop district. "Let's see the innermost area," Old Lee said quietly, "then we'll return." The central shop district had orderly storefronts with occasional multi-story buildings. Here, green-robed inner disciples appeared more frequently, though outer disciples remained numerous. The rare mortals present were all obedient servants running errands, not the free-moving types from the reed mat area. Hanyu saw Wangu Valley's talisman shops, artifact stores, pill houses, and others, plus some shops not affiliated with the sect. The market even had a tavern with an antique sign reading Green Sprout Brew, though its taste remained beyond Hanyu and Old Lee's current means. A golden flash passed overhead as a blue-robed inner disciple with gold trimmings descended by sword from above. The tavern attendant rushed out smiling to greet him, while drinking inner disciples stood up respectfully. With a slight nod, the inner disciple entered the tavern. That's an inner disciple, Chi refining 7th layer or above, having passed examinations with suitable spiritual roots. They may advance to foundation building and become sect stewards. Old Lee whispered in awe. Hanyu nodded, thinking inner sect requirements seemed stricter than outer sect. Youngster, we should, Old Lee began, then abruptly changed expression and topic mid-sentence. You've seen the market now. Look around yourself. I've other matters. Head lowered and hat pressed down, he hurried away without finishing. Elderly, Hanyu called out in surprise, but seeing him already gone, could only wander the market alone. Carrying 4 pounds of spirit rice from selling spirit-stealing mice, he couldn't afford shop district items, nor needed mortal goods from reed mats. The shed area suited his needs best. Returning there, the open-robed man still hawked loudly. The crimson girl played with her white dog, and the rice-selling disciple had completed his trade and left. Surveying the area, Hanyu realized much here remained unfamiliar. As he pondered, the big-bellied man approached grinning. Fellow Taoist, anything? Hanyu frowned slightly at the bare-chested fat man who approached him on his own. May I ask, fellow cultivator, what do you sell? I sell everything. Just name your request, and I'll do my best to find something satisfactory for you. Magical tools, talismans, elixirs, cultivation techniques, secret arts, spells. Whatever you desire, just speak up. The fat man spoke with a smile, but his sharp eyes scrutinized Hanyu's gray outer disciple uniform, his overall attire, even the details of his hands and feet, estimating the highest value he might extract. Hearing this, Hanyu wasn't inclined to engage with this fat man. This fat man also wore gray robes, clearly another outer disciple of Wangu Valley. A mere outer disciple who hadn't even qualified for the inner disciple's green robes, soliciting customers by the roadside in the bamboo stall area, at best at the Chi refining 3rd layer. What decent goods could he possibly have access to? His claim of selling everything was obviously empty boasting, especially since he actively approached to initiate conversation. This clearly indicated he had ulterior motives and was overly eager. If he truly had capabilities, people should be seeking him out instead. Having figured this out, Hanyu ignored the fat man and turned to browse other stalls. Fellow cultivator, why leave? Whatever you need, just say it. Just tell me your needs, and I'll find a way. Hey, fellow cultivator. The surprised fat man followed behind, calling out repeatedly. Hanyu waved his hand to indicate he wasn't buying and stopped before a stall run by a girl in crimson robes. The crimson-robed girl released the white spirit dog in her arms, her crescent moon eyes sparkling as she let out a string of bell-like laughter. Hee, Zhu Lao-san, exposed again, weren't you? With the meager goods you have, how dare you boast about having everything? She wasn't speaking to Hanyu before her, but to the bare-chested fat man called Zhu Lao-san. The fat man, Zhu Lao-san, didn't seem angered. These people judge by appearances. Who I, Zhu San, am, they don't even bother to inquire. An outer disciple from the alchemy hall, how could I be compared to others? If senior brothers and sisters let even a crumb slip through their fingers, these people wouldn't be able to obtain it even if they kowtowed until their foreheads bled. After saying this, Zhu Lao-san lifted his chin, assuming an expression that blamed Hanyu for failing to recognize quality goods, then returned to his original spot to stand, still in that same slovenly manner, cheerfully hailing passing cultivators. Yes, The crimson-robed girl giggled, clearly unconvinced by Zhu Lao San's words. However, she didn't explain to Han Yu, a stranger, merely extending her fingers to scratch her spirit dog under the chin, making it squint contentedly. Want to buy some moonlight grass? What use does this spirit grass have? Han Yu asked. The crimson-robed girl shook her head with a smile. If you don't even know what moonlight grass is for, you're clearly neither an alchemist nor from the herb gardens. There's no point in you buying this spirit grass, so no need to ask further. Having said this, she ignored Han Yu, focusing on playing with her white spirit dog. Seeing her attitude, Han Yu had no choice but to browse other stalls again. This time he understood something. If he himself didn't know the uses of spirit herbs, talismans, magical tools, or elixirs, stall owners wouldn't bother with him or offer explanations, let alone discuss transactions. Spirit rice for spirit stones, for Jean 6 liang for 1 piece, read one stall sign. Han Yu glanced at it. This was likely an outer disciple from the spirit fields exchanging spirit stones. Such exchange rates weren't fixed. The actual conversion between spirit rice and spirit stones depended entirely on individual needs. Outer disciples didn't obtain spirit rice easily, hence they haggled over every fraction, carefully weighing each measure. Further ahead, under the bamboo canopy, was another wooden sign reading, Spirit rice for qi condensing pills. Han Yu paused slightly. Qi condensing pills. He'd heard of them, but never seen one. These were pills that helped condense spiritual energy and increase cultivation at the qi refining stage. He'd heard some inner disciples of Wangu Valley regularly took such pills. Some outer disciples with good fortune or family members who were cultivators might occasionally take them too. After touring the entire bamboo stall area, Han Yu had a basic understanding of pricing. All prices were fluid. Sellers wanted higher prices, buyers wanted lower prices, with actual transactions requiring personal negotiation. 4 to 5 gene of spirit rice exchanged for 1 spirit stone. This was roughly equivalent to 1 qi condensing pill, 3 wind riding talismans, or 1 wind blade talisman. The bamboo stall area mostly traded goods of this general level. Water control talismans, cleaning talismans, strength pills, and such were all in this category. Higher grade pills and talismans were bought and sold directly at shops in the market center. The same went for spirit herbs. Han Yu only saw people selling spirit blood vines and other herbs priced at 1 or 2 spirit stones. He didn't see anyone selling mystic heart fruits, suggesting the crimson-robed girl's moonlight grass wasn't valuable either. As for spells, magical tools, and cultivation techniques, they were either inferior or incomplete, practically useless, the kind that would waste spirit rice and leave buyers full of regret. Even without making any purchases, Han Yu felt his horizons had broadened, gaining clearer understanding of the cultivation resources accessible to him. So, didn't find what you wanted to buy? Tell me what you're looking for. Fatty Zhu Lao San, having seen Han Yu tour the bamboo stall area, approached again with a smile. Not intending to buy from him, Han Yu simply said, I want cultivation pills, talismans, and magical tools for protection, cultivation techniques, powerful spells. Do you have all these? Hearing this, Zhu Lao San not only didn't take offense but chuckled. What a coincidence. I actually do have what you mentioned. Cultivation pills. Want some qi condensing pills? 3 gene of spirit rice per pill, or 2 pills for 1 spirit stone. Han Yu was stunned. What? Why so cheap? Minor flaws, practice pieces from some senior brothers, but doesn't affect efficacy, at least not before qi refining 6th layer. Zhu Lao San grinned, winking. Fellow cultivator, think about what we outer disciples seek. Isn't it entering the inner sect and gaining respect? These affordable, practical pills are truly essential for cultivation. So that's what these pills were. Stuff that could hinder one's cultivation path. How is this different from eating dirt to fill today's belly only to be killed by it tomorrow? By that logic, the talismans too? Han Yu asked. Affordable and practical. Guaranteed 30% effectiveness is already good. Zhu Lao San's smile was both sincere and lewd. The magical tools too? 2 uses out of them. Isn't that great? The techniques can cultivate up to chi refining 5th layer. Then you'll need to change techniques. You'll have to find the subsequent parts yourself. Hanyu was left speechless. Fellow cultivator, where did you dig up all this junk? You've really worked hard. Not hard at all. Not hard at all. It's my duty, Zhu Lao San hurriedly replied. Wait, did he think I was complimenting him? The crimson-robed girl, not far away, giggled. Zhu Lao San, stop holding back. Bring out that secret technique you've been keeping as your trump card and show this fellow cultivator. Seeing the crimson-robed girl joking like this, Zhu Lao San scratched his head sheepishly. However, noticing that Hanyu didn't laugh at him, he puffed out his chest again, proudly displaying his hairy, pudgy torso, quite an eyesore. Indeed, I do possess an astonishing secret technique that no one has ever acquired before. I would never sell it unless to a destined individual. Hanyu found this strange. What kind of astonishing secret technique could this fat man have among his pile of junk? But then the fat man solemnly took out an ancient jade slip and extended it toward Hanyu. Fellow cultivator, care to give it a try? Hanyu didn't reach out. Instead, he glanced at the crimson-robed girl who was suppressing her laughter. Seeing his caution, the girl laughed. Go on, take it. It's quite interesting. Hanyu still didn't extend his hand. Having been bullied before, he was most wary of trusting strangers. Jokes aside, what if these two suddenly turned hostile? After all, they knew each other while he was a stranger. You're really quite cautious. Fine, I'll demonstrate it for you. Having the white spirit dog guard her basket of moonlight grass, she stepped out from behind her stall and approached Zhu Lao San, grasping the jade slip. Zhu Lao San looked helpless. Zhong Yu, just for fun, quickly demonstrate it for this fellow cultivator, said the crimson-robed girl, Zhong Yu, with a smile. With resignation, Zhu Lao San weakly said, Ah, fellow cultivator, you are destined for this secret technique. As he spoke, the ancient jade slip suddenly emitted a white glow. Zhong Yu nodded approvingly. Not bad. It really does look like destiny. How many spirit stones for this technique? 20 spirit stones, not a single less. This is a supreme secret technique passed down from a golden core realm master's cave dwelling. At this point, even Zhu Lao San couldn't keep a straight face. He dispersed the faint white glow he'd secretly conjured with a minor spell to create the illusion of destiny. Zhong Yu, satisfied? At least I didn't lie. This truly came from a golden core master's cave dwelling. Whoever buys it definitely won't be cheated. Zhong Yu nodded with a satisfied smile. All right. Then she turned to Hanyu with a laugh. See now? This isn't a scam. You're definitely destined for this technique. Hanyu understood. This Zhu Lao San was full of tricks, though none of his goods were legitimate. Is this really a secret technique? He asked one question. Zhu Lao San immediately saw a business opportunity. Of course, it's a secret technique, and an extremely useful one at that. What kind exactly? Offensive? Zhu Lao San shook his head. Defensive? Another head shake. Elemental control? Still shaking his head. Hanyu was speechless. All that grand talk for yet another piece of junk. Well then, fellow cultivator, I'll leave you to your business. Wait, fellow cultivator, wait. This technique can smooth your cultivation path, turning you into a cultivation genius. Zhu Lao San hastily called out. Why not consider it? For the right person, I'm not rigid about the price. Even 10 or 8 spirit stones could be negotiated. Zhong Yu giggled from the side. More like you can't sell it all, right? Zhu Lao San awkwardly scratched his hairy chest. All right. Stop interrupting. I need to discuss business with this fellow cultivator. But Hanyu couldn't resist asking, May I ask, fellow cultivator, what do you mean by turning into a cultivation genius? Ahem. It means transforming cultivation mediocrity into genius. Zhu Lao San looked guilty. You'll understand after buying it. Seeing his evasiveness, Hanyu knew there was probably still something fishy. But given his current cultivation level and assets, he couldn't afford any genuinely useful techniques today anyway. He hadn't even had chances to touch and replicate items from other stalls. Might as well see what this so-called genius-making technique was about. He extended his hand. Let's see if I'm destined for your technique, fellow cultivator. Zhong Yu slightly parted her cherry lips in surprise. Is this guy stupid? There's nothing to see. As long as you have spirit stones, everything Zhu Lao San has is destined for you. No hesitation needed. Zhu Lao San hadn't expected this turn of events either. He immediately pressed half the jade slip into Han Yu's right hand and activated a spell. Fellow cultivator, extraordinary, truly extraordinary. This spiritual light bursting from your hand shows remarkable destiny with my jade slip. You'll surely dominate the southern sky region of the cultivation world and gain fame across the 5 great sects. Han Yu's right hand grew warm, and his chest felt slightly heavier. The jade slip had been successfully replicated. Releasing the slip, he saw Zhu Lao San still showering him with praise to make the sale, while Zhong Yu looked at him like he was some rare fool, unable to understand his interest in this obvious scam. Han Yu smiled. Fellow cultivator, your words are most persuasive. Unfortunately, I don't have any spirit stones on me. Zhu Lao San's flattery cut off abruptly. Maybe next time then? I'll keep it for you. Next time I probably still won't have spirit stones. Zhu Lao San's beaming face instantly turned cold. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Move along, don't block my business. Having enjoyed the show, Zhong Yu burst into giggles. You're quite an interesting one. As Zhu Lao San resumed hawking his wares, Han Yu felt it best not to linger and moved to the reed mat area to see what the mortals were selling. Ordinary rice, common livestock and game, foodstuffs, sewn garments, even people selling their children or themselves into servitude. While browsing, a straw-hatted figure hurried over with head lowered. Recognizing Old Li, Han Yu was about to greet him when the old man grabbed his arm with a withered hand, whispering urgently, "Let's go." His hurried steps were slightly unsteady, as if fleeing some ferocious beast or recovering from an intense battle. What had Old Li been up to? Curious, Han Yu asked quietly after leaving Green Sprout Market. Old Li, you just now. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Old Li cut him off bluntly, leading the way in silence. Han Yu glanced at the woods outside the market, sensing the 2 crows, one large, one small, that he'd nurtured with spirit nurturing waiting quietly to receive him, which eased his mind somewhat. Returning to the spirit fields, Old Li's throat worked visibly as he rushed into his stone hut without another word to Han Yu. Han Yu paused briefly before returning to his own hut. Old Li's vital energy was depleted. He had secrets in the market, but that was Old Li's business, just as Han Yu had his own. No matter how much one hears, it never compares to seeing it with one's own eyes. A single trip to Green Sprout Market instantly broadened Han Yu's horizons. Witnessing the scale and situation of the entire market firsthand also made him realize that, as a menial disciple like himself, even if he went to the market, he would only intersect with the bamboo shed area and reed mat area, rarely interacting with outer sect disciples or cultivators of higher cultivation. Green Sprout Market wasn't without danger, but the risk wasn't nearly as great as he had imagined. If needed in the future, being more cautious and prepared, it wouldn't be impossible to visit again. Thinking this through, Han Yu recalled his interaction today with that junk vendor Zhu Lao San. He really didn't have a single reliable item, which was quite rare. The talisman Sister Wei bought earlier that only provided 2 protections. Could it have come from Zhu Lao San? With that in mind, Han Yu took out the plain jade slip from his pocket. Zhu Lao San's gimmick of destined person had given Han Yu the chance to copy this bottom secret jade slip containing a secret technique. Now, he could take a look and see what this secret technique was all about and how it might accelerate cultivation. Pressing the jade slip against his forehead, after a moment, Han Yu removed it with a subtle expression. That Zhu Lao San really was something else, selling useless junk that no one expected, and the things he sold truly had no use at all. Inside the jade slip was indeed a secret technique left by a golden core realm cultivator. The secret technique was called spirit refining technique, meaning refining spiritual roots, turning multiple spiritual roots into fewer or even a single spiritual root, thereby accelerating cultivation progress and making the cultivator a prodigy. At first glance, it seemed very good, but there was a huge pitfall. This spirit refining technique, devised by that golden core cultivator himself, was to refine away extra spiritual roots, one by one, until only one spiritual root remained in the body, thus becoming a cultivation prodigy. But the problem was that spiritual roots were determined by birth. Some had none, some had one, some had 5, and some had a single spiritual root. This cultivation aptitude was integrated with one's flesh and blood and basically unchangeable. The process of refining away spiritual roots consumed a massive amount of spiritual herbs and materials, which meant constantly damaging one's own foundation and flesh, ultimately delaying cultivation, weakening the body, making it prone to illness, and shortening lifespan. For example, a chi refining realm cultivator who refines one spiritual root, reducing from 4 to 3, would likely spend cultivation resources enough to break through to the foundation establishment realm. After successfully refining, having lost flesh and lifespan, his cultivation level would fall far behind peers. How meaningful would such an aptitude increase be? Weak, sickly, and with a shorter lifespan. Could it even cause earlier death than before? Spending an enormous amount of cultivation resources just for such a result? If cultivators at Foundation Establishment or Golden Core Realms practice spirit refining technique, they could use the same resources to refine one spiritual root and increase aptitude. Wouldn't that be better? But it didn't work that way. As cultivation advanced, spiritual roots naturally became more tightly integrated with their owner, just like how bones grow naturally as a person grows. At Foundation Establishment or Golden Core Realms, higher cultivation meant the cost of refining a spiritual root was even greater. In short, practicing spirit refining technique from the chi refining realm already resulted in heavy losses, and at Foundation Establishment or Golden Core Realms, it only worsened, leading to total loss of resources and damage to body and lifespan. Moreover, each major realm could only refine one type of spiritual root at most, and the later the refinement, the more resources it consumed. Therefore, this secret technique was truly impossible to practice. After putting down the plain jade slip, Han Yu felt quite regretful. Finally found a way to increase cultivation faster, but it can't be practiced. What a pity. Still somewhat reluctant to give up, he carefully studied the jade slip again and gradually became thoughtful. The Golden Core cultivator added a supplement at the end of the spirit refining technique. If one could also advance body refining cultivation accordingly, then the flaws of spirit refining technique might be mostly compensated for. The weak body would disappear, and lifespan loss would be completely within tolerable limits. Perhaps this hadn't been verified yet. However, the idea seemed reasonable, since spirit refining technique caused serious body damage, and body refining was meant to strengthen the physique. It could indeed compensate. But doing so would require even crazier resources for spirit refining cultivation. If a chi refining realm cultivator wanted to refine one spiritual root at minimal cost, they would need resources enough to cultivate to Foundation Establishment, plus another set of resources to cultivate body refining to Foundation Establishment, plus their own daily cultivation resources. In other words, nearly 3 sets of Foundation Establishment cultivation resources might be needed to try this privately invented secret technique that hadn't even been verified. This resource consumption was truly enormous, and there was the risk of becoming weak and ill, shortening lifespan without the ability to restore the root source. Under normal circumstances, no menial disciple would attempt this. Even those with wealthy backgrounds would never recklessly try such an unverified and extremely dangerous secret method. Han Yu clarified his thoughts and also didn't attempt it. His foundation was too thin, his experience too limited, and he lacked methods for body refining cultivation. Even with a relatively clear idea, he could only wait until conditions were met before trying. In the days that followed, Hanyu no longer went to Green Sprout Market with old Taoist Li. He patrolled the spirit fields daily and followed the routine of consuming mystic heart fruit to steadily refine medicinal power and increase spiritual energy. Though limited by his 4 spiritual root aptitude, he reached the absorption limit daily. Even so, his cultivation improved every day. The spiritual seed in his dantian increased, becoming rounder and glowing more brightly, signaling he was getting closer to Qi refining second layer. During this time, old Taoist Li no longer invited Hanyu to the market. Instead, he got involved with Zhang Shan and a few other menial disciples. Occasionally, Hanyu saw him following Zhang Shan or other menial disciples, nodding and kowtowing as if trying to please them. Hanyu was quite familiar with old Taoist Li and knew he wasn't kind-hearted or meek. When Steward Wang injured him with wind-riding technique, he still harbored resentment. How could he be so friendly with Zhang Shan and the others? Recalling that old Taoist Li had once used living chicken blood nourishment, refined fine horse essence blood, and the essence blood of spirit-stealing mice, Hanyu vaguely guessed something. Could it be that the Taoist had already been using people for? Thinking of this possibility made Hanyu's feelings complicated. If it was senior disciple Sun Kong, Hanyu would certainly try his best to protect him. As for others, like Zhang Shan who seemed to raise spirit-stealing mice, Hanyu naturally wouldn't interfere. Unconsciously, some time passed again. One night, after consuming mystic heart fruit, Hanyu was cultivating, refining medicinal power, when his entire cycle suddenly accelerated and crossed an invisible threshold. Immediately, the spiritual seed in his dantian sprouted a tender bud, and his whole body's spiritual energy surged by several tens of %, making him feel comfortable and relaxed. Finally, Qi refining second layer. Crow immortal. After breaking through to the Qi refining second layer, Hanyu could feel the more abundant spiritual energy circulating through his body, benefiting even his muscles and physique. What surprised Hanyu even more was that he had originally thought his 9 drops of essence blood marked the limit for his blood refinement technique cultivation. Unexpectedly, after reaching Qi refining second layer, his body's capacity for storing essence blood had also increased. Not only had his 9 drops grown to 10, but there was still room for further improvement. His right hand's replication ability had also quietly improved along with his cultivation advancement. Previously limited to replicating 1 drop of essence blood per day, he could now produce 2. This meant he could unleash blood drops up to 12 times consecutively, an offensive capability that likely surpassed most ordinary menial disciples still in the first 3 Qi refining layers. Replicating mystic heart fruits hadn't doubled in efficiency yet. Strictly speaking, he could now replicate 4 fruits every 3 days instead of 3. Sensing these changes, Hanyu felt a surge of excitement. Having reached Qi refining second layer, according to the green sprout Qi cultivation technique, the next step was for the spiritual seed in his dantian to fully sprout, marking Qi refining third layer. When a sprout developed its first leaf, he would reach Qi refining fourth layer and qualify to become an outer disciple of Wangu Valley. It was time to visit Green Sprout Market again to search for body refinement techniques or other useful items to further strengthen himself. 2 crows, 1 large, 1 small, flew through the night with increasing vitality and landed before Hanyu. No spiritual fruits were found today, which wasn't surprising. With so many cultivators around Wangu Valley, few valuable herbs went unnoticed. Discovering both the mystic heart fruit and spirit blood vine earlier had been remarkably fortunate. The large crow tilted its head toward the window. Hanyu frowned. Are you saying something's happening outside? Peering through the window, he saw a graceful figure heading toward Steward Wang's residence under the moonlight and nearly laughed. It was Senior Sister Wei. He'd known about her relationship with Steward Wang for months. Nothing worth observing there. But then Hanyu noticed what truly deserved attention. Not Senior Sister Wei, but a crouching figure sneaking along after her past. The shadowy figure squatted at the border between Hanyu's and Old Li's spirit fields, did something unclear, then slowly retreated before hurrying away. At first, Han Yu couldn't identify the person, but when they finally stood up to leave, recognition struck. It was Zhang Shan. What was he doing? Instead of rushing out, Han Yu prepared to send his crows to investigate. Just then, old Li's stone door creaked open. The old Taoist moved with startling speed to the fields, condensed a blood drop, and shot it into the crops. He then lifted a dead spirit-stealing mouse by its tail, chuckled darkly, and returned inside. Witnessing this, Han Yu was both shocked and confused. Shocked because it confirmed his suspicion. Zhang Shan was indeed raising the pests. Confused because their green sprout spirit rice wouldn't mature for another 40 to 50 days. Why release the mice now? And how had Old Li known to immediately eliminate it? Old Li had been associating closely with Zhang Shan recently. What dangerous game were they playing that created such inexplicable situations? Unable to puzzle it out, Han Yu decided not to get involved. Whatever Old Li and Zhang Shan were doing seemed perilous. After grooming his 2 crows' feathers, Han Yu sent them off. The next morning while inspecting his fields, Han Yu saw Zhang Shan hurry to Old Li's door. After a hushed conversation, Old Li shouldered his market basket and they left for Green Sprout Market together. New beta. Han Yu shook his head. These two had been scheming against each other last night, yet now traveled as companions. How bizarre. Hen's senior brother's son, Kong, approached from the direction of Lu Lan's residence, looking dejected. Senior brother's son, Han Yu greeted. Son Kong nodded gloomily. Junior brother Han. What troubles you, senior brother? You seem distressed. Son Kong sighed. Since the harvest, Lu Lan has grown close to senior brother Zhang Shan after he lent her spirit rice for cultivation. Now she treats me with indifference. We used to get along so well. Who knew things would change like this? Han Yu blinked. Do you have feelings for senior sister Lu? Son Kong shook his head. Not like that. It's just, we all used to be friends. Now she treats me coldly, but what can I do? I'm on the verge of breaking through from Qi refining 2nd to 3rd layer. I can't just give her my cultivation rice and abandon my own progress. Seeing the kind-hearted senior brother so troubled, Han Yu had no advice to offer. Their seemingly good relationship might have been an illusion all along. Zhang Shan had secretly bred spirit-stealing mice that damaged their fields, including Lu Lan's poor harvest. As dusk painted the sky blood red, Han Yu calmed his thoughts and returned to prepare for tomorrow's market trip. That night, approaching footsteps and a thick metallic scent interrupted Han Yu's cultivation. He quickly condensed several blood drops, ready to strike. Boy! Old Li's raspy voice came from outside. Realization dawning. Han Yu opened the door, but kept the blood drops hidden behind his back. The old Taoist entered wearing black robes instead of his usual gray menial disciple attire. Though no blood stained his clothes, the stench of iron hung heavy around him. More startling, streaks of vivid red now ran through Old Li's previously snow-white hair. Old Taoist, you! Old Li stared intensely. Boy, are you some natural-born demonic cultivator? I struggled immensely just to reach blood refinement 1st layer and begin proper cultivation. Yet you, merely practicing the blood refinement technique, a fake immortal method for blood slaves, already possess blood energy comparable to mine. Han Yu's eyes widened. Old Taoist, you reach blood refinement 1st layer? Isn't that a cultivation realm exclusive to demonic sects like the Demon Blood Sect? Old Li nodded grimly. Exactly, the Demon Blood Sect's cultivation realm. I've begun practicing their true blood refinement technique manual. Now I'm a true cultivator. Moonlight filtered through the window lattice, casting fragmented shadows on the blue brick floor. Lamp oil splattered in dark red droplets as it swayed, making Old Li Taoist's deeply lined face appear even more sinister under the flickering light. Han Yu listened to his words and observed the thick scent of blood surrounding him, remaining cautiously alert. Taoist, you possess the authentic cultivation manual of the Demon Blood Sect. Didn't have it before. But today, after killing Zhang Shan, a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect, I obtained it, Old Li Taoist replied. Han Yu was stunned. Zhang Shan, the Spirit Beast sect. Exactly, the Spirit Beast sect. The Green Sprout Market facilitates external exchanges, but also makes it easier for outside sects to contact Wangu Valley disciples. That's how I got in touch with the Demon Blood sect, and how Zhongshan became a Spirit Beast sect disciple, learning the methods to raise spirit-stealing mice. Oldly Taoist's voice turned hoarse as he explained to Hanyu. Did you think Zhongshan was some kind of good person? Giving Lu Lan spirit stones, supporting her cultivation, all just to win her over, so this future outer sect disciple would grant him favors. He even wanted to make Lu Lan his Tao companion. He sneered coldly. That brat was clever, though. These past few days, he sensed something was off and set a trap for me, claiming it was Wei Kunyi who was raising spirit-stealing mice, even saying he witnessed it himself. He wanted me to join him in reporting Wei Kunyi to Steward Wang. Thinking I was new and didn't know Wei Kunyi is Steward Wang's kept woman, or that it was Zhongshan himself raising those mice. He wanted me to provoke Steward Wang's wrath. Since he had ill intentions too, I had no reason to hesitate. Today, I took him to the Green Sprout Market and killed him alongside Demon Blood sect members. In exchange, I obtained the authentic blood refinement technique. Using his spiritual blood, I crossed the cultivation threshold and reached the first layer of blood refinement. As he spoke, his emotions surged uncontrollably. His fists clenched, his red and white hair fluttered wildly, and a bloody aura billowed around him. Kid, I've reached the first layer of blood refinement. Listening to his tale, Hanyu couldn't help but feel the journey had been arduous. Taoist, your path has been truly difficult. But now, you've finally achieved your wish. Yes, finally. Oldly Taoist's eyes burned crimson as he stared at Hanyu like a starving beast. Suddenly realizing his lapse, he swiftly formed hand seals and exhaled deeply. The Demon Blood sect's techniques are fast, but the thirst for blood and the restless energy, they require constant suppression with the breath-concealing art. Hanyu asked, "Why did you come to me tonight?" Oldly Taoist's voice rasped, "Kid, I came to tell you not to mention seeing me leave with Zhongshan this morning. Didn't expect you to have such vigorous blood energy. If you join the Demon Blood sect, you'd go far. Wangu Valley may seem peaceful, but undercurrents stir. Not only is the Demon Blood sect active, but even the Spirit Beast sect, one of the 4 great sects of the Southern Domain, has sent spies. Cultivating here means limited resources and endless danger." Hanyu frowned slightly. "Taoist, the path of blood refinement isn't for me. I'll stick with the Green Sprout Qi cultivation technique." Oldly Taoist nearly laughed in frustration. "Not for you. Look at the state of your blood energy. Anyone who's reached the first layer of blood refinement would see you as a supreme delicacy. You think I almost lost control earlier for no reason? Your blood energy is like a rare feast." Empty set B. "Kid, bringing you into Wangu Valley was a mistake. You're a once-in-a-generation talent for blood refinement. Tell me, after all this time in Wangu Valley, have you even reached the first layer of Qi refinement? With the Demon Blood sect's methods, I guarantee you'll reach the first layer of blood refinement within a month. Could you do that here? What's the point in clinging to this place?" Hanyu's expression turned peculiar. "But, Taoist, I've already reached the first layer of Qi refinement." Oldly Taoist froze. "What did you say?" "Taoist, I said I've reached the first layer of Qi refinement." "You what?" Oldly Taoist clenched his fists, looking ready to smash something, then gritted his teeth. "You damn Hans, always hiding things. Just like your grandfather, that old scoundrel." He pressed further. "When did you break through?" "Yesterday." After Hanyu's answer, Oldly Taoist's mood somewhat stabilized. He muttered a few more curses before calming down. "Kid, since you've reached the first layer of Qi refinement, our paths diverge from here. No need for further contact or entanglement. Focus on your Green Sprout Qi cultivation technique. Your true path lies in reaching the Foundation Establishment realm one day. That's a road I can no longer walk." Seeing Oldly Taoist about to leave, Hanyu suddenly spoke up. "Taoist, what about my blood energy? can I still cultivate the authentic blood refinement technique? Oldie Taoist paused. How would I know? You think I'm some cultivation expert? Besides, you won't join the demon blood sect. If I taught you privately, they'd skin me alive. Only if you join what I tell you. Han Yu felt disappointed. He craved cultivation techniques and spells, even the demon blood sects. Just then, Oldie Taoist turned back, his throat emitting a wheezing laugh as he bared uneven yellow teeth. Kid, feeling let down? Just messing with you. Couldn't let you off easy after you humiliated me by secretly reaching the first layer. Han Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected the old Taoist to joke like this. Oldly Taoist continued. Demon blood sect cultivators are unrestrained and selfish. We pass techniques as we please, especially undercover agents like me. No one controls us. But most are too selfish to teach outsiders, afraid they'll be refined into blood nourishment. His ugly face turned solemn. Kid, you gave me a chance at Wangu Valley's immortal fate, and today I reached the first layer of blood refinement. Now our paths split. Our bond ends here. One last gift, the authentic blood refinement technique up to foundation establishment, the breath-concealing art, and that sound transmission trick I promised. Take this gift, and from now on, we go our separate ways. Han Yu's heart grew heavy. Meeting the old Taoist gaze, he stepped forward slowly. Please, Taoist. Call me fellow Taoist now. Oldly Taoist closed his eyes, picturing a bright, smiling young woman from decades past. Wanner, after today, I sever worldly ties. Your grandson, I'll interfere no more. Yes, please, fellow Taoist, impart your tech. Zhang Shan left behind a letter after returning. Han Yu listened to this news without batting an eyelid. He thought to himself, this was actually a clever move by Old Man Li to quickly divert suspicion from himself. Indeed, it was a decent strategy. What am I supposed to do about my cultivation now that senior brother Zhang Shan has left without a word? Lulan wiped her tears as she spoke. He promised. No one responded to her words. Who would possibly take Zhang Shan's place and give her their own cultivation resources? Just as she spoke, a loud shout came from afar. What are you all gathered here for? Everyone turned to see Steward Wang striding over with his bulging belly. Old Man Li immediately tensed up, pushing his breath-concealing art to its limits while casually adjusting the straw hat on his head. Han Yu also activated his breath-concealing art without delay. Better safe than sorry. What if Steward Wang could detect his cultivation level or traces of the blood refinement technique? Their worries proved unnecessary. Steward Wang swaggered over, and Wei Kunyi stepped forward with a charming smile. Good morning, Steward Wang. Steward Wang grinned. Morning to you too. Then his face hardened. What's all this commotion about? Wei Kunyi snatched the yellow paper from Lu Lan's hands and presented it to Steward Wang. Steward, look, this was left by laborer disciple Zhang Shan. He wrote that having no hope of breaking through to the Qi refining fourth layer, he's gone out to seek his fortune with no definite return date. Steward Wang's expression darkened as he took the paper. No definite return date? How convenient. Coming and going as he pleases. Does he think the spirit fields are his personal bedroom? This is clearly a case of absconding with sect techniques. He should be hunted down by outer sect disciples, brought back, and punished. After this outburst, he demanded, who here knows Zhang Shan well? Wei Kunyi immediately replied with a smile. I do, Steward Wang. Zhang Shan had 5 spiritual roots. He's been here 20 years, but hasn't advanced past the Qi refining third layer in 7 years. Probably realized he'd never make it to the outer sect and decided to leave. Steward Wang gave her an approving look. Good. Xiao Wei, you understand me well. Then he pointed sharply at Lu Lan. And why are you crying? Were you Zhang Shan's lover? Do you know where he went? Lu Lan hurriedly wiped her tears and explained. Due to poor harvests in the spirit fields and her failure to prepare the required 50 pounds of spirit rice, all her rice had been confiscated this year, leaving her without cultivation resources. R.A. Thailand bot ES. Zhang Shan had promised her resources only to disappear. Steward Wang frowned at Lu Lan's reddened eyes. then turned to Wei Kunyi. Is this true? It is, Wei Kunyi confirmed. This won't do. Steward Wang's expression shifted slightly as he addressed Wei Kunyi. Where did Zhongshan live? I need to search his quarters. Everyone was stunned by this sudden demand. But Wei Kunyi didn't dare delay, quickly leading the way. After a few steps, Steward Wang turned back and pointed at Sun Kong, the thick-browed disciple. You, go fetch junior brothers Ji and Hua for me. Sun Kong knew he meant the two other outer sect disciples who assisted with spirit field management. Not daring to hesitate, he hurried off to comply. As Steward Wang and Wei Kunyi headed for Zhongshan Stone House, and Sun Kong went to summon the outer sect disciples, Han Yu, Lu Lan, and the others exchanged uneasy glances. They could all sense trouble brewing. Old Man Li quietly retreated to his own stone house. Should we follow and see? One labor disciple asked. Another shook his head immediately. With Steward Wang's temper, if things go badly, we might bear the brunt of his anger. With that, none of them followed, instead speculating about what Zhongshan could have done to warrant a search. After some hesitation, Lu Lan, feeling partly responsible, eventually followed despite the others staying behind. Soon, Sun Kong returned with two outer sect seniors in blue robes, brothers Ji and Hua. After a brief exchange, the two seniors hurried to Zhongshan's residence. After conferring with Steward Wang, the three frowned and muttered among themselves before proceeding to search Lu Lan's quarters as well. Steward Wang then ordered Lu Lan to remain where she was, while Wei Kunyi and Sun Kong were stationed to guard both Zhongshan and Lu Lan's residences, allowing no one in or out. Next, Steward Wang summoned a banana leaf and departed hastily with Senior Ji, clearly heading to report to the sect proper, leaving Senior Hua behind to supervise. Seeing this development, all labor disciples except Lu Lan, Wei Kunyi and Sun Kong quickly retreated to their quarters to avoid trouble. Back in his stone house, Han Yu activated his breath-concealing art, masking his blood refinement first layer as Qi refining first layer. He then inventoried all his possessions, 4 pounds of spirit rice, 2 mystic heart fruits, a gray jade slip from his initiation, the ancient jade slip containing the spirit refining technique, and another jade slip kindly given by senior brother Jin Shi when he first joined. Nothing else of value remained. He'd already eaten the replicated spirit rice balls from senior Sun Kong. There were also traces of the crows, their nest under the bed, and claw marks on the walls from spell practice. Normally insignificant, but dangerous if someone searched thoroughly. With the situation escalating and Steward Wang reporting to the sect, Han Yu couldn't afford risks. He dismantled the nest beyond recognition and disposed of it in the spirit fields, eliminating other possible traces. The crow spell marks on the walls? He'd claimed they were left by previous occupants. Just as Han Yu completed his preparations, successive whooshing sounds came from above the spirit fields. Laborer disciples peeked out or emerged to look. Steward Wang and several blue-robed outer sect disciples arrived on banana leaves, followed by 2 inner sect disciples in gold-trimmed blue robes flying on swords, and finally a purple-robed steward standing on a 5-foot-wide flower-shaped magical instrument hovering midair. All labor disciples emerge immediately for questioning. No exceptions. Steward Wang bellowed from his banana leaf. Han Yu's heart pounded. Not just outer sect disciples, but 2 inner sect members, and even a steward had come. Inner sect disciples were all at least Qi refining 7th layer elites, while stewards were foundation establishment realm cultivators. How could a mere labor disciple like Zhongshan warrant such attention? Unless, had they found traces of Old Man Li? Were they here to capture a demon blood sect cultivator? Han Yu grew tense. If they really discovered Old Man Li's true nature as a demonic cultivator, could the old man possibly escape unscathed? As Steward Wang's sharp voice echoed throughout the spirit fields, the various servant disciples stepped out of their stone houses and the spirit fields, gathering toward where the purple-robed steward, Steward Wang, and others stood. The purple-robed steward did not lag behind. standing midair with his feet on a floral magical artifact. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over the assembled disciples. Two inner disciples stood behind him, slightly lower on the side, while Steward Wong and other outer disciples voluntarily descended on banana leaves, positioned just below the inner disciples. This lineup formed an upward tilting wedge shape, with the purple-robed steward at the apex, clearly displaying the hierarchy and status differences. After a short while, once all the servant disciples had gathered, the purple-robed steward spoke. How many servant disciples assigned to the spirit fields have yet to arrive today? Steward Wong quickly checked the roster, scanning through it, and promptly reported, including Zhang Shan, a total of 5 people have not shown up today. The residences of Zhang Shan and Lu Lan, I will personally search. As for the other 4 who are missing, you go look for them. If you catch someone, bring them here for questioning. If no one is found, find out their whereabouts carefully. When those people return, scrutinize and interrogate thoroughly. With that command, the purple-robed steward descended from the sky. Steward Wong looked tense and led the way, entering Zhang Shan's stone house to examine carefully. The purple-robed steward's face was stern. With a glance, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Shan's stone bed. The stone bed had already been flipped over, and the underside of the bedboard was engraved with a roaring beast's head pattern. Underneath the bed was a large, black hole the size of a water jar, emitting a rank stench. Raising spirit-stealing mice at most counts as a violation of sect rules, but this unique beast-taming and controlling pattern is definitely from the spirit beast sect. The purple-robed steward said coldly, "This Zhang Shan must have been bought over by the spirit beast sect." Steward Wong echoed repeatedly, "Steward Lu is absolutely right. Zhang Shan has the 5 spiritual roots aptitude and has been in the sect for 20 years. The Spirit Beast sect could not have used him for their layout from the very beginning. They must have recruited him through the green sprout market in recent years." The purple-robed steward paid no mind to Steward Wong's agreement and asked, "Why did you suspect Zhang Shan had problems and come to search?" Steward Wong lowered his voice. "At first, this disciple did not notice anything. I only felt that Zhang Shan's leaving the spirit fields was reckless. I planned to report to the steward's office and let the outer disciples track and handle someone leaving secretly. But unexpectedly, this person handed over cultivation resources to the unrelated Lu Lan and then hurriedly left. This act is greatly against cultivation logic, so I immediately sensed something was wrong." The purple-robed steward folded his arms behind his back. "Not bad. You act tyrannically in the spirit fields, but haven't wasted your entire brain. On the path of cultivation, the only possibility is parents supporting children, never the other way around. Even married couples or partners have to keep accounts clear. Zhang Shan, a 20-year-old servant disciple in the spirit fields, struggling so much in cultivation, why would he support a stranger?" Steward Wong's face was stunned, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and his lips trembling. He had thought that bullying some insignificant, hopeless servant disciples would go unnoticed, but it turned out the sect stewards had been watching all along. This seemed like praise, but was actually a much clearer warning. "Steward Lu, your keen insight is unmatched. My dirty deeds cannot be hidden from you." Steward Lu said coldly, "If nothing happens and no one reports you, these trivial matters do not need to be mentioned. But once trouble arises and you come rushing, these small things become your fatal weakness. In the future, be more lenient in dealing with others. Leave some room. That's not just for others, but also for yourself." Yes, this disciple understands. I will remember this well." Steward Wong wiped his cold sweat and said repeatedly, "Let's go. Check Lu Lan's residence." Steward Wong immediately led the way. When they arrived at Lu Lan's stone house, he whispered an introduction. Lu Lan had only joined the sect a few years ago. She was only 16 this year, with 3 spiritual roots aptitude, and had already cultivated to the Qi refining 3rd layer. She was expected to enter the outer disciples around 18 or 19 years old. Zhang Shan might have been trying to coax this little girl into becoming his Tao partner, or deliberately befriended an outer disciple in advance. So far, we have not found any suspicious signs in Lulon. She doesn't seem like someone arranged by the Spirit Beast sect. She has never been to the Green Sprout Market. After Steward Wong finished speaking, Steward Lu carefully inspected everything, but found nothing unusual. Indeed, she does not seem suspicious, but we cannot be careless. Keep a close watch on her. If she's confirmed to be bought over as well, then you, Steward Wong, should quit your post and go to the Southernly Kingdom to slay demons. Yes, Steward Lu. With this, the investigation here concluded. On the other side, 2 inner disciples had also finished searching with the outer disciples. They brought in a male disciple wearing only a middle robe, his lower legs and feet bare. Steward Lu, the other 3 went to the market district to exchange goods. This one was masturbating inside the room and refused to come out. The disciples couldn't help but stifle laughter. Some even burst out snickering. Being summoned by the sect, but busy with masturbation and unwilling to come out. What a strange fellow. Steward Lu's face darkened, and his foundation establishment realm aura suddenly erupted. Bastard, did you come to Wangu Valley just to do such filthy things? The half-dressed, masturbating disciple was immediately overwhelmed by the aura, pinned to the ground, unable to move. Other disciples, sensing Steward Lu's anger, quickly suppressed their amusement and watched silently without showing expression. Wang Hui severely punished this confused bastard as an example for others. Steward Wang responded promptly, struggling to keep a straight face as he dragged the masturbating servant disciple aside and pushed his head into a water jar. You ungrateful beast! You entered the immortal sect, but don't cherish the cultivation opportunity. Drink some water to sober up. Steward Lu withdrew his gaze and scanned the crowd again. Han Yu tried to restrain himself and dared not look at the figure wearing a bamboo hat a few steps away. Old Taoistly. Steward Lu noticed Old Taoistly in the crowd and pointed, "The one wearing the bamboo hat, take it off." All the disciples turned to look, and Han Yu's heart suddenly tightened as he also looked over. Old Taoist Li's head had red hair. Rive too. Li slowly removed his hand from the bamboo hat, revealing white hair, haggard, aged, and sickly-looking. This disciple Li Quan greets Steward Lu. Steward Lu was stunned. You're so old, but still haven't entered cultivation? How did you join as a servant disciple? Disciple only received the sect token at over 90 years old and has 5 spiritual roots aptitude, so cultivation is barely possible. That's how I had the chance to join the sect. After Li's explanation, Steward Lu understood. You look like this and still choose cultivation. It's not easy. He said this, then ignored him. An old man like that, frail and with 5 spiritual roots, who would bother to recruit him as a spy? What a joke. Passing smoothly, Li lowered his head, and Han Yu relaxed. Han did not know what method Li used to temporarily hide his red hair, but as long as Li was safe, Han Yu would not be implicated. Steward Lu then asked the 2 inner disciples, besides Zhang Shan, have you searched the other 4's residences? Steward Lu, we have searched them. Only one strange object remains uncertain. We request Steward Lu to take a look. One inner disciple used a control object technique to send a silver-white, spindle-shaped item before Steward Lu's eyes. Steward Lu glanced at it and snorted coldly. So, they have our Steward Lu's statement left all the disciples bewildered. An inner sect disciple asked, Steward Lu, what's this person's background? Those divination-obsessed mystics from the minor Heavenly Net sect. Steward Lu replied, the place you searched, was it completely empty? That's correct. Steward Lu snorted coldly. Exactly as expected. That's the minor Heavenly Net sect's signature style. This person must have foreseen misfortune today and simply left, returning to his sect. There's no need to search his residence. After speaking, he summoned a flower-shaped magical tool. We'll stop here today. I must report to the sect master. You all focus on your cultivation and tend the spirit fields properly. No more trouble. Without waiting for responses, he soared into the sky, carrying a silver, spindle-shaped object. The inner and outer sect disciples followed closely, leaving only Steward Wang and two outer sect disciples in blue robes, one surnamed Ji and the other Hua. The disciple, surnamed Ji, dismissed the servant disciples with a laugh before approaching Steward Wang, watching the portly steward vigorously discipline the self-indulgent servant disciple. This kid's quite a character, making us lose face before the steward. He deserves proper punishment, Steward Wang growled, gripping the offender's neck. Shameless thing, will you stop now? The servant disciple whimpered. Then I'll limit myself to twice daily from now on. What? Steward Wang and the two outer sect disciples stared in disbelief. Was this man born for breeding? How could anyone have such insatiable urges? Meanwhile, the other servant disciples dispersed. Lulan, still unclear about the situation, spoke tearfully to familiar faces like Wei Kunyi, Sun Kong, Old Taoist Li, and Han Yu. What trouble did senior brother Zhang stir up to warrant a steward's intervention? I got implicated without knowing anything. Had I known, I'd never have accepted his gifts. Bit late for regrets now, Wei Kunyi said with a smile. Fortunately, our Wangu Valley is lenient. Some sects execute disciples at the slightest suspicion. That's true tyranny. Seeing Lu Lan's teary eyes, Wei Kunyi added, I'll inquire about Zhang Shan's offense in a couple days. Find out what shocked the entire sect. Can you really find out? Sun Kong asked honestly. Wei Kunyi smiled mysteriously. Of course. Some secrets in Wangu Valley can't stay hidden. As the group dispersed toward the spirit fields, Han Yu paused, glancing at the white-haired old Taoist Li. Noticing the gaze, old Li hesitated momentarily before hastening to his stone hut. Taking the hint, Han Yu didn't press further. Returning to his hut, he immersed himself in cultivation. Wangu Valley's leniency, searching only a few suspects' dwellings while leaving other servant disciples untouched, relieved Han Yu, given his own secrets. Yet such lax oversight likely harbored more schemers like Old Li and Zhang Shan among the disciples. Henceforth, Han Yu resolved to stay vigilant in interactions, friendly but guarded. After consuming the mystic heart fruit and converting its medicinal power into spiritual energy, Han Yu practiced the blood refinement technique, using essence blood to enhance vitality and complete its circulation cycle. When the spiritual seed in his dantian fully sprouted, he'd reached Qi refining third layer. When the second crimson pattern on his Danzhong acupoint blood sigil fully condensed, he'd achieve blood refinement second layer. At his current pace, reaching Qi refining third layer would take 6 months due to daily absorption limits. But by continuously replicating essence blood to increase vitality, blood refinement second layer was achievable within a month, with third layer following in 2 or 3 months. Perhaps Old Li was right. The demon blood sect's essence blood cultivation could rapidly advance Han Yu's progress. He might genuinely be a genius for their techniques. Did I truly join the wrong sect? Han Yu dismissed the thought immediately. The demon blood sect's notorious reputation for selfishness and deceit meant perpetual danger if he solely practiced their methods. Wangu Valley spirit fields at least offered peaceful cultivation. After practicing both the green sprout Qi cultivation technique and blood refinement technique, Han Yu steadied his breathing and carefully restudied the spirit refining technique Jade Slip until memorized perfectly. Now came today's main cultivation focus, the spirit refining technique to refine spiritual roots. Channeling spiritual energy throughout his body, Han Yu slowly activated the technique, forcing his 4 spiritual roots to manifest. Just this initial step made his body tense with dull pain. Spiritual roots, the foundation of cultivation aptitude, weren't localized but distributed throughout one's being. This explained why practicing the spirit refining technique without body tempering methods caused chronic weakness and shortened lifespans. It essentially consumed one's entire constitution for advancement. After a full half hour, Han Yu finally visualized his spiritual roots. Pale gold, metal. Greenish blue wood. Dark blue, water. Pure red, fire. Han Yu already knew people inherently possessed all 5 elements with varying aptitudes. Now he confirmed his lack of earth roots, possessing only metal, wood, water, and fire. By refining one root to strengthen the others, his cultivation speed would increase dramatically. His focus settled on the fire root. Metal aided sword control and offense, while wood and water were particularly useful in Wangu Valley. Fire became the logical sacrifice. Once visualized and selected, Han Yu activated the spirit refining technique for his first root refinement. Immediately, excruciating needle-like pain erupted throughout his body. Gritting his teeth, Han Yu completed one cycle before stopping. Drenched in sweat with beaded, the agony, omnipresent stabbing that nearly made him quit, was unbearable. Yet he persevered. Inspecting his fire root revealed only an imperceptibly tiny portion refined, while his body already felt noticeably weaker. Han Yu was shocked. The technique's difficulty far exceeded expectations. But upon reactivating the green sprout technique, he discovered his medicinal energy absorption limit had slightly increased. The spirit refining technique's effects were immediate. His daily cultivation ceiling had risen. The previous pain and struggle instantly transformed into joyous reward. No matter the hardship, he would master this technique after pushing his spiritual breath to the limit today. Han Yu felt the weakness in his body from cultivation and began to activate the blood refinement technique. As he activated it, Han Yu immediately sensed his vital essence slowly being consumed to compensate for his lack of original qi. Each activation of the blood refinement technique caused a drop of vital essence to disperse directly into his body, and the weak, sickly feeling gradually faded away, replaced by a warmth as if bathed in sunlight. The damage caused by cultivating the spirit refining technique was superficially repaired, but Han Yu felt that he still needed a few more days to find the optimal balance between cultivation and recovery before continuing to activate the spirit refining technique. Refining the spiritual roots to improve aptitude was undoubtedly important, but not harming the foundation or endangering the future cultivation path was equally crucial. While estimating the cost of cultivating the spirit refining technique, Han Yu suddenly sensed something and stood up to look out the window. He quickly withdrew his gaze. Wei Kunyi was walking towards Steward Wang's residence, which was nothing noteworthy. Something had happened in the spirit fields today. Han Yu's crows had already developed sentience and knew to avoid danger and seek benefit, so they did not come over to interact with him as they usually did. Early the next morning, Han Yu was inspecting the spirit fields. An outer sect disciple, surnamed Hua, was leading a person who had been whipped through the entire spirit fields, shouting, "From now on, anyone who neglects their duty to guard the spirit fields and does not focus on cultivation will meet the same fate." Wherever they passed, many menial disciples burst into laughter because without the overseers and inner sect disciples around, disciple Hua was less severe than Steward Wang and even allowed some teasing remarks. "Junior brother Liu, you're truly one of a kind." The sect summoned everyone, yet junior brother Liu was too busy having fun. What a waste of every precious moment. It turned out the whipped man, used as an example, was that eccentric menial disciple named Liu who had indulged himself yesterday. He was small and skinny, seeming not fully grown. Faced with everyone's mockery, disciple Liu was thick-skinned and grinned, saying, "Thanks to Steward Wang's teachings, I deeply recognize my mistakes. I used to indulge 4 times a day, but from now on it's only twice a day. I won't dare to miss any more important sect summons." The menial disciples who were laughing at him were dumbfounded and speechless for a moment. Disciple Hua's face darkened, and he kicked the scoundrel hard, sending him sprawling in the dirt. "You worthless brat! Not only do you lack ambition, but you shamelessly paraded in front of everyone." He warned everyone. Anyone who dares to imitate him will be severely punished without mercy. All the menial disciples nodded in agreement. After disciple Hua led disciple Liu away, many began to chuckle and discuss among themselves. "Junior brother Liu is really extraordinary. Exactly, his skills are beyond our reach anyway. Better to focus on cultivation and join the outer sect properly. I wonder how much he eats to make up for it all. Hanyu, still young, wasn't interested in this and merely watched before returning to his cultivation. That day, after activating the green sprout chi cultivation technique again and confirming his daily absorption limit had increased slightly, Hanyu wanted to continue cultivating the spirit refining technique to further improve his aptitude. However, after activating the blood refinement technique and noticing his vital energy was still being consumed to repair himself, Hanyu calmed down. The damage caused by the spirit refining technique was indeed considerable. Even after 2 days, his blood energy had not fully recovered. Although outwardly fine, his body's absorption of blood energy proved further repair was necessary. Only after another day did Hanyu feel his body fully restored, no longer absorbing extra blood energy. As the cost of cultivating the spirit refining technique this time, Hanyu had consumed 3 whole drops of vital essence to repair himself thoroughly without leaving any aftereffects. The effect of the spirit refining technique was astonishingly good, but the cost was equally shocking. Hanyu could only cultivate the spirit refining technique once every 5 days, 3 days to recover himself, 2 days to cultivate the blood refinement technique to replenish his vital essence, and only then could he activate the spirit refining technique again to increase his cultivation aptitude slightly, until the fire spiritual root was completely refined, turning into the 3 spiritual roots. The spirit refining technique at the chi refining realm would reach its peak. That night, a large and a small crow flew across the night sky and landed inside Hanyu's stone house. One of them held a section of spirit blood vine in its claws. Hanyu smiled and said, "You found spirit blood vine again?" Caw. The large crow nodded, its dark golden eyes gleaming with anticipation, clearly wanting to consume this spiritual item. The small crow quietly hopped on a Hanyu's shoulder and chirped softly, obviously also wanting to eat. The large crow immediately spread its wings threateningly at the small crow, which sadly hopped down, no longer daring to compete for its exclusive spot. This time, Hanyu did not immediately agree, but pondered for a moment. His cultivation of the blood refinement technique required vital energy, and repairing his body after cultivating the spirit refining technique also needed blood energy. The consumption was quite high. Having the spirit blood vine to increase his blood energy was definitely a good thing. After copying this piece of spirit blood vine, Hanyu gave 1 portion to the large and small crows to share. The 2 crows ate their fill and, full of energy, spread their wings and flew toward the night sky. Hanyu watched them leave, and then saw a flock of black specks of birds appear under the moonlight above the spirit fields, cawing as they flew away. Had the crow team, led by the large crow, grown in number again? Hanyu thought quietly to himself. Early the next morning, Hanyu once again inspected the spirit fields. For some unknown reason, the secrets concerning Zhongshan suddenly spread widely starting today. Both Sun Kong and Lu Lan had inquired with Wei Kunyi and learned quite a detailed story. So Zhongshan was bought by the Spirit Beast sect. He even secretly raised spirit-stealing mice to steal others' green sprout spirit rice. Lu Lan wiped her tears again, this time from anger, seeing her spirit rice harvest fail, and Zhongshan loaning her cultivation resources was all part of Zhongshan's trap from the beginning. She had harbored quite some goodwill toward Zhongshan, but it turned out she had been conned from the very start. That silver-white spindle was deliberately left by the minor Heavenly Net sect, maybe to mark their identity or to warn Wangu Valley. Sun Kong told Hanyu, "I'm afraid Wangu Valley won't have peace anymore." Hanyu was a bit puzzled, so Sun Kong explained, "Recently, demonic cultivators from the Demon Blood sect, disciples bought by the Spirit Beast sect, and even people from the minor Heavenly Net sect have appeared one after another. Wangu Valley has never been known for warfare, but specializes in planting spiritual herbs and fruits. These sects clearly have ill intentions. The minor Heavenly Net sect deliberately left their sect token, which might also be a warning to Wangu Valley that they have been targeted by other sections." Hanyu was surprised and asked in detail. Sun Kong, Lulan, and Wei Kunyi explained the current situation outside Wangu Valley in a few words. A century ago, the 5 great sects of the southern cultivation region, Wangu Valley, Spirit Bee Sect, Minor Heavenly Net Sect, Spirit Sword Sect, and Xianyi Sect, jointly wiped out the Demon Blood Sect, which had been recklessly attacking cultivators to increase its power. Since then, only the 5 great sects remained in the southern region. If demonic cultivators from the Demon Blood Sect appeared, they would be hunted down by the 5 great sects without mercy. Among the 5 great sects, Wangu Valley was the least adept at magical combat and warfare, marked by a 10,000-year-old ancient spiritual tree as their sect's spiritual symbol, with planting spiritual items as their greatest source of profit. Now, other sects sending people to infiltrate Wangu Valley and buying off Wangu Valley disciples were likely harboring sinister intentions. Hanyu listened to their discussions and gained much understanding, yet couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency. If the major sects truly launched an attack against Wangu Valley, what could mere menial disciples like them do? Wouldn't their lives hang by a thread at others' whims? Then another thought struck him. How had news spread so quickly among menial disciples within just a few days? What did this imply? If the sect intended to strictly guard this secret, the information shouldn't have circulated so rapidly. Hanyu couldn't fathom Wangu Valley's intentions, so he focused solely on cultivation, enhancing his qi refinement through the green sprout qi cultivation technique while improving his aptitude via the spirit refining technique. The blood refinement technique could also rapidly boost his vitality, but after using it to compensate for bodily damage caused by the spirit refining technique, his blood energy accumulation slowed significantly. By consuming spirit blood vine to supplement his vitality, Hanyu shortened his spirit refining sessions from every 5 days to every 4 days. Unnoticed, over a month passed without any conflict erupting between Wangu Valley and other sections. The earlier fervent discussions gradually faded into obscurity until no one mentioned them anymore. Hanyu eventually realized Wangu Valley's motive in allowing all disciples, including menial ones, to openly discuss these matters, to signal any hidden traitors that the valley stood prepared, discouraging further schemes. This deliberate provocation aimed to startle potential enemies into abandoning their plans. Old Taoist Li and Hanyu no longer interacted, becoming complete strangers. Hanyu neither knew how the old man had removed his red hair that day, nor what urgent matters kept him occupied recently. Hanyu could only tend to his own progress, cultivating daily with steady improvements and continuous gains. After repeated spirit refining sessions, about 20% of his fire spirit root had been refined, absorbing medicinal energy each day and increasing the upper limit of spiritual essence had clearly improved compared to before. The spiritual seed budding in the dantian had become faintly more distinct. Although there was still quite a gap to reach the 3rd level of qi refining, with consistent effort over time, progress was noticeably faster than before. Such aptitude enhancement came at tremendous cost, an enormous deficit when considering only qi refining and foundation establishment realms. Only Hanyu could endure and dare attempt this. One morning, upon leaving his stone hut, Hanyu immediately noticed changes in his spirit field. The green sprout spirit rice stood half an inch taller than yesterday, with spiritual energy gradually coalescing. It had entered the final harvest stage. NES, Junior Brother Han, quickly enter the spirit field to meditate. Sun Kong approached with a smile. With your 4 spiritual roots, this opportunity might help you reach qi refining 1st layer. The reminder stirred Hanyu. Indeed, it was time to publicly achieve qi refining 1st layer and begin learning spells. Many thanks for Senior Brother Sun's guidance. After expressing gratitude, Hanyu entered the field and assumed meditation posture. Shortly after, old Taoist Li emerged wearing a bamboo hat. Sun Kong called out, "Junior Brother Li, seize this chance to cultivate inside the field." But the old man shook his head without pausing. "I have other matters." After speaking, he glanced at Han, you meditating in the field before hurrying away. Sun Kong exclaimed in surprise. What could possibly outweigh spirit field harvest at such a time? Turning back to Hanyu, he smiled. I intended to assist you both, but since junior brotherly disregards this opportunity, I'll conserve effort, only helping you ward off pests and spirit-stealing mice. Hanyu immediately stood and bowed solemnly. My deepest gratitude, senior brother's son. No need for formalities. Resume meditation. Strive to break through soon. Throughout the morning, numerous menial disciples passed by Hanyu and old Taoist Li's fields. Lu Lan and Wei Kunyi also visited, surprised to find Hanyu cultivating while the old man prioritized external affairs during this critical period. That afternoon, the notoriously eccentric Lu Yun arrived grinning. What coincidence! Your fields harvest just as mine does. Sun Kong, guarding Hanyu's field, asked in astonishment. You've been here for years. Why didn't you synchronize planting with everyone? Certain matters inadvertently delayed me, Lu Yun replied with a smirk. Sun Kong fell silent. Undoubtedly, this man's vulgar habits had caused the delay. Having no prior acquaintance with Lu Yun beyond his infamous reputation, Hanyu simply nodded in acknowledgement upon learning his name, their fields being distantly separated anyway. Shortly after Lu Yun departed, Hanyu emerged announcing his imminent breakthrough to Qi refining first layer. Sun Kong beamed. Excellent. Once you break through, you'll truly walk the cultivation path. I'll take you to Green Sprout Market then. Unaware Hanyu had already visited once. As they spoke, old Taoist Li hurried past without responding to Sun Kang's raised hand, heading straight to his stone hut. Sun Kong didn't pursue conversation. His kindness wasn't obstinacy. Senior brother's son, your guardianship today deserves my deepest thanks. After tomorrow's breakthrough, when I learn spells, I'll no longer delay your cultivation time. Sun Kong nodded. Today's pests haven't appeared. I've contributed little. Once you master basic spells, frightening spirit-stealing mice and insects should suffice. Seek me only if they prove troublesome. Wei Kunyi approached with Lu Lan, smiling. Upon hearing Hanyu's impending breakthrough, Lu Lan offered congratulations while Wei Kunyi's eyes sparkled. Junior brother Han, sincere congratulations. As fellow Southernly Kingdom natives, we must grow closer. Adopting a concerned tone, she cautioned, young newcomers often overlook human malice. Remember, announce successes only after achieving them. Sabotage during critical breakthroughs brings unimaginable consequences. Though aware of Wei Kunyi's private dealings with Steward Wang, Hanyu acknowledged her valid advice. Recognizing Hanyu's potential, Wei Kunyi set aside past dining unpleasantness and led Lu Lan toward old Taoist Li's hut. When Sun Kong inquired, she explained, with spiritual rice gathering energy, this cultivation opportunity shouldn't be wasted. I'll persuade junior brother Li to let us meditate in his field tomorrow. Wei Kunyi's suggestion was indeed somewhat novel, yet upon closer consideration, it made perfect sense. Since old man Li showed no concern for these 10 precious days of cultivation time that were invaluable to menial disciples, letting them go to waste would be truly regrettable. Wei Kunyi and Lu Lan arrived at old man Li's stone hut and knocked on the door. The straw-hatted elder emerged. What brings you two senior sisters here? He asked. Wei Kunyi smiled brightly as she explained their purpose. After some thought, old man Li replied, I've been busy at the market district these days and indeed haven't had time to tend the spirit fields. You may cultivate there for the next few days while helping me deal with pests and rodents. I'll resume watching over the fields myself afterward. Delighted, Wei Kunyi nodded firmly. It's settled then. She immediately pulled Lu Lan into old man Li's spirit fields to begin cultivating. The old man watched them go with a deep, swallowing glance before retreating into his hut. Witnessing this, Sun Kong frowned slightly as if wanting to speak. Hanyu noticed and asked, prompting Sun Kong to explain quietly, Junior brother Li has grown distant from us. Even if I wanted to help, I couldn't. There are things I can only say to you. During this cultivation period before the green sprout spirit rice matures, your individual use won't harm the crops. But with senior sister Wei and junior sister Lu absorbing spiritual energy simultaneously, the rice yield will definitely suffer, likely dropping below 50 pounds per acre. When harvest comes with nothing to show, all will be handed over, leaving no cultivation resources. They'll waste another year or two in stagnation. What a pity. Han Yu suddenly understood. Observing Wei Kunyi and Lu Lan, he thought, they know this perfectly well, yet said nothing to old man Li, still entering the fields together. On the cultivation path, one truly can't rely on others' conscience. Someone like senior brother Sun Kong might not appear once in 1,000. The next morning, Han Yu told Sun Kong about his breakthrough to qi refining first layer, deliberately suppressing his wind riding technique to perform it clumsily like a beginner. Sun Kong offered enthusiastic congratulations. Hearing this, Wei Kunyi and Lu Lan emerged from Old Man Li's spirit fields to offer smiling congratulations as well, their attitudes noticeably warmer. From today onward, junior brother Han has shed his mortal coil and truly embarked on the cultivation path. What cause for celebration? Indeed, now you're truly our junior brother. Their words carried an unspoken implication. Without reaching qi refining, one wasn't truly considered a fellow disciple. Only now did he qualify. Noting their changed attitudes, Han Yu responded politely without considering them true friends. That morning, a pest infestation arrived. Spirit insects first descended on Han Yu's field. He used wind riding to gently repel the spiritual pests with controlled breezes, sending them airborne toward Old Man Li's field. Wei Kunyi glanced up but remained indifferent, continuing her cross-legged cultivation in Old Man Li's field. Despite her earlier promise to handle pests, she'd clearly forgotten, solely focused on absorbing spiritual energy. Lu Lan paused briefly, seeming conflicted before finally rising to disperse the insects with wind riding. The swarm flew off to another distant field, provoking laughter. Lu Yun, stop amusing yourself. Come tend your field. Pests are here, someone shouted. Yet Lu Yun still didn't emerge as before. Many menial disciples chuckled, speculating he was again occupied with vulgar activities indoors. The normally tedious fields gained some fleeting entertainment because of him. By afternoon, Wei Kunyi reached her absorption limit first, followed by Lu Lan. The two departed together without waiting for Old Man Li's return or helping guard his fields. Shortly after they left, a spirit-stealing mouse appeared in Old Man Li's field, noisily gnawing at the green sprout spirit rice stalks and heads. Passing by, Sun Kong sighed to Han Yu. Junior brother Li is too old with poor spiritual roots. I fear he's given up. When Old Man Li returned later to find the pest ravaging his field, his face darkened momentarily before breaking into a smile as he retreated to his hut. Sun Kong took this as further evidence of resignation and left after greeting Han Yu. But Han Yu understood the real reason for that smile. The mouse served Old Man Li's cultivation better than the rice itself. That night, after practicing the green sprout qi cultivation technique and refining the mystic heart fruit's energy, Han Yu replicated and consumed spirit bloodvine to specifically enhance his blood refinement technique. His cultivation progress brought him closer to qi refining third layer while advancing blood refinement first layer. His vital essence now totaled 18 drops. Tomorrow he could practice the spirit refining technique again to improve his aptitude. Han Yu's cultivation progressed steadily through daily field work, showing little interest in the menial disciples' scheming interactions. Yet he remained wary of conflicts like those between the Demon Blood Sect and Southern Five Sects. Khan, the large and small crows flew through his window. Stroking their iron-hard feathers, Han Yu smiled. There are spirit insects and spirit-stealing mice in the fields these days. Go feast. It might strengthen you. The crow's eyes brightened at this, cawing excitedly before taking flight. Soon, a rustling of wings sounded as Han Yu looked out to see a murder of crows descending upon the fields under his two crows' leadership. The commotion drew shouts from some menial disciples, but the crows didn't linger. After catching pests and mice, they vanished into the night. Han Yu marveled at their organized flocking and that many could now catch spirit insects, though only his two crows hunted mice. The rest were clearly transcending ordinary crows. From initially raising 2 crows with spirit nurturing to now commanding an entire useful murder, as Han Yu prepared to rest, Old Man Li's angry shout came next door, "Damnable creatures! Our new Omicron!" Realization struck. The large crow must have taken the mouse Old Man Li needed for blood extraction, provoking his outburst. When the crow returned, Han Yu specifically instructed it to keep the flock from competing with Old Man Li for prey. Next morning, Han Yu encountered the departing elder. Their eyes met, Old Man Li's expression dark with unspoken curses before he stormed off in silence. Han Yu knew instantly. The elder had seen the large crow last night, realizing Han Yu held another card, hence this reaction. Last night, the crow flock caught spirit insects and spirit-stealing mice in the spirit fields, feasting until full. Today, not only were there no pest or rodent problems in Han Yu's fields, but none of the menial disciples in the entire spirit fields area encountered any insect or rodent infestations. Having ostensibly broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement, Han Yu spent the day practicing spells with decent form, allowing passing menial disciples to notice his advancement to Qi refinement level 1. Come nightfall, Han Yu once again activated the spirit refining technique to refine his fire attribute spiritual root. After each session, his daily spiritual energy absorption limit increased slightly, but the cost was another wave of unmistakable weakness. Operating the blood refinement technique to replenish his vitality still required 2 more days of consuming essence blood and practicing the technique to fully recover from the damage. After cultivation, sensing unusual movement outside his window, Han Yu focused his gaze to see a silent, dark mass of crows gathered before his window. Rising to approach, the large crow happily flew over to perch on Han Yu's shoulder, behaving like a child proudly showing their masterpiece to a parent. Feeling the large crow's emotions, Han Yu smoothed its feathers and praised, "Well done. After eating those spirit insects and spirit-stealing mice, have your crows gained spiritual awareness? Can they be more useful now?" "Gah," the large crow responded. "Good. That's excellent," Han Yu said. "Lead your flock well. There will be more work for you all in the future." The large crow hopped excitedly twice before affectionately pecking at Han Yu and taking flight into the night sky, followed closely by the small crow and then a group of larger-than-average crows with jet-black feathers gradually developing spiritual awareness. Han Yu watched quietly, his mood light. Over the next 2 days, pest and rodent problems remained scarce, with only occasional appearances that caused little harm. After using the blood refinement technique to recover from the spirit refining technique's damage, Han Yu returned to cultivation. Wei Kunyi and Lu Lan continued their daily routine of meditating in Old Man Li's spirit fields until 3 days before the green sprout spirit rice harvest, when Old Man Li seemed to have an epiphany and began cultivating in his own field, forcing Wei Kunyi and Lu Lan to stop leeching spiritual energy. On the evening before harvest, Sun Kang arrived at Han Yu's stone house, carrying a sack. "Junior brother Han, I see your green sprout spirit rice is nearly ready for harvest, with an estimated yield around 50 gene. I brought 10 gene of spirit rice to lend you. If your yield falls short, you can secretly make up the difference to reach 50 gene before the steward notices. With 1/10 of the harvest as your share, you'd keep 25 gene. After repaying my 10, you'd still have 15 left. Otherwise, you might end up like junior sister Lu, forced to surrender everything with nothing to show for it." Han Yu expressed sincere gratitude before asking, "Senior brother Sun, what if Steward Wang finds out? Could there be trouble?" After consideration, Sun Kang replied, "Unless Steward Wang catches you red-handed, he typically won't make an issue of it." This answer left Han Yu uneasy, knowing Steward Wang's poor character from their previous encounters when he and Old Man Li first joined 6 months ago. Getting caught would likely bring severe consequences. Moreover, Han Yu didn't actually need spirit rice for cultivation. A mere dozen gene meant little to his practice. After deliberation, Han Yu returned the rice. "Senior brother Sun, as a newcomer facing my first harvest, I'd rather play it safe than risk mistakes. I deeply appreciate your kindness, but this time I prefer to assess the situation first. Sun Kong nodded understandingly. That's reasonable. I just worry you might react like junior sister Lu if things go poorly. After sincere thanks, Han Yu watched Sun Kong depart. Unexpectedly, his door knocked again an hour later. Hearing Wei Kunyi's voice, Han Yu wondered why this woman, who should be with Steward Wang, would visit a junior disciple so late. Opening the door, Wei Kunyi entered with a smile. Junior brother Han, do you know why I'm here? No, Han Yu answered. I've come to solve your problems, she declared. For your first spirit field harvest, even with daily care, monthly watering, and pest control, 50 gene per mu remains uncertain. Falling short means no sect merits and complete forfeiture. Junior brother, you wouldn't want to continue cultivating without spirit rice, would you? Han Yu wondered in surprise. Could Wei Kunyi actually be kind-hearted? Her next words corrected his misunderstanding. This senior sister never gave without reason. I have 15 gene of spirit rice and close ties with Steward Wang. If your harvest runs slightly short tomorrow, I can ensure you make up the difference to exceed 50 gene. This way, you'll earn 5 sect merits and keep over 25 gene of rice. Ample cultivation resources. All you need do is repay me 25 gene next harvest season. 15 gene now, for 25 gene later? Han Yu stared in amazement. Senior sister Wei, I fear I couldn't repay that. Of course you could, she laughed. With my help and our shared Southern Li Kingdom origins, I'd never pressure you too harshly. Han Yu remained skeptical. Her kindness might vanish if harvests faltered. Plus, he truly didn't need the rice. Senior sister, I should decline. How can you refuse? I'm offering genuine help, seeing you as practically family. No, senior sister, I'd feel uneasy. Junior brother, you amuse me. Given my relationship with Steward Wang, he'd turn a blind eye even if he knew. Despite her persistent coaxing, Han Yu kept refusing until Wei Kunyi's expression cooled. Junior brother, reconsider carefully. Refusing my rice doesn't just embarrass me. Steward Wang may treat you less kindly. Seeing Han Yu remain unmoved, Wei Kunyi snorted coldly and left his stone house, heading toward Old Man Li's residence. Steward Wang? Hearing a mention from Wei Kunyi's mouth, Han Yu's heart sank immediately. Was she using Steward Wang's name to intimidate me? Or had Steward Wang truly gotten involved? If it was the former, that would be manageable. But if it was the latter, wouldn't Han Yu face deliberate targeting if he refused to borrow spirit rice and be exploited? Han Yu pondered silently while observing Wei Kunyi's actions. Wei Kunyi raised her hand to knock on Old Li's door. Junior Brother Li? Junior Brother Li? What is it? It's about the green sprout spirit rice harvest. I'm resting. We'll talk tomorrow. Old Li replied coldly. Junior Brother Li, I'm doing this for your own good. Old Li said indifferently. No need. Please leave. Junior Brother Li? Wei Kunyi called out twice more before finally stamping her foot in frustration and turning to leave. The direction she took led neither to Steward Wang's residence nor her own, but toward the stone house of that peculiar fellow Lu Yun who enjoyed self-pleasure. Han Yu waited quietly. Moments later, Wei Kunyi's startled scream came from afar. How can you be so disgusting? She then fled back to her own dwelling in disarray. Han Yu had originally been feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, suspecting he might provoke Steward Wang. But upon hearing Wei Kunyi's outburst at Lu Yun, he couldn't help but chuckle silently. That eccentric senior brother Lu truly was bizarre and unusual, completely out of place among the hard-working farming disciples, as if the sect and spirit fields were mere externalities, with self-contentment being the only thing that mattered. Wei Kunyi, who was always considerate and could exchange pleasantries with anyone, completely lost her usual composed demeanor when encountering such a peculiar character as Lu Yun. Early the next morning, the spiritual energy in Han Yu and Old Li's fields had gradually dissipated. The green sprout spirit rice hung heavy on the stalks, emitting a faint glow. Han Yu and Old Li began harvesting the rice heads. The stalks would be dealt with later after the spirit rice was collected. Disciple Hua came to supervise the three of them. Han Yu, Old Li, and Lu Yun, as they harvested their respective fields. He was particularly cold toward Old Li, not even exchanging a single word, merely observing with indifferent eyes. His attitude toward Han Yu, a menial disciple who had already reached the first level of qi refinement, was relatively better, even offering calm encouragement to cultivate diligently and strive to enter the outer sect within 10 years. A with tilde new es. As for Lu Yun, after just one glance from disciple Hua, shouts and beatings ensued, provoking laughter from many menial disciples. From morning until afternoon, they worked tirelessly to harvest all the rice heads from 5 acres of spirit fields. With slight rubbing, the spirit rice easily separated from its husks, unlike mundane rice which was harder to thresh. While Han Yu was completing the threshing outside his stone house, Steward Wang appeared, his large belly protruding, followed by Wei Kunyi, slowly approaching from his residence. His obesity made his eyes appear perpetually squinted, making his expression unreadable. Ahem, Junior Brother Hua. Thank you for your efforts. Senior Brother Wang. Disciple Hua acknowledged with a nod. You may go rest. I'll handle recording their harvest this time, Steward Wang said. Disciple Hua seemed surprised. There are only 3 menial disciples this harvest. If Senior Brother doesn't mind such trivial matters, no problem, I'll take care of it. After Steward Wang repeated himself, Disciple Hua gave a thoughtful glance toward Han Yu and Old Li before taking his leave. Once he was gone, Steward Wang smirked coldly and first approached Old Li's harvested rice. He cast a disdainful look at the straw-hatted figure who resembled an old farmer. Old trash, I hear you've been complaining about me. Old Li remained silent, stepping aside to let him inspect the rice. Steward Wang clasped his hands behind his back, staring at him before suddenly sneering. No need to check. 29 pounds per acre, less than 30. You deserve punishment. Old Li abruptly raised his head to look at Steward Wang. Steward Wang laughed coldly. What? You disagree? At your age, with your talent, you can barely reach the first level of qi refinement. How dare you criticize me? Old Li gave Steward Wang a cold look before turning to retrieve a small square measuring bucket from his house. After numerous trips to Green Sprout Market and occasional trades with ordinary people, he had acquired some measuring tools of his own. Steward Wang, I'll measure myself. This bucket holds exactly 20 pounds. Steward Wang sneered again. Your own measurements don't count. With that, he formed a hand seal, releasing a faint green light accompanied by howling wind that cleanly split Old Li's wooden bucket in 2. Half fell to the ground, while the other half remained in Old Li's hand. Steward Wang smiled triumphantly. Well, still want to measure it yourself? Old Li stared deeply at Steward Wang and Wei Kunyi before pressing his lips together and lowering his head, his voice hoarse. I won't measure it myself. But please don't punish me, Steward Wang. Count it as 30 pounds per acre, all right? Seeing him yield, Steward Wang smiled even more broadly, his already narrow eyes disappearing completely into his fleshy face. 30 pounds per acre? Didn't you only get 29? Old Li kept his head bowed, back bent, as if resigned to his fate. I can borrow some from Senior Sister Wei to make up the difference. Ahem, that's none of my business. Steward Wang turned away, collecting Old Li's rice before moving toward Han Yu. You two can discuss whatever you want to say. Wei Kunyi walked toward Old Li with a smile. Junior Brother Li, if you'd been this reasonable from start, I'll lend you 5 pounds of spirit rice, and you'll repay me 10 next season, understood? Old Li raised his eyes, bloodshot and somewhat frightening. Senior Sister Wei, about letting you cultivate in my field when it gathered spiritual energy a few days ago. Could you show some leniency? Wei Kunyi's face hardened, her gaze haughty. You weren't cultivating yourself anyway. Do you really think you did me some great favor? A failed cultivator who can barely step onto the path of cultivation has no right to bargain with me. Old Li listened, lowering his head again, the coldness in his bloodshot eyes intensifying. Senior Sister is right, but this junior brother wishes to strive harder. Could you lend me more spirit rice? Now that's more like it. Wei Kunyi swayed coquettishly, her smile blooming like a flower. Junior brother Lee, I can lend you up to 15 pounds. Next season, you'll repay me 25. How about that? And if I can't repay it next season, then the interest compounds and we recalculate. After all, we're fellow disciples. I wouldn't let you suffer losses, and you wouldn't make me lose money, right? Wei Kunyi's voice carried undisguised satisfaction. With Steward Wong present, she had no fear of menial disciples daring to default on their debts. Old Lee kept his head low, his throat moving slightly as if swallowing. Yes, Senior Sister Wei. With this matter settled, Wei Kunyi would deliver the rice shortly before joining Steward Wong and Hanyu. By this time, Steward Wong and Hanyu had already exchanged a few words 12 years old for spiritual roots, already at the first level of qi refining. Steward Wong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his large belly protruding prominently as he asked. Yes, Steward Wong. To be precise, Hanyu had already turned 13 after winter passed, but he saw no need to share this detail with Steward Wong. He had just witnessed how Steward Wong had bullied Old Lee by releasing wind blades, leaving him wary and cautious. Not bad at all. By your 20s, you should just make it into the outer sect as a junior disciple, Steward Wong continued. Hanyu thought for a moment before replying. By then, Steward Wong will likely have entered the inner sect. Steward Wong froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. The inner sect? I don't even dare dream of that. Yet you dare dream for me. But I like hearing that. He then asked Hanyu, have you practiced wind riding and water control? Show me. Hanyu nodded in agreement. Wei Kunyi happened to arrive at that moment, smiling as she said, Junior brother Han is demonstrating spells? May I watch too? Without responding, Hanyu formed hand seals, channeled his spiritual energy, and deliberately restrained himself as he released a wind riding spell. Steward Wong looked surprised. Successful casting within 3 breaths, right after breaking through? With your spell talent like this, you're quite gifted in the art of magic. Hanyu was equally astonished. He hadn't realized that even his restrained version of wind riding would be considered excellent. If casting successfully within 3 breaths was considered good, then what did that make his ability to release 2 wind riding spells within a single breath? Could it be that the long-term consumption of mystic heart fruits, which cleared the mind and aided spell cultivation, appeared so remarkable in others' eyes? Seeing his surprise, Steward Wong laughed heartily. It seems junior brother Han doesn't understand the standards for disciples' spell casting. No wonder. These aren't things menial disciples would know. Only outer sect disciples need to compare spell proficiency. Successfully casting a spell within 10 breaths means you've learned it. Within 5 breaths means it's usable. Within 3 breaths means it's combat ready. Junior brother Han, your talent isn't bad at all. How does it compare to mine? Wei Kunyi interjected playfully, noticing Steward Wong's friendly banter with Hanyu. Steward Wong shot her a disdainful glance. Couldn't be bothered to respond. No matter how much Wei Kunyi curried favor, how could she compare to a future outer sect disciple? Seeing Steward Wong value Hanyu while dismissing her, Wei Kunyi grew displeased and reminded him, Steward Wong, how should we account for this season's spirit rice harvest? Wasn't it time to squeeze this kid Hanyu dry? Steward Wong nodded, his plump hand patting Hanyu's shoulder. Junior brother Han, seeing your promising future, this senior brother won't nitpick. Let's follow sect rules fairly. If your harvest exceeds 50 gene per mu this time, I'll let you keep 20%. How's that? What? Wei Kunyi exclaimed in shock. Steward Wong this. Why wasn't he being pressured into borrowing spirit rice with compounding interest? Instead of taking 90%, he was only taking 80? Was he giving concessions? Steward Wong glared at her. Since when do you have a say? Wei Kunyi immediately shut her mouth, beginning to understand Steward Wong's reasoning. Hanyu was young, cultivated at a decent pace, possessed good spell talent. His entry into the outer sect was practically guaranteed, and he might even become quite formidable. Steward Wong had decided to befriend rather than antagonize him. Nues. Hanyu also realized this, inwardly marveling. Just by revealing a portion of his cultivation and spell ability, The villain before him had transformed into a kind-hearted benefactor. On the path of cultivation, it truly seemed one could rely on no one but oneself. Personal strength was the most convincing argument. Compared to old Lee, who appeared to have no potential or redeeming qualities, the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Though fully aware of Steward Wong's true nature, Han Yu didn't antagonize him and repeatedly expressed gratitude. Steward Wong then weighed Han Yu's spirit rice. Because Han Yu had diligently tended the spirit fields, promptly eliminating pests and rodents without excessively absorbing the green sprout spirit rice's spiritual energy, his yield surpassed 50 gene per mu, just reaching 51 gene. Steward Wong credited Han Yu with 5 minor sect merits and let him keep 20% of the harvest from 5 mu, 51 gene of spirit rice. Junior brother Han, after one more planting season, when you've accumulated 10 minor merits, you can visit the sect's transmission pavilion to learn new spells or exchange for items at the steward's office. As for the spirit rice, I suggest you don't rush to exchange it at Green Sprout Market. Focus on your cultivation. Our Wangu Valley has always been peaceful. Before entering the outer sect, combat ability isn't crucial. Advancing your cultivation to enter the outer sect is the only priority. You can exchange minor merits for spells or other items. Han Yu memorized Steward Wong's advice, thanking him outwardly while finding the situation absurd. This same Steward Wong, normally harsh, unreasonable, and inhumane, had become so accommodating upon recognizing Han Yu's potential that even Wei Kunyi by his side looked uncomfortable with the change. Steward Wong then led Wei Kunyi to Lu Yun's spirit fields. You worthless wretch. Just because you have 3 spiritual roots, you think you can slack off like this? You're being punished again this time. After a round of shouting, Steward Wong stormed away from Lu Yun's fields. Han Yu and Sun Kong, who had come to congratulate him, exchanged amused glances upon hearing this. Junior brother Lu really, despite having 3 spiritual roots, why is he so obsessed with that particular habit? Sun Kong sighed before sincerely congratulating Han Yu. Steward Wong rarely thinks much of menial disciples. With your decent cultivation pace and well-tended fields, he actually made an exception to let you keep 20%. This is truly wonderful. From now on, no one at the spirit fields should dare bully you. Last time senior sister Lu Lan harvested 48 gene per mu. Why didn't Steward Wong and senior sister Wei interfere? Han Yu asked. Isn't senior sister Lu Lan also a 3 spiritual root cultivator destined for the outer sect? Sun Kong explained. There were too many witnesses then. They couldn't publicly falsify the yield numbers. Besides, Zhongshan had already used spirit-stealing mice to reduce senior sister Lu's output beforehand, and she hadn't anticipated such a shortfall. Moreover, borrowing spirit rice from senior sister Wei brings no real benefits. Han Yu understood now. As they spoke, Wei Kunyi arrived at old Li's door carrying spirit rice. Junior brother Li, I brought you spirit rice. Looking down, she found the door shut with a yellow paper note. Come back at night. Out on business. Wei Kunyi snorted coldly, turned with the rice, spotted Sun Kong and Han Yu smiling nearby, gave a stiff greeting, then swayed away. Han Yu wondered, old Li wasn't in a stone house? Why had he left? Sun Kong also seemed puzzled. Earlier I saw junior brother Li leaving with several fellow disciples. Where could they be going? Maybe to the market district in the evening. On harvest day, some rejoiced while others despaired. Han Yu, having ostensibly broken through to the first level of qi refining and displaying decent spellcasting talent, received 51 caddies of green sprout spirit rice from Steward Wong following protocol. An unexpected windfall. In contrast, old Taoist Li fared far worse. Knowing his advanced age held no promise and he posed no threat, both Steward Wong and Wei Kunyi openly bullied him while he appeared powerless to resist. As night fell, Han Yu absorbed the medicinal effects of today's mystic heart fruit. Sensing something odd, he pondered. The fruit remained unchanged, yet its effects seemed diminished compared to initial consumption. Was this illusion? Or did repeated consumption of the same spiritual fruit cause this? If so, he'd need alternative fruit soon. Hanyu realized his lack of cultivation knowledge. He couldn't risk asking fellow disciples lest they suspect his possession of spiritual treasures, inviting covetous intentions. After cultivation, he cycled the blood refinement technique, using essence blood to repair damage from practicing the spirit refining technique. Completing a cycle, the blood rune at his donjong acupoint trembled faintly as he ceased. Wei Kunyi's voice pierced the quiet, knocking on old Taoist Li's door. "Junior brother Li, back yet? I brought the green sprout spirit rice you wanted." Han Yu's expression darkened with a silent sigh. Old Taoist Li practiced the blood refinement technique and had allied with demon blood sect members at Green Sprout Market. Blood nourishment mattered most to him, spirit rice being secondary. Yet witnessing this oppression weighed on Han Yu's conscience. But old Taoist Li had embraced the demon blood sect's path, deliberately severing ties with Han Yu. The creak of old Taoist Li's door announced Wei Kunyi's triumphant entry, her grating laughter fading as the door shut. Han Yu dismissed it, finishing his cultivation. When the crows arrived, he smoothed their iron feathers affectionately before they departed, then prepared to rest. Lying on a stone bed, unease prickled his mind. Something felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Suddenly, he bolted upright. Wrong. Why hadn't Wei Kunyi emerged? No sound had come from old Taoist Li's dwelling since her entry, which could only mean Han Yu's heartbeat accelerated. Old Taoist Li had been a vengeance-driven martial artist in his youth, later gaining fame as one of the 3 friends of Quan Lin in southern the kingdom. While he'd tolerate oppression powerless, now armed with the demon blood sect's lethal blood droplet technique, far surpassing Wangu Valley disciple spells, Wei Kunyi's nighttime provocation might prove fatal. This couldn't be concealed. Unless foolish, old Taoist Li wouldn't await investigation at Wangu Valley's spirit fields. Senior steward's involvement would mean suicide. Han Yu needed contingency plans. Old Taoist Li could flee to his demonic allies at the market, but Han Yu wouldn't follow that path. Old Taoist Li's stone hut stood eerily silent in the darkness. After exhaustive deliberation, Han Yu prepared his defense. If Foundation establishment cultivators investigated, checking for blood refinement practice, he'd resort to extreme measures. First, destroy the Donjong Acupoint's blood rune to abandon the technique. Then forcibly cycle the spirit refining technique to assimilate excess essence blood. A last resort only. With breath-concealing arts aid, outer sect disciples shouldn't detect anomalies. Han Yu's blood refinement practice differed drastically from old Taoist Li's, leaving no traces. At dawn, Han Yu worked undisturbed, removing green sprout spirit rice stalks. Only the grain heads held value. Stalks barely served as fertilizer. Old Taoist Li's dwelling remained quiet. Half an acre cleared, Steward Wang arrived, belly protruding, hands clasped behind his back. After cursory greetings, he inquired, "Junior brother Han, seen Wei Kunyi today?" Han Yu shook his head slightly. "Haven't. That whore, where'd she go? Promised to visit last night, but never came." Steward Wang frowned, heading to Wei Kunyi's quarters. For male disciples loitered outside her door, sparking his irritation, likely more of her bedmates. He barked, "Idling here instead of tending fields? Explain yourselves." 2 immediately apologized and scurried off. One bold soul whispered, "Senior Sister Wei summoned us as escorts for market errands this morning. But it's past an hour, and she's not answering." Steward Wang's eyes narrowed. Had that slut forgotten him for some disciple's bed? Furious, he kicked her door open, scanning the interior, then froze. Empty. Rifling through her belongings, he noted a faintly glowing iron chest beneath her bed, likely containing spirit stones. Turning to the lingering disciple, he demanded, "She confirmed Chun our departure?" "Yes, Steward Wang." "Unusual for her." "Extremely. Senior Sister Wei never breaks appointments." Steward Wang's face hardened, teeth clenched. "Damn, another incident. Spirit stones untouched. Last night's duties neglected. Today's plans abandoned." Wei Kunyi was likely dead. Another spirit field's catastrophe so soon. Steward Liu would skin him alive upon discovery. He couldn't report this yet. Needed answers first. Assemble all spirit field's disciples. Summon junior brothers Ji and Hua, too. Chaos erupted as disciples gathered. Han Yu joining Sun Kong and Lu Lan among the crowd. Steward Wang conducted roll call. Li Quan, Lu Yun, Wei Kunyi, and 4 others absent. Reported outer sect disciple Hua before inquiring. Senior brother Wang, what's happened? Steward Wang declared coldly. Wei Kunyi may have been murdered. Search the dwellings of Li Quan, Lu Yun, and the other 5 for clues. If nothing surfaces, inspect every disciple's quarters and the fields. Alive or dead. We must find her. Lu Yun, Li Quan. Among the 6 names, these 2 made disciple Ji, disciple Hua, and the other menial disciples feel it was impossible. These 2 simply didn't seem like the type who would kill anyone. Lu Yun was like a lecher reborn. Despite having decent potential with 3 spiritual roots, he spent all his time amusing himself in bizarre ways. Someone who didn't even care much about cultivation or the spirit fields. Would he actually kill someone? As for Li Quan, there was even less to say. A decrepit old man with 5 spiritual roots, probably weaker than some mortal servants. Could he really have killed Wei Kunyi, a cultivator? If anything had happened, it was likely the other 4 who did it. Following Steward Wang's orders, Disciple Ji called over 2 menial disciples and began searching. After inspecting 2 stone houses, they went to Lu Yun's dwelling, kicked open the door, and dragged out the half-naked Lu Yun. The entire spirit fields area erupted in laughter, even the female disciples turning red-faced with mirth. Just as expected, Lu Yun remained his usual eccentric self. Disciple Hua also chuckled before taking 2 other menial disciples to search Li Quan's stone house. He emerged shortly after with a grim expression. Senior brother Wang, there's trouble. This bastard learned the evil techniques of the demon blood sect and killed Wei Kunyi. The crowd immediately erupted in shock. That old Taoist Li, who looked like he wouldn't last much longer, actually learned demonic cultivation techniques and killed Wei Kunyi? Is this true? Steward Wang asked with a livid face, striding forward. Absolutely, Senior brother Wang. Wei Kunyi's corpse is inside, her vital essence completely drained. This is clearly the demon blood sect's handiwork, Disciple Hua reported. Steward Wang first felt regret. He should have known that old bastard wasn't to be trifled with. He shouldn't have listened to Wei Kunyi yesterday and pushed so hard. That woman was all about shady deals and pleasures instead of proper cultivation, and now she'd paid with her life. Then came anger. How long had that old bastard been secretly learning demonic techniques right under my nose? When Steward Liu investigates, I'll surely be punished. Reaching old Li's doorway and seeing Wei Kunyi's withered, ghastly corpse, Steward Wang gritted his teeth. That beast couldn't have escaped through the main gate. He must have fled to the market district to change his appearance. Junior brothers, this is urgent. I propose chasing Li Quan to the market first before reporting to the steward's office. What do you think? Disciple Ji and Disciple Hua exchanged glances but didn't agree. If Senior brother insists, we won't stop you. But we should still inform the steward's office first, shouldn't we? Steward Wang could bully menial disciples, but couldn't be unreasonable with fellow outer disciples. Relenting, he said, Junior brother Hua, please report to the steward's office for me. Put in a good word that I rush to capture the demonic cultivator Li Quan without delay. Oh yes. Disciple Hua nodded. Steward Wang continued. Junior brother Ji, please oversee the spirit fields and menial disciples. No one leaves until I return, or the steward's office sends someone. Yes, Senior brother Wang. After Disciple Ji's acknowledgement, Steward Wang summoned his banana leaf and flew toward Green Sprout Market. Disciple Hua also produced a 7-foot-long treated leaf as a flying artifact and hurried back to report. Seeing this, Han Yu thought this would likely involve Foundation establishment cultivators from the steward's office again. Without hesitation, he quietly activated the spirit refining technique to refine his fire spiritual root. Previously, Each activation required 3 days of blood essence recovery. Now, aiming to rapidly deplete his reserves, he activated it repeatedly. After 5 activations, Han Yu felt utterly exhausted. His blood energy continuously dispersed to repair damage, maintaining his outward appearance while rapidly consuming his vital essence. When his reserves fell critically low, even the blood talisman at his donjong acupoint wavered. Han Yu steeled himself. Once past this crisis with Old Li, no further inspections would come. Recovering his essence would take mere weeks. For safety's sake, the sacrifice was necessary. Moreover, this expenditure wasn't wasted. It enhanced his aptitude through the spirit refining technique. Releasing the blood talisman fully, sharp pain shot through his donjong acupoint, nearly making him vomit blood. His first layer of blood refinement cultivation collapsed entirely, erasing all traces of his practice. Soon after, a grim-faced steward Lu in purple robes arrived with 2 inner disciples, several outer disciples, and disciple Hua. After inspecting Old Li's dwelling, steward Lu returned coldly. Wang Hui's fine work. Were you two just watching idly? We were incompetent. Disciple Ji and disciple Hua bowed, not daring to argue. Who knew this Li Quan best? Step forward, steward Lu demanded. Silence. Han Yu glanced at Sun Kong and Lu Lan. Sun Kong signaled with his eyes to stay put. Lu Lan's eyes reddened, grieving Wei Kunyi's sudden death. What? No one knew him? Not even those who interacted with him regularly? Steward Lu pressed. Who spoke with Li Quan within the past month? At this, Han Yu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan knew they couldn't remain hidden and stepped forward. Sun Kong explained, Our fields were near his, so we exchanged greetings mornings and evenings. Steward Lu scrutinized them impatiently. That's all. Li Quan was reclusive, Sun Kong added. When I reminded him about harvest recently, he ignored me. Still unsatisfied, Steward Lu prepared to interrogate further. Han Yu thought admitting he traveled here with Old Li would invite intense scrutiny. Despite his preparations, it was too risky. Just then, Steward Wang returned hastily on his banana leaf. Steward Lu, disaster. Green Sprout Market must harbor demon blood sect elites. Li Quan was their product. Steward Lu scowled. That's obvious. Immortal obtaining demonic techniques could only come from the market. Wang Hui, your negligence is grave. Steward Wang cried. Punish me later. More menial disciples were killed. What? Steward Lu leaped onto the banana leaf. More killings? Yes, for more menial disciples yesterday. Also by demon blood sect methods. Steward Wang wailed. Which division? Also from our spirit fields, Steward Wang trembled. Enraged, Steward Lu kicked him off. Your magnificent work. Kneel and await judgment. Steward Wang barely landed safely using wind riding, then knelt motionless. Steward Lu took a deep breath, ordering 2 inner disciples. Alert Green Sprout Market to track Li Quan's last movements and contacts. Detain any suspects. Kill resistors. The inner disciples departed swiftly. Steward Lu then examined Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and Han Yu, focusing on Lu Lan. Last time with that spirit B-sect incident, you were involved too? Lu Lan stammered fearfully. Steward, I know nothing. Finding her aura pure, Steward Lu nodded. You're clean. To all present, no one moves. I'll report to the sect master for judgment. 2 inner sect disciples went to the market district to report Elder Li's matter, while Steward Lu went to inform the sect master. Steward Wang knelt on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. The other outer sect disciples maintained stern expressions as they closely monitored all the menial disciples present. The menial disciples were all as silent as cicadas in winter. Even the eccentric Lu Yun, who never wore pants, had curled up into a ball, not daring to make sound. After a full half hour, the 2 inner sect disciples returned first to the spirit fields. Upon inquiring about Steward Lu's whereabouts, they waited there together. Not long after, a flower-adorned carriage flew over from the sect's direction and hovered above the spirit fields, instantly releasing a rich floral fragrance. A middle-aged woman with half-white hair sat atop the carriage. Following closely behind was a black cane soaring through the air, carrying a fierce-looking middle-aged man. Both the woman and man wore jade-white elder robes. They were Wangu Valley elders at the late Foundation establishment realm. Then came Steward Lu and several other stewards, accompanied by dozens of inner and outer sect disciples. The two elders and several stewards remained suspended mid-air while the other disciples descended after putting away their magical tools. By the sect master's decree, Steward Lu announced loudly. The inner sect, outer sect, and menial disciples all bowed to receive the order, except for Steward Wang, who remained kneeling. The stewards gave slight bows while awaiting the sect master's command. The two elders showed no particular reaction, simply listening. The Spirit Fields area has faced treachery from the Spirit Beast sect and demonic cultivators from the Demon Blood sect. Strict management is required. Wang Hui shall be stripped of merits by the Steward Hall and exiled to external guard duty for 10 years. The Steward Hall will appoint a new manager for the Spirit Fields. Steward Wang's body went limp as he collapsed to the ground. 10 years of external guard duty. Outside, the conditions were unpredictable, spiritual energy was scarce, cultivation progress would stagnate, and there might even be life-or-death battles. Would he even survive to return? Steward Lu continued announcing, all menial disciples of the Spirit Field shall line up to be personally inspected by Elder Yan of Sect Discipline and Elder One of Sect Guardianship. All inner and outer sect disciples form groups of 3 under Steward supervision to search every stone house and Spirit Field. Any illicit items shall not be overlooked. The cultivation resources of menial disciples must not be disturbed. As Steward Lu finished speaking, the menial disciples formed 2 lines to be inspected one by Elder Yin and Elder One who had descended to the ground. Other stewards led blue-robed inner sect disciples and green-robed outer sect disciples to search through the stone houses and spirit fields. Lu Lan, Anyu, and Sun Kong were called to the front by Steward Lu first. Elders Yin and Wen, this female disciple, was previously connected to that Zhang Shan from the Spirit Beast sect, and now she's involved with Li Quan. Please examine her first. Elder Wen adjusted her half-white hair while remaining seated on her flower-covered carriage, the floral scent overwhelming. Oh, little girl, come here, let me see. With tears in her eyes, Lu Lan carefully approached Elder Wen. After placing a hand on her shoulder, Elder Wen smiled. I sense our sect's green sprout chi cultivation technique. No problems here. What do you say, Elder Yin? If you say there's no problem, then there's no problem, Elder Yin replied coldly. Also, you're older than me. You should call me Junior Brother Yin. RNOB, yes. Elder Wen gave him a flat look, pursed her lips, then turned to Han Yu and Sun Kong. These two as well. These two weren't close with Li Quan, but they spoke with him within the past month. That Li Quan was particularly reclusive and didn't get along with others, Steward Lu explained. Those who practice demonic techniques naturally have no true friends, Elder Wen remarked. How could someone reeking of blood all day hide that from close companions? She beckoned Sun Kong forward and checked his shoulder. This one's fine too. Then she motioned Han Yu forward. When she pressed his shoulder, she showed surprise. Your blood energy is unusually vigorous for someone so young. Where did you get such abundant qi and blood? Elder Yin immediately frowned. Blood refinement technique? Steward Lu was startled, and Sun Kong and Lu Lan jumped in alarm. Han Yu's breathing tightened. No, Elder Wen said. Look at his hair, eyes, and overall aura. This is his own blood energy, definitely not the blood refinement technique. More like he consumed some powerful spiritual medicine that enhanced his qi and blood at a young age. Elder Yin stepped forward to examine carefully before nodding. Correct. Demon blood sect cultivators use human, demon beast, or even ordinary animal blood as nourishment. A single taste leaves them reeking of blood with reddened eyes and discolored hair. The stronger their cultivation, the worse the stench. This disciple's vigorous blood energy comes from spiritual medicine. He asked Han Yu, What medicine did you take? After thinking, Han Yu described the spirit blood vine, a section of vine with bright red liquid inside. After drinking it, the vine shed like snake skin. Both elders nodded in recognition. Indeed, the spirit blood vine can enhance blood energy. No issues here. Next, Han Yu stood with Sun Kong and Lu Lan, all three feeling like they'd narrowly escaped disaster. Even knowing they were innocent, facing the sect's white-robed elders inevitably made them nervous. Shortly after their inspection, Elder Yin grabbed a menial disciple's arm. This one also practices the blood refinement technique and has consumed blood nourishment, though not yet reached the first layer. Steward Lu immediately searched the disciple thoroughly before having him restrained. Elder Wen discovered another, frowning as she asked, "Have you formed a beast heart communion pact with the spirit beast sect?" The menial disciple hastily denied it. Elder Wen smiled faintly. "Lying to me isn't very obedient of you." A flower shot out, shattering the disciple's upper garment to reveal a roaring beast head tattoo. Steward Lu immediately subdued him, demanding to know where his spirit beast was hidden. Han Yu and the others watched in shock, never imagining that beneath Wangu Valley's peaceful spirit fields, aside from the two recent incidents, there were secretly others practicing foreign techniques. The fierce-looking Elder Yin couldn't help but say sternly, "Our Wangu Valley has always been peaceable, disliking conflict. We only joined in destroying the Demon Blood Sect because they used our disciples for cultivation. Yet now we're seen as easy targets, treated as if we're nothing." Elder Wen sighed. "Elder Yin, don't think that way. Combat was never our sect's strength. Herb cultivation and alchemy are." "Call me Junior Brother Yin," Elder Yin reminded. Elder Wen's expression turned cold. "Then let's continue, Elder Yin." Elder Yin fell silent, no longer correcting her as they continued inspecting the remaining menial disciples. One by one, they passed inspection without further spies being found. The menial disciples' dwellings also showed no abnormalities beyond the two captured infiltrators. When Lu Yun reached Elder Yin, the elder first studied him intently before asking curiously, "Have you consumed blazing sungrass these past few days? Your cultivation has advanced, but your desires seem difficult to control." Lu Yin looked confused and shook his head. "I don't think so." Elder Yin checked his dantian and frowned. "No, your condition is strange. Wait, why aren't you wearing pants?" Some stifled laughter as others quietly explained Lu Yun's eccentric habits. Contrary to expectations, Elders Yin and Wen didn't scold or get angry. They looked at Lu Yun with great interest instead. Elder Wen said, "This one's an unusual talent. When you join the outer sect, come find me for a proper examination." Steward Lu and the disciples were astonished that the elders would take notice of Lu Yun. The mocking laughter died away immediately. Even a normally thick-skinned, carefree Lu Yun showed moved expression. After examining Lu Yun, Elder Yin and Elder Wen proceeded to inspect all the other menial disciples. The stone houses and spirit fields of the disciples were thoroughly searched to confirm no other spies remained. The two spies and Steward Wong were then taken away together. The other stewards and inner/outer sect disciples also departed on their magical tools. Only two outer sect disciples, surnamed Ji and Hua, remained at the spirit fields to supervise the menial disciples' cultivation and guard the fields until new management arrived. Return to your quarters and focus on your cultivation. With the elders personally eliminating threats at the spirit fields and hunting demonic cultivators at the market district, you menial disciples have nothing to fear. After outer disciple Hua addressed the group, the menial disciples gradually dispersed. The 8 disciples, including Wei Kunyi and Li Quan, had either been killed or exposed as spies, leaving their stone houses empty. All belongings were carefully inventoried and removed. Wei Kunyi's corpse was properly handled by inner sect disciples and handed over to the spirit fields for burial. Sun Kong called out to Lu Lan and Han Yu. "Junior sister Lu, junior brother Han, why not come to my place to talk?" Today's events were quite sudden, and I know you both must be troubled." Lulan was indeed distressed. First, she had been close to Zhang Shan, only to discover he was a spirit beast sect spy plotting against her. More recently, she'd grown close to Wei Kunyi, who had then been killed. "No need. I should return to my cultivation." "Be careful. Too many distractions during cultivation could lead to fatal qi deviations," Sun Kong warned. Lulan responded with a muffled acknowledgement before hurrying away. Sun Kong then turned to Han Yu, who also wanted time to assess the damage from forcibly activating the spirit refining technique 5 times and declined the invitation. "Senior brother's son, perhaps another day?" "Very well. After you finish your spirit field duties, let's visit the market district together to relax," Sun Kong proposed. Han Yu nodded in agreement before returning to his stone house. Taking a deep breath, he circulated the green sprout qi cultivation technique to refine the remaining mystic heart fruit's medicinal energy. He couldn't afford to rush. Even after surviving danger and confirming his safety, he mustn't hastily resume practicing the blood refinement technique. The damage from the spirit refining technique still needed evaluation. Though his improved aptitude was undeniable, his capacity to absorb medicinal energy and spiritual qi had clearly increased today. Noticing his accelerated cultivation speed, Han Yu reflected, "If I hadn't dispersed the blood refinement technique, I wouldn't have passed the elder's inspection nor gained this aptitude improvement. Preserving my life while enhancing my potential is already fortunate. It's completely worth spending another half-month or month to recover my cultivation." Only after reaching his daily spiritual energy absorption limit did Han Yu begin examining the damage from the spirit refining technique and the drawbacks of dispersing the blood refinement technique. His blood essence had severely depleted, reduced to about 5 drops. The stinging pain in his Danzhong acupoint persisted, proving that dispersing the blood refinement technique wasn't without consequences. It would require substantial blood essence to repair and reform the blood sigil. Meanwhile, his remaining blood essence was continuously being consumed to heal bodily damage, with no clear timeline for complete recovery. His fire spiritual root had been refined by 40%. Once fully refined, his cultivation aptitude would upgrade from 4 spiritual roots to 3, representing significant progress. "My priorities now are recovery and blood essence replenishment, while maintaining green sprout qi cultivation practice. Any market district visit must wait until I've fully healed." After planning his next steps, Han Yu replicated a section of spirit bloodvine and consumed its blood-enhancing sap before slowly circulating the blood refinement technique's blood essence cycle, focusing on healing rather than reforming the blood sigil. The next day, Han Yu resumed clearing spirit rice stalks from his field. After a full day's work, the field was finally clean. Remembering Sun Kang's earlier suggestion, Han Yu decided against immediately requesting new green sprout spirit rice seeds from the stewards, opting to wait 2 months to sow together with Sun Kong and Lulan. After the first harvest, planting schedules became more flexible. Only 1 annual harvest was. Moreover, the spirit field's new management hadn't yet arrived. Another day passed before Sun Kong brought news. The green sprout market had indeed captured a demonic cultivator who was executed along with the 2 menial disciple spies caught earlier. Whether this was the old Taoist remained unknown. That same day, 2 new stewards arrived at the spirit fields. The chief steward was an intersect disciple surnamed Li, dressed in blue robes with gold trim. Arrogant and taciturn, this senior sisterly was said to be 30 years old with dual spiritual roots and 8th-layer qi refining cultivation, an unreachable height for most menial disciples. The deputy steward was an older, experienced outer sect disciple surnamed Hong at 6th-layer qi refining, who spoke amiably with constant smiles. Their arrival signaled increased sect attention toward the spirit fields. Initially nervous about stricter management, the menial disciples soon relaxed upon discovering that senior sister Li and steward Hong were even more hands-off than steward Wang, only requiring registration for field departures. Given their higher cultivation, Han Yu exercised extra caution, no longer allowing the large crow to lead flocks near the fields. The crow companions only returned under cover of darkness. Meanwhile, his daily cultivation and blood essence recovery progressed steadily. First, his blood essence hadn't fully recovered to its original level, with lingering donjong acupoint pain, preventing blood sigil reformation and blood refinement first-layer restoration. Second, Hanyu hesitated to reform the sigil due to caution towards senior sister Li. Over 20 days passed quickly until Hanyu's blood essence stopped being consumed for bodily repairs, indicating complete recovery from the spirit refining technique's damage. His blood essence restored to 12 drops, with no more donjong acupoint pain. He could now reform the blood sigil and restore his blood refinement first-layer cultivation anytime. Concurrently, his improved aptitude reduced the estimated time needed to reach third-layer qi, refining via the green sprout qi cultivation technique from 5 months to about 4. One day, Sun Kong arrived at Han Yu's stone house, smiling. "Junior brother Han, come celebrate with a meal at my place?" Han Yu was surprised. "Celebrate?" Then realization dawned. Has senior brother Sun broken through to third-layer qi refining? Sun Kong nodded with a smile. Han Yu immediately congratulated him. "Congratulations! You're one step closer to becoming an outer sect disciple at 4th layer." Sun Kong laughed. "That's still far off. Nothing compared to junior sister Lu's progress." As they chatted, they arrived at Sun Kang's residence where Lu Lan was already busy cooking. To celebrate his breakthrough with just these 2 guests, Sun Kong had splurged. Aside from regular dishes, he prepared a full pound of spirit rice. After the celebratory meal, Sun Kong asked, "Shall we visit the market district in a couple days?" Visit the market district? Han Yu did have this thought. Firstly, spirit rice wasn't particularly helpful for his cultivation. He should exchange it for other items that could aid his practice and enhance his strength. Secondly, the medicinal effects of the mystic heart fruit were diminishing for him, and the crows weren't having much luck finding spiritual herbs and fruits either. He needed to broaden his horizons to decide whether to exchange for pills or trade for spiritual fruits and herbs. But was now the right time to visit the market district? Before Han Yu could ask, Lu Lan had already questioned Sun Kong. "Senior brother Sun, don't we need to pass through senior sister Li's registration and inspection to go to the market district? That's so inconvenient. Shouldn't we just stay in the spirit fields and cultivate instead of going out?" Sun Kong smiled and explained to Lu Lan what junior sister Lu mentioned was over 10 days ago. Senior sister Li is an inner sect disciple, lofty and devoted to cultivation. Steward Hong is also a senior outer sect disciple at Qi refining 6th layer. Neither would focus on such trivial matters. Recently, senior sister Li and Steward Hong have been concentrating on their cultivation. Now we only need to register our names when coming and going. No one conducts thorough inspections anymore. The market district traffic has returned to normal. Only then did Lu Lan understand. In that case, we could visit the market district, though my spirit rice harvest won't be ready for months, and I don't have anything to exchange now. I can only go to see the sights. That's exactly why we're going, just to see the sights, Sun Kong told her. The inner and outer sect disciples' grand competition is in 2 months. Many disciples will be purchasing cultivation and combat items from the market district, so it's already starting to get lively. This year we also have our sect's immortal fate ceremony, which will bring many people to our green sprout market. After all, some families with cultivator elders will bring their children specifically to buy cultivation items. Hearing this, Lu Lan grew somewhat intrigued. Does this mean our green sprout market will become increasingly lively over the next 6 months? It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Sun Kong, having just broken through to Qi refining 3rd layer, was in high spirits. Lu Lan was also interested in seeing the excitement and strolling around. Han Yu too had plans to expand his knowledge. Thus the 3 decided they would visit the green sprout market together in 2 days. That night, when the crows visited, Han Yu instructed them to wait for him outside the market district beforehand. If nothing unexpected happened, they wouldn't need to show themselves. If trouble arose, they could serve as one of his hidden cards. 2 days later, Han Yu met up with Sun Kong and Lu Lan, bringing 30 gene of spirit rice along with replicated versions of the spirit blood vine and mystic heart fruit. Junior brother Han, you're bringing so much spirit rice to the market? Sun Kong asked in surprise. Aren't you going to cultivate anymore? I'm not necessarily planning to exchange anything. I just thought it would be convenient to have in case something useful appears, Han Yu explained. But you shouldn't bring so much. What if someone targets you? Sun Kang's expression turned serious. Junior brother Han, listen to me. Just bring 5 gene. Since it's your first time visiting Green Sprout Market, there's no need to carry so much attention-grabbing stuff. Han Yu had originally considered exchanging for spells and the like, but seeing Sun Kang's genuine concern, he took the advice. He returned the 30 gene and brought only 5 gene in a small cloth bag. Only then did Sun Kong relax. With just this amount, you won't need hats or veils to conceal your identity. You can shop openly without worrying about anyone getting any wrong ideas. The 3 of us servant disciples traveling together will definitely be fine. As he spoke, Sun Kong also brought 5 gene of spirit rice, offering to lend it to Lu Lan and Han Yu for purchases during their market visit, as long as they returned the same amount afterward. The 3 then walked along the path from the spirit fields. At the field's edge, they encountered outer sect disciple Hua guarding a table with a registration book. All those leaving had to sign their names. After registering, Han Yu and his companions followed several other servant disciples at a short distance toward Green Sprout Market. Returning to the market district, Han Yu couldn't help recalling his previous visit with Elderly. Back then, Elderly had likely been meeting with demon blood sect cultivators and hadn't had time to accompany Han Yu. Han Yu had ended up replicating the spirit refining technique from a vendor called Zhu Lao San. Though flawed, the technique actually worked for Han Yu, allowing him to refine spiritual roots and improve his cultivation aptitude. Come, junior brother Han, let me show you around, Sun Kong said. This is the reed mat area. Mundane goods traded by sect servants and visiting mortals. Outsiders are rare. Without permission, mortals can't enter the market district. Over there is the bamboo shed area, where most servant disciples and rogue cultivators trade. Further ahead are the proper shops with generally fair trades. Arwangu Valley mainly maintains order there. The bamboo shed and reed mat areas only get attention if someone dies. The market also has inns and tea houses for lodging. When external sects visit or during the immortal fate ceremony, people stay within the market district. Sun Kong guided Han Yu and Lu Lan while explaining. Some information Han Yu already knew, while some was new to him. After circling around, the 3 found themselves watching the comings and goings of outer and inner sect disciples in the shop area before ultimately returning to the bamboo shed and reed mat areas to browse affordable items. A portly man with his shirt hanging open greeted them with a smile. Spells, secret arts, pills, talismans. We have everything. Fellow cultivators, anything you're looking for? Han Yu recognized him immediately. It was Zhu Lao San, who sold all kinds of defective goods. Amused but maintaining his composure, he said nothing. Lu Lan asked curiously, "Do you really have everything?" Sun Kong quickly interjected. This senior brother Zhu is a disciple from the alchemy room with extensive connections. He does possess many items, though they're somewhat different from proper ones. Zhu Lao San chuckled. Oh, you know me, Junior. Been to the market often? Which division are you from? Spirit Fields, Sun Kong replied. Zhu Lao San laughed. Ah, the Spirit Fields. A month ago, some old fellow from your fields colluded with demonic cultivators, getting 5 servant disciples killed and drawing an elder's personal inspection of Green Sprout Market. Strict checks for days really hurt my business. Sun Kong gave an awkward smile. That did happen. So how about supporting my business? Zhu Lao San said, his eyes settling on Lu Lan's hair. Look at this junior sister. Even the hairpin she's wearing came from me. She knows best. While my goods might function differently, they're definitely worth more than their price. Sun Kong shook his head repeatedly. We didn't bring much spirit rice, just here to see the sights before the disciples' competition. As he spoke, he gestured for Lu Lan and Han Yu to leave quickly. Hanyu had only taken 2 steps when a white spirit dog appeared before him, panting with its tongue out. That spirit dog looked somewhat familiar. Before Han could take a closer look, a crimson-robed girl carrying a medicine basket hurried over. She grabbed the white spirit dog and stuffed it into her basket. "This little troublemaker, please forgive its mischief." After speaking, she gave a slight bow and walked toward a nearby stall with her basket. Hanyu finally recognized her. She was Zhongyu, the servant disciple who sold moonlight grass last time, and the white spirit dog was her pet. Zhongyu naturally wouldn't recognize Hanyu, as months had passed since their last encounter, and Hanyu had been wearing a bamboo hat then. Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and Hanyu wandered around the bamboo shed area. Hanyu noticed prices remained largely unchanged. For the 5 pounds of spirit rice still exchanged for 1 spirit stone, which equaled either 1 chi condensing pill, 3 wind riding talismans, or 1 wind blade talisman. Last time, Hanyu had seen spirit bloodvine for sale, but it was absent now. "Does anyone sell spells here? Or cultivation-related knowledge?" Hanyu asked Sun Kong. Sun Kong replied in a hushed tone, "Spells are indeed sold, but they're expensive and rarely traded openly in the bamboo shed area. After all, Green Sprout Market falls under Wangu Valley's jurisdiction. Outer sect disciples can learn 2 spells after promotion. Otherwise, acquiring spells requires at least 10 minor merits. If servant disciples and rogue cultivators openly traded spells here, wouldn't Wangu Valley's merit system become meaningless? How could the market surpass the sect's importance?" Hanyu understood now. "As for cultivation knowledge, do you mean basics like identifying spirit herbs, artifacts, talismans, and formations?" Sun Kong continued. Hanyu nodded. Sun Kong explained, "Recognizing spirit herbs is common knowledge among servant disciples in medicine gardens and alchemy halls, though their understanding remains limited. True expertise requires specialized study in herb cultivation or pill refinement." Hanyu realized proper knowledge about spirit plant effects or spells' power required dedicated study with spirit rice, not casual purchases. Identifying herbs and understanding their uses formed foundational knowledge for alchemy and herb cultivation. "The bamboo shed area offers little worth buying," Sun Kong suggested. "Let's visit the reed mat area for mundane goods instead. At least we won't return empty-handed." Hanyu pondered briefly. "Senior brother Sun, wait a moment. I need to buy something first." Exchanging 4 pounds 6 ounces of spirit rice for 1 spirit stone, Hanyu secretly replicated another stone. He then traded it for a chi condensing pill. "You bought a chi condensing pill?" Sun Kong seemed surprised. "Yes, I want to test its cultivation effects," Hanyu replied. Sun Kong cautioned him. "Pills accelerate cultivation, but shouldn't be overused. Each person has limited effective doses. Exceeding them renders chi condensing pills useless. 1 pill releases enough spiritual energy for daily cultivation. Those with poor spirit roots can't absorb efficiently, wasting half the pill's potential. Junior brother Han, as quad spirit root cultivators, we don't benefit fully from them." Engo. Hanyu felt astonished. He'd planned to test the pill's effects himself, but Sun Kang's explanation satisfied his curiosity. The mystic heart fruit's value became clear, equivalent to 3 chi condensing pills with additional mental clarity effects. No wonder it never appeared in the bamboo shed area, and why Hanyu could only replicate 1 daily despite his enhanced blood replication limit. After consideration, Hanyu exchanged the pill for a wind blade talisman containing an offensive spell activatable with spiritual energy. Sun Kong didn't comment further. Given recent disturbances at the spirit fields, self-defense measures seemed prudent. With 4 ounces of spirit rice remaining, insufficient for bamboo shed trades, Hanyu found it surprisingly valuable in the reed mat area. Ordinary people, barred from cultivation, treated spirit rice transactions as rare honors, usually begging for unavailable grains rather than receiving cultivators' voluntary purchases. Each companion bought 2 items without exhausting the rice. At a flower cake stall, a donkey-faced middle-aged man wearing a headscarf called out, "Honored immortals, try my flower cakes, made from premium blossoms and rice." Hanyu bought 3 portions, spending the remaining rice, and shared them with Sun Kong and Lulan. His gaze lingered on the donkey-faced man. Though the man laughed cheerfully with normal speech, Hanyu sensed similarities to elderly, perhaps their shared ugly, elongated faces. "Junior brother Han, you've been too generous today," Sun Kong remarked. Lulan also thanked him, offering future cultivation advice. Hanyu smiled. "When I first arrived at the spirit fields, I owed you both gratitude. This rice means little, just a small token. Besides, we came to browse. Why leave empty-handed?" Sun Kong and Lulan found their junior brother thoughtful and considerate, worthy of continued mutual support. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Senior brother Zhao? Quick, the tavern!" They've posted this year's predicted top 10 rankings for inner and outer disciples. As senior brother Zhao rushed to see, servant disciples and rogue cultivators flocked toward the market's central tavern. Sun Kong and Lu Lan grew excited, pulling Hanyu along. The crowd grew dense before they arrived. Servant disciples chattered excitedly, as if attending a lantern festival. Seeing the packed path, Hanyu suggested, "Should we return another day? The rankings won't disappear, and it's too crowded now." Lu Lan insisted. "Since we're here, missing them would be a shame. Junior brother, wait outside. We'll return after looking." Before Hanyu could react, Lu Lan and Sun Kong vanished into the throng. What's so fascinating about rankings? Hanyu thought. Better to focus on cultivation and reach the top 10 myself. Besides, these are just Foundation Establishment Realm disciples. What significance do they hold? Spotting a nearby herb and pill shop, Hanyu walked over. Now was his chance to inquire about trading his mystic heart fruit and spirit blood vine. The cobblestone street was crowded with people all heading toward the tavern to join the commotion. Hanyu stopped before a shop with a plaque reading 100 Her Pavilion. A mix of medicinal fragrance and faint scorched pill fire aroma wafted through the half-open door, slightly pungent yet remarkably invigorating. "Customer, are you here to sell spiritual plants or purchase pills?" A middle-aged cultivator with a goatee emerged from behind the counter, dressed in blue robes that clearly identified him as an outer disciple of Wangu Valley. He smiled while scrutinizing Hanyu. "A fellow disciple from Wangu Valley, I see. Not some outsider pretending by wearing gray robes, are you?" Hanyu asked. Would anyone dare impersonate someone right beneath Wangu Valley's watch? Pretending to be a servant disciple of Wangu Valley carries the lowest risk, the goateed cultivator chuckled. "Just wear gray robes for 80% resemblance. Take them off and no one recognizes you." Changing topics, he inquired, "What would you like to purchase or sell?" Hanyu placed the spirit blood vine on the counter. The goateed cultivator showed no surprise, merely extending a glowing green fingertip to hover above the vine. Approximately 3-year-old spirit blood vine, roots well preserved. Good for enhancing physical strength, worth 1 spirit stone. 1 spirit stone? Hanyu was startled, recalling how the same vine had been priced much higher at the bamboo shed area stalls. Considering this was an official Wangu Valley establishment where ambush thefts never occurred, the price seemed fair enough. But 1 spirit stone couldn't accomplish much. Better keep the vine for personal use. Retrieving the spirit blood vine, Hanyu instead produced the mystic heart fruit from his robe. The goateed cultivator's eyes lit up. "A mystic heart fruit. Excellent item. Will you sell this, customer?" "Please appraise its value," Hanyu replied. Nodding, the cultivator again extended his glowing fingertip toward the fruit. 5-year mystic heart fruit, superior quality. Suitable for refining serene mind, qi-gathering pills. Hanyu asked, "How does that differ from qi-condensing pills?" With no other customers around, the goateed man indulged in explanation. "Completely different. Qi-condensing pills only show noticeable effects during early and mid-qi refining stages. For late-stage qi refiners, one must use qi-gathering pills instead. Adding mystic heart fruit creates serene mind qi-gathering pills. They not only boost cultivation, but also clear mental distractions, greatly benefiting alchemy, spellcasting, and artifact forging endeavors." Turning around, the cultivator retrieved a fragrant wooden case and placed it before the fruit. Well, 15 spirit stones. Will you sell? Han Yu's heart raced. He'd never imagined the fruit could fetch 15 stones, equivalent to 15 qi condensing pills. When consumed directly, its cultivation benefits equaled merely 3 pills, yet its mind-clarifying properties commanded this premium. Sold elsewhere, it might even exceed 15 stones. I'm inclined to sell, but spirit stones are my priority. I prefer exchanging for items. Does your shop permit trades? Han Yu inquired. We only accept exchanges for pills or other herbs. Otherwise, it's spirit stones. Buy whatever else you need from other shops with the stones, the goatee man stated. Understanding now, Han Yu pressed further. What if I seek knowledge about spiritual plants? Do you have such resources here? Smiling, the cultivator first sealed the mystic heart fruit in the wooden case, then retrieved a gray jade slip from his storage pouch. Common spiritual flora compendium, plus 10 spirit stones as balance. Acceptable. Delighted, Han Yu hastily collected both items. Agreed. Finding his hands over full, he asked, Senior brother, how much for storage pouch? The goateed man chuckled. Roughly 5 mystic heart fruits should suffice. 75 stones. Han Yu inwardly gasped before acknowledging the logic. Storage pouches offered unparalleled convenience and secrecy for transport. As Han Yu prepared to leave post-transaction, a white spirit dog suddenly panted at his heels. Startled, he turned to see the crimson-robed girl, Zhong Yu, dashing in again. She scooped up the dog by its scruff, grinning at the goateed cultivator. Senior brother Yang, have you seen the commotion outside? The tavern announced this year's predicted top 10 inner and outer disciples. Even mortals are swarming to watch. Senior brother Yang laughed. Why aren't you joining them, little troublemaker? Thought you loved spectacles? Zhong Yu giggled. They're just mindless crowds. When I eventually rank first among outer disciples, they'll scramble just the same. Fine ambition, Senior brother Yang praised. Nodding, Zhong Yu glanced at her dog, still fixated on Han Yu near the doorway. Puzzled, she asked, What should I call you, junior brother? Didn't we meet earlier at the bamboo shed area? Yes. How curious. My dog usually only sniffs around spiritual herbs. Yet's approached you twice now. Unless you're carrying. Senior brother Yang abruptly scowled. Zhong Yu, silence. Probing others' secrets is the gravest taboo. Some might kill you for such indiscretions. Remember, loose lips sink lives. All right. My mistake, senior brother. Zhong Yu ducked her head, then cheerfully apologized to Han Yu. My apologies, junior brother. She grabbed a handful of moonlight grass from her herb basket and shoved it toward him. Consider this my peace offering. Overwhelmed with holding spirit stones, the jade slip, and now herbs, Han Yu struggled to manage everything. Zhong Yu rummaged through the pavilion and produced a large cloth bag. Take this. No need for shyness. Recognizing her genuine remorse, Han Yu accepted graciously. He packed the 10 stones, compendium slip, and spirit blood vine into the bag before taking his leave. Zhong Yu watched him depart, smiling. So young, yet carrying so much. Forgot to ask his name or background. Senior brother Yang tugged his goatee disapprovingly. Zhong Yu, you must be careful. While Greensprout Market and Wangu Valley are safe enough to chat with fellow disciples, such questions elsewhere could get you killed instantly. Nodding, Zhong Yu changed subjects. Understood, senior brother Yang. Speaking of which, you've been an outer disciple for years. Why not aim for the top 10 rankings? He sighed. Age has dulled my edge. Without major achievements, how could I embarrass myself on stage? Moreover, outer disciples over 40 face intervention from the deans if they rank too high. As they conversed, both gazed at the bustling crowds outside, lost in separate thoughts.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.